Am I dead? Faint murmurs echoed in the darkness, distorted and chilling. As Bai Liang's consciousness drifted back, the whispers faded, and he opened his eyes. A cracked, peeling ceiling greeted him. Above, an old chandelier creaked ominously, swaying as if it might fall at any second. Where am I? Confused, Bai Liang sat up. His last memory was clear crossing the street, hit by a truck, then nothing. A split second of pain, then blackness. Shouldn't he be dead? But there was no pain, no blood, just this eerily quiet room. He scanned his surroundings. The room was small, clinical. 2 beds lined one wall, covered in stiff white sheets. Opposite them stood shelves stocked with neatly arranged medications. A transparent desk stood by a closed door, behind it 2 chairs. Through the glass, Bai Liang could see surgical instruments gleaming under the dim light. It looked like a clinic. He glanced down at himself, white coat, ID badge pinned to the chest. Curious, he pulled the card closer. Name, Bai Liang. Gender, male. Affiliation, Yungzin Clinic. Position, doctor. Task, receive 5 patients. Progress, 0%. When did I become a doctor? He muttered. He studied civil engineering, for crying out loud. Now he was expected to treat people? He'd trust concrete mix over a scalpel any day. And this task, what was that about? Then it hit him. I died, and woke up in a strange place. A dungeon. He inhaled sharply. This is a strange world. About 3 years ago, the planet Lan Xian was plagued by bizarre events. People who died began to reappear in this twisted parallel realm, a world filled with haunted dungeons and eerie rules. The dead became players, forced to complete missions in order to survive. How did Bai Liang know? Because their every move was streamed live to the living world. Now, he was part of the game. Lucky me, he chuckled bitterly. Lucky enough to get ice-guyed by a truck. Unlucky enough to land in a horror-themed survival game. He stood and began to explore. Yungzin Clinic, huh? Never heard of this dungeon before. Hopefully it's not too crazy. In these dungeons, rules were everything. Sometimes they appeared as decrees, signs, even scribbled notes. Break the wrong rule, and you're dead. He remembered watching a stream once, Mom's note, where all rules were written like bedtime instructions. Half of them were traps. Bai Liang's eyes fell on a white-covered book sitting on the desk. Bingo. He snatched it up. The title, The Code of the Doctor. Inside were 10 handwritten rules. 1. Children are not accepted in the clinic. 2. Diagnosis results must be written down, never spoken aloud. 3. Do not place medicine on the table. 4. Only 1 patient may occupy a hospital bed at a time. 5. Patient hours are from 12 to 1400 hours only. 6. Do not leave your chair during patient hours. 7. Never turn off the chandelier seriously, don't. 8. After each consultation, sanitize your hands using the alcohol on the table. 9. If someone knocks at night, ignore it. The door is safe as long as you don't touch it. 10. If lying on the hospital bed and the chandelier flickers, do not open your eyes. He reread the list. Some rules sounded trivial. Others sounded fatal. He memorized them. Suddenly, skill extraction complete. Acquired skill, Stubbornness. When you die, you can stubbornly insist that you're not dead and resurrect on the spot. Every player receives 1 unique skill upon entering a dungeon. Some grant strength, others stealth. But this? Stubbornness. What kind of nonsense skill was that? Still, resurrection? That sounded absurdly powerful. Just as he was processing this, the sound of footsteps echoed from the adjacent hallway. Bai Liang quickly hid the book and turned. 3 figures entered the room, a bespectacled man in a white coat, and 2 women dressed as nurses. One was short and round-faced, the other tall with sharp eyes and cropped hair. They exchanged wary glances, quickly realizing the truth. They were all players. The short-haired nurse spoke first, confident and composed. Since we're all players, let's cooperate and get through this dungeon alive. She held up a white-covered book. I've got a nurse's rule book. You all probably have your own version. Let's compile them and identify any contradictions. The man nodded. No objections. All eyes turned to Bai Liang. He smiled faintly. Fine by me. Meanwhile, in the real world, the stream was live. New players entered the game. Place your bets? How long will they last? Isn't that the Yungzin Clinic? That dungeon's brutal. Yeah, only 1 newbie ever survived it. This'll be fun. Forget that those nurses? Hot. Just saying. Back inside the dungeon, the players sat together, flipping through their respective books. Each had 10 rules, some overlapping. Rules 1, 5, and 8 were identical in all 3 books, but others conflicted. The nurse's rulebook claimed that the chandelier must be turned off at night and that players must sleep in the staff room. That contradicted Bai Liang's 7th and 10th rules, which warned never to turn off the chandelier and to sleep on the hospital bed with eyes shut if it flickered. Thoughts? The nurse asked, frowning. The bespectacled man tapped his chin. Logically, the staff room seems safer. But Bai Liang shook his head. We're in a world where logic kills. If something makes too much sense, maybe it's bait. I'm sticking with the bed. Silence fell. No one could be sure which path was safe. But one thing was clear. The rules were watching. And in this world, breaking the wrong one meant only one thing. Game over. Bai Liang spoke with complete seriousness, and to anyone listening, his logic felt solid. This guy's got a sharp head on his shoulders. Solid reasoning. In a world ruled by illogical rules, thinking outside the box is the norm. Real-world logic? That's a death sentence. Don't be fooled. I've seen Yueng's in clinic streams. The nurses' rulebooks are the real deal. If anyone follows this guy's analysis, they're walking straight into a grave. Pardon me, but these newbies are doomed. As Bai Liang finished speaking, the others exchanged glances, deep in thought. I think he's right, said one of the nurses. In the strange world, conventional logic might get you killed. They'd all seen enough streams to know, sometimes the most ridiculous rules are the ones that keep you alive. Suddenly, tap tap tap. Footsteps echoed from beyond the door. A patient had arrived. Everyone's expressions changed. Without a word, they snapped into position. Bai Liang and the man with glasses took their seats behind the reception desk. One nurse stood beside the hospital bed. The other quietly moved toward the medicine shelves. Creak. The door swung open. A small silhouette stepped into view and every one of them froze. It was a little girl. She wore a pink Lolita dress and clutched a teddy bear to her chest. Cute, at first glance. But then they saw it. Her head, and the bear's head, were swapped. Bai Liang's expression turned cold. Even he, with his sturdy nerves, paled slightly. The others? Faces white as sheets. They'd seen grotesque creatures in dungeon streams. But seeing it in person, feeling that suffocating, skin-crawling fear, was something else entirely. No matter how many streams you watch, nothing prepares you for this. Respect to these players. If I were there, I'd have fainted on the spot. First patient's a child. The rule says reject children, right? Heh, the classic Yueng's in clinic trap. 2 newbies died at this stage. Wait, tell us more. No spoilers. Just keep watching. But someone's about to die. The girl stepped forward. Her teddy bear's dead glass eyes locked on Bai Liang. He stiffened. A cold chill ran down his spine. Uncle, she said in a small, shy voice. I came to see the doctor. Bai Liang forced a smile. Sweetheart, how old are you? The girl blinked, then replied cheerfully, I'm 18. 18? Technically not a child. But Bai Liang squinted. Her body was petite. Head small like a doll. Could she really be 18? Maybe she had some growth condition. Maybe she was telling the truth. After a moment's thought, he nodded. All right. What symptoms do you have? He just sealed his fate. She's lying? Her soul is 18, but her body is still that of a child. That breaks the rule. That one player who survived this dungeon spotted the trap. Everyone else died. Yup. This is how the first elimination happens. Man just speedran his own death. As Bai Liang asked the question, the girl's smile twisted and a vile, black aura exploded from her. Her teddy bear's stitched face split apart, revealing a massive, gaping maw of teeth. Bai Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh hell no. The jaws lunged. He tried to stand too late. Chomp. His screams echoed through the clinic. What kind of game is this? He shouted as he was dragged. I followed the rules. This is unfair, I object. Silence. The other 3 stood frozen in horror. He was gone. Just like that. A moment ago, he was reasoning with them. Now, he'd been eaten alive. This is insane. Dude got turned into a snack in the first round. I followed the rules. Bro thought he was in a tutorial. Dead, but still arguing. That's the definition of stubborn. Honestly, iconic exit. In the chat, laughter erupted. The bizarre, terrifying death became instant entertainment. Until, is this a bug? From the shadows, Bai Liang reappeared. Same spot, same posture, same confused expression. Whoa, he exhaled, patting his chest. Guess it really works. He was alive. The other 3 stared at him like they'd seen a ghost. You're back, the man in glasses stammered. Even the little girl, mid-menace, froze in place visibly confused. I've never seen a player revive after a monster kill. What is this? He really came back? That's not possible. This isn't a cheat, it's a straight-up bug skill. The girl blinked. Her tone turned sweet again. Uncle, my teddy bear is sick. Can you help him? Bai Liang's smile returned, but it wasn't friendly. He stood tall, dusting himself off. Right, the task. He leaned across the desk and beckoned. Come here, little one. Bring your head closer. The girl tilted her head in confusion but obeyed, leaning forward. And in that instant, Bai Liang's smile widened. Crack. He slammed his fist straight into her face. The sound echoed like a whip crack. Little monster, thought you could fool me? I died once already.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
What is the scariest thing about the mysterious world? Not the rules, but the anomalies in the dungeon? Rules can be understood and predicted to some extent, but anomalies are impossible to guard against because you never know how they might kill you. The other 3 players in the clinic were in shock. They watched as Bai Liang sent the little girl's head flying with a single blow, their eyes wide as saucers, like bronze bells. The stream chat froze. Viewers who had been lazily lying in bed, watching the stream on their phones, suddenly opened their eyes wide and stared at the screen in disbelief. Even the girl who had been struck was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What was I supposed to do? In her memory, these players should have been terrified of her, not the other way around. At the very least, their faces should have shown panic, if not outright fainting from fear. But Bai Liang was not only unafraid, he outright slapped her. She was in shock. In all her years in the mysterious world, she had never encountered such a humiliating situation. This guy is unbelievable. Not only did he win, but he had the guts to slap an anomaly. He's the strongest, hands down, truly fearless. Turns out he's not just sharp-tongued but also tough as nails. He's bold, but it seems like this anomaly is getting angry. No matter what happens next, this guy deserves respect for slapping an anomaly. The viewers snapped back to reality and began commenting frantically. Back in the clinic, the little girl was furious. Her dead eyes suddenly filled with rage as she glared at Bai Liang, her gaze blazing. Insect, do you understand what you've done? What's there to understand? I slapped you. Bai Liang replied with a smirk. He shrugged and added, they weren't kidding when they said anomalies have thick skin. His hand ached from the impact. The girl's face turned grim. Aren't you afraid of death? I'm already dead. What's so scary about dying again? Bai Liang said calmly. He seemed utterly indifferent, as though death meant nothing to him. The girl froze for a moment, then let out a sinister laugh. The worst punishment isn't death. I can make you feel what it's like to live and suffer more than death. She continued staring at Bai Liang, searching for even the faintest trace of fear on his face. But she was disappointed. Bai Liang's expression remained calm, his heart unshaken. If you could do that, you would have done it already. Why bother saying such things? He said with a smile, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. He reached out and patted the little girl's cheek, his tone mocking. Stop pretending to be something big. We're all pawns bound by the rules. Why don't you focus on treating your illness while I complete my task? Be good and let Uncle treat you. Wow. He really knows how to take control of the situation, lol. Did he just lecture an anomaly about rules and politics? Masterful. It's true, we're all pawns in the hands of the rules. Who's more important, really? Exactly, both anomalies and players were once dead. Why should a player fear an anomaly? The chat erupted in laughter as viewers watched Bai Liang's antics. When other players enter a dungeon, they usually tremble with anxiety, trying to complete their tasks while filled with fear. But Bai Liang, he was casually chatting with an anomaly as if they were equals. The little girl fell silent for a moment. Then she asked, you're so bold. Is it because you can revive? Of course, Bai Liang replied confidently. He nodded without hesitation. The girl fell silent again. She had never met someone so straightforward. Wait a minute, does that mean he can revive indefinitely? No way. New players in the dungeon can't have such strong random skills. The fact that he revived once is already strange. I get it now. This streamer is playing a mental game with the anomaly. After all, the anomaly doesn't know how many times he can revive. Brilliant. I retract my earlier criticism. The little girl stared deeply at Bai Liang and asked no further questions. As Bai Liang had said, it was true. They were all pawns, bound by the rules. As long as a player didn't break the rules, she couldn't act. She was a terror to the players. But in the face of the rules, she was nothing as well. Now, let's get back to the original question, Bai Liang said with a smile. What's wrong with you? So, you're not giving up on this quest after all. Are you just ignoring the rules? Judging by his attitude, he's just going wild because he can revive. Honestly, if I had that ability, I'd be even worse. Outsmarting the rules, well done. The girl's face turned strange. Your clinic doesn't treat children. I know, Bai Liang nodded. But I think it's time we expand our services. Aren't you shameless? Money can be earned again, but if you lose your conscience, you can't get it back, Bai Liang replied with a smile, taking the girl's hand. Come on, let's get you examined. First, he opened her mouth and checked her teeth, then used a stethoscope to listen to her heart. Amusingly, he heard nothing. Putting the stethoscope aside, Bai Liang took out a medical chart and jotted something down. When he was done, he handed it to the girl. Go to the nurse for your medication. With that, Bai Liang grabbed some alcohol from the counter and sprayed his hands for disinfection. The little girl silently held her medical chart. She had broken the rules, she should have killed him. But he could revive, so it was pointless. Glancing at Bai Liang, the girl turned and headed toward the medication area. What a peculiar situation. It was as if their roles had reversed. Anomalies were supposed to dominate players. But with Bai Liang, the player, instead, dominated the anomaly. The nurse, trembling, handed the girl her medication. She didn't have Bai Liang's ability to revive. If she broke the rules, death would be her only outcome. Name, Bai Liang. Gender, male. Workplace, UNC Clinic. Position, doctor. Objective, treat 5 patients. Task progress, 20%. Looking at his personal information and task progress, Bai Liang couldn't help but smile. At this rate, he'd complete the mission and clear the dungeon soon. Rumor had it that players could receive amazing rewards after clearing a dungeon. Skills, attribute points, items, and more. The more dungeons you clear, the stronger you become. Some powerful players even speculated that one day, players might break free from the rules and return to the real world. Bai Liang looked forward to that day. The girl took her medicine and left the clinic. All the players sighed in relief. Facing anomalies was an excruciating trial. That fear of being annihilated at any moment was too much for most to bear. Except, the three players exchanged glances and looked at Bai Liang. As for Bai Liang, he ignored them and remained unbothered. The clock on the wall ticked steadily as time marched on. When the hands approached 2 o'clock, a new patient finally entered the clinic. Cough. Doctor. Doctor. Help. Help me. A frail old man stumbled inside, barely managing to cry out before collapsing with a thud onto the floor. Seeing the old man suddenly collapse to the ground, the other players panicked. The guy with glasses didn't move, as he strictly remembered the 6th rule from the Code of Instructions. Doctors cannot leave the counter during patient reception. What should we do? Maybe, go check on him. The two nurses exchanged glances, and the one with short hair, somewhat hesitantly, asked while looking at the counter where Bai Liang was. Clearly, she wasn't sure if this was the right move. Meanwhile, Bai Liang had demonstrated the strongest abilities among all the players, so they could only rely on him. Bai Liang glanced at the clock. There were still a few minutes left until 2 o'clock. You two, lift him up. If something goes wrong, I'll step in. He said this to the two nurses. In reality, Bai Liang didn't have the ability to fight anomalies. He didn't want to leave the counter. All he could do was deceive these two nurses. Hearing Bai Liang's words, the nurses still felt doubtful. But in the end, it seemed they made a decision. The short-haired nurse stepped forward. She glanced at the anomaly on the floor. With anxiety in her heart, she suppressed her fear and lifted him up. See, comrade, what should we do next? She asked, her voice trembling. She was truly frightened. The cold aura emanating from the anomaly almost constantly pierced through her body. Put him on the counter, and everything will be fine, Bai Liang said. The nurse nodded, laid the old man down on the counter, and then hurried back to the medicine cabinet. The next moment, the old man, who had been unconscious, suddenly woke up. It seemed his plan hadn't worked, and his face turned grim. Grandpa, you're awake. Bai Liang asked with a smile. May I ask how old you were before you died? The old man didn't answer his question but instead let out an ominous laugh. He, young man, I have a way to help you pass this level. Want to? Hearing this, the other three players perked up. However, Bai Liang didn't react and continued asking, how old were you before you died? Seeing that he wasn't falling for the bait, the old man snorted. Before I died, I was 52 years old. What's the problem? My chest hurts. Bai Liang nodded, took out his stethoscope, and after conducting the examination, he wrote the diagnosis in the medical chart and handed it to the old man. No, go to the nurse for your medicine. Second patient, done. Task progress, 40%. Only 3 more patients, and the task would be complete. Bai Liang smiled slightly, feeling that this beginner level wasn't as difficult as he thought. After finishing the reception, he disinfected his hands with alcohol. At that moment, the guy with glasses, standing behind him, spoke up. Hey, brother, can I take the next patient? He nervously glanced at Bai Liang as he asked. He had the same task as Bai Liang. He also needed to accept 5 patients. Seeing that Bai Liang had already accepted 2, while he himself hadn't even started, he began to worry. Bai Liang looked at him and shook his head. No, what kind of joke was this? He wasn't a charity organization. Why should he give away his progress? Moreover, when this guy first entered, he immediately took the seat at the end. Clearly, he wanted Bai Liang to take the hit for him. Now that the danger had passed, did he think he could just get his share for free? Let him play in his corner? The guy with glasses darkened slightly. Brother, we're all players. In the dungeon, we need to help each other. After all, we agreed on this initially, and now when I ask you to pass me a patient, you refuse. Isn't that a bit too much? Bai Liang looked at him like he was an idiot and turned away, paying him no more attention. You want to morally blackmail me? Sorry, but I have no morals. This guy is just funny, trying to play moral blackmail in a dungeon. Not to mention other players, even if they're brothers who end up in the same dungeon, they might stab you in the back for profit. Exactly, only the tough survive in the dungeon. Virtue has long been dead. I like this guy. He might become a new powerful player. Seeing that Bai Liang was ignoring him, the guy with glasses grew even darker. Time passed, and the sun began to set. The third patient still hadn't arrived. According to the rules, the players had to go to sleep when it got dark. And there were 2 places to sleep. One was the 2 beds in the hospital ward. The other was the staff room. The guy with glasses was the first to stand up. He approached the slightly plump nurse and whispered something to her. Then he glanced at Bai Liang, took a deep breath, and went into the staff room, closing the door behind him. The plump nurse looked at Bai Liang, then in the room where the guy with glasses had entered, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. What's wrong? The short-haired nurse noticed her concern and asked in confusion. That guy watched the Source of Happiness streams and said that the 7th and 10th rules mentioned in the nurse's code are actually true. When the short-haired nurse heard this, she frowned slightly. Turning her head to the room where the guy with glasses had entered, she sighed deeply. He's already gone in, so he's probably not lying. No one would risk their life for a joke. If the guy with glasses was willing to test his fate, it was most likely true. Bai Liang had misunderstood the situation from the beginning. What else did he tell you? The short-haired nurse asked again. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The guy with glasses, having shared the information with the plump nurse, must have set other conditions. The plump nurse nodded, glancing at Bai Liang, and quietly said, he agreed to help me complete the task, but on the condition that we don't let that person into our dormitory tonight. There were only 2 staff rooms in the clinic. The guy with glasses had already taken one. If the nurse didn't open the door to their room for Bai Liang, he would have to sleep on the hospital bed. And sleeping on the bed meant following the fake rules. If Bai Liang didn't get into the dormitory, he would definitely die tonight. Shouldn't we let him into our room? The plump nurse asked uncertainly. The short-haired nurse shook her head. There were only 2 beds in the room, and even if it was cramped, they could make space. But she didn't trust the other players. Not even the plump nurse, deep down. Thinking about this, the short-haired nurse approached Bai Liang and said, Big brother, the 7th and 10th rules are false. Because of Bai Liang, she had already completed 2 tasks. Although she couldn't help, she could at least warn him. Bai Liang looked at her in surprise, then calmly nodded, thank you. Don't you think you should find a way to get into the dormitory? The short-haired nurse asked in surprise, noticing his calmness. Why would I need to go to the dormitory? Or maybe I'm already fated not to die, so even if I break the rules, what of it? Bai Liang smiled faintly. The short-haired nurse was shocked, you can revive. Did I ever say I couldn't? I don't believe it. I've never heard of such a powerful random skill in a dungeon. The short-haired nurse came to her senses and shook her head. Reviving once was already incredible. But to keep reviving? How is that possible in this strange world? I don't believe it either. Yeah, random skills in beginner dungeons are usually strong, but that mostly applies to players. Even in high-level dungeons, I've never heard of anyone getting an infinite revival ability by chance. If such a skill really existed, wouldn't it be too unfair to other players? Of course, if someone had such a skill, they'd definitely clear the dungeon. They wouldn't even need to follow any rules. I'd just relax and not worry about a thing. Not only did the short-haired nurse not believe Bai Liang's words, but the viewers in the chat didn't either. Well, if they don't believe it, let them not believe it. Bai Liang didn't bother explaining further. I hope I'll see you alive tomorrow morning, the short-haired nurse said with a complex expression on her face. Hearing this, Bai Liang shrugged. Tomorrow? I think you won't see me anymore. The short-haired nurse froze. He knows he's going to die, and he doesn't care? She opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, turned around, and walked to the dormitory with the plump nurse. The clinic was left empty, with only Bai Liang remaining. He stood up, left the reception counter, and lay down on the hospital bed. Before closing his eyes, he glanced at the room where the guy with glasses was and smiled slightly. The night deepened, and the whistling wind could be heard outside the clinic. Knock, knock. Damn, that sudden knock on the door scared me. Finally, this moment has come. I've been waiting for it forever. I specifically checked the guide for the Yuangxin clinic. It said that the 7th and 10th rules are false. Lying on the hospital bed is useless. Although the 9th rule is correct, strange creatures can enter through the chandelier. So, is the streamer going to die? Not necessarily. If the streamer manages to sit in the chair at the counter, he might survive. After all, this is just a beginner dungeon. Even if it's difficult, there's always a chance. There are 2 safe spots in the clinic, the chair and the staff dormitory. If you don't break the rules while in these places, death is impossible. Oh yes. Now it all depends on whether the streamer noticed this detail. The sudden knock on the door immediately caught the attention of the viewers, who began actively typing in the chat. Even Bai Liang, lying on the bed, heard the knocking. If he followed his previous reasoning, he should have just closed his eyes and continued lying there, ignoring the sounds. But he did something different. He opened his eyes and sat up on the bed. Looking at the clinic door, which continued to be knocked on, Bai Liang's face remained calm. Streamer, are you in shock? Doesn't he seem like it? Maybe he has a plan. Right now, he should turn off the chandelier and sit in the chair at the counter. Suddenly, he stood up and walked toward the door. The viewers in the chat began to speculate. And then, in the next second, the comments disappeared. Creak. Bai Liang opened the door. Viewers. Sigma. Guys, I think I just swallowed a spoonful of Olivier salad. I've been analyzing this for half an hour, and the streamer pulls this nonsense. This is like if an assassin went to kill the crown prince, sneaked into the room, was about to pull out a hidden weapon, but saw an old woman holding dentures and sucking the prince's heel. How is this any different? What the hell? How did that sentence even come about? Although this guy looks disgusting, honestly, he perfectly described how ridiculous the streamer's action is. The viewers in the chat were in shock. They stared at the screen in confusion. They had speculated many possibilities, but no one expected Bai Liang to just open the door. Outside the door was darkness. A shadow stood on the threshold, its hand raised in the air. It remained in a pose as if it were still knocking. The action stopped the moment the door opened. The dry hand bent slightly, as if even it was a bit stunned by the suddenly opened door and didn't know what to do next. It looked at Bai Liang. Though it had no eyes, there was still a sense of confusion. Dude, don't you want to follow the script? I'm knocking on the door, you're not answering. Then I'm supposed to enter through the chandelier. Not you opening the door. Without waiting for it to speak, Bai Liang spoke first. Here for an appointment. The creature automatically responded. In the next second, it quickly realized. Why am I even looking at its illness? I came here to kill? It raised its hand, its nails turning into claws glowing with icy light. And then, Bai Liang grabbed its hand, examined it carefully. Looks like nail fungus. Not too serious, just need to prescribe some ointment. The creature? Ha 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 ha. Tears of laughter, it's really nail fungus. This creature is completely confused. What kind of divine figure is this Bai Liang? How did this happen? Did I stumble into a comedy stream? How did a horror stream suddenly turn into a comedy? Don't just stand there, come in, said Bai Liang. Thud. A flash of lightning struck, and Bai Liang's head flew off his body. Blood gushed from the wound on his neck, the scene was bloody and horrifying. Hee, fool. Looking at Bai Liang's body, the creature placed its blood-covered hand on its face and stuck out its tongue to lick. The taste of blood filled its lips, and it grinned with a cruel smile. Before such a powerful creature, players seem so fragile. Their relationship is like that of a hunter and its prey, and it enjoys the joy that comes with taking a life. Without looking at the body on the floor anymore, it turned around and prepared to leave the clinic. Time to find the next pleasure. Wait. Just as it was about to leave the clinic, a sudden voice rang out. The cruel smile on the creature's face froze. This voice, so familiar? It turned around and froze. Standing before it was Bai Liang, who had already been dead, but now stood completely unharmed. He revived again. What the? I don't believe it. This is unbelievable. Way more than I expected. Is it true that he can revive infinitely? Damn, this streamer has become invincible. Can a beginner dungeon really have such an absurd ability? No wonder he's been acting so confidently all this time. With a skill like that, who wouldn't be overconfident? 666, the streamer is now completely invincible. He can just relax in this quest. Which other player got lucky with such an ability? This guy must be from another continent. Seeing Bai Liang revive again, the stream viewers couldn't believe their eyes. You can revive. The creature was stunned. Being a doctor, it's quite logical to have a revival ability, said Bai Liang, spreading his hands. Ah, right. Doctor, don't make things up, or I'll sue you for slander. This isn't just a trick. Creature, do you think I'm an idiot? Pfft. The creature made its move again, and Bai Liang died once more. But, just a moment later, he stood in the same spot again, completely unharmed. Don't waste your effort, I won't die, Bai Liang said with annoyance, looking at the creature, which was now questioning the meaning of life. The creature was stunned. Until now, it had never made a mistake. But today, something had gone wrong. Someone could actually revive infinitely. I don't know what to do with you, let me give you a checkup, Bai Liang said, picking up his stethoscope and apparently starting to examine the creature. Tears of laughter, the creature is questioning the meaning of life. This is so strange. The creatures were supposed to be scary, but this is something else. The problem is that the creature itself isn't very educated. One curse word solves all problems. 9. Because 6 has been defeated again. If the streamer has such an ability, completing the quest is a joke. The creature was baffled by Bai Liang's actions. Breathing is slightly labored, possibly a lung issue. Go get some medicine, Bai Liang said, putting away the stethoscope and walking over to the table to write a prescription. After finishing, he handed the prescription to the creature and put the pen back in his pocket. The creature silently stared at the prescription in its hands. Should it continue? According to the rules, it was supposed to kill Bai Liang. But the problem was that Bai Liang wouldn't die. Killing him was a waste of time. Thinking this, the creature felt deeply disappointed. It had gone through many trials in this quest but never expected to lose to a newcomer one day. Finally, it glanced at Bai Liang and turned to leave the clinic. Another task completed. Bai Liang looked at the task progress, now at 60%, and smiled. Creak. At that moment, the chandelier in the clinic suddenly started flickering. Bai Liang raised an eyebrow and turned to look. Amid the flickering lights, a strand of long hair stretched out from a crack, quickly spreading like tree roots. It didn't take long. Bai Liang stood at the door, waving his hand. Come back next time. The footsteps of the creature hidden behind the long hair slowed, then sped up, and it quickly disappeared into the night shadows. Task progress, 80%. Already 4 patients. Is the streamer really going to complete the quest on the first day? Damn, I didn't notice. The streamer is about to finish the quest. The fastest completion time is 2 days. If the streamer really finishes the quest tonight, he'll break the record. I just wanted to watch some newcomers play, but I ended up meeting a pro. The third creature of the night arrived as expected. It hid on the hospital bed. Why does rule number 4 say that only one patient can lie on the bed? Because the other bed already had a patient. It was human skin. It tried every possible way to kill Bai Liang, but in the end, seeing that Bai Liang would revive no matter how many times it killed him, the creature gave up. Bai Liang examined it and diagnosed lack of qi and blood. Task progress, 100%. After diagnosing the last patient, a notification finally sounded in Bai Liang's head. Congratulations to player Bai Liang for completing the beginner dungeon Yuangxin. Completion time, 22 hours, 9 minutes, 53 seconds. Completion rating, S. Completion reward, 100 rule points. Player Bai Liang, you have completed the beginner dungeon and officially become part of the world of anomalies. The difficulty of the next dungeons will increase. Continue exploring this unknown world, NES. Please note, you will leave the dungeon in 10 seconds, 10, 9. Listening to the notifications one after another, Bai Liang gathered his thoughts. In 10 seconds, he would leave the dungeon. And before leaving, he had one more thing to do. The 10-second countdown ended. After a flash of white light, Bai Liang disappeared from the spot. As soon as he completed the quest, the live stream exploded. Quiet guys, what rating did the streamer just get? An S rating? The highest rating for a beginner dungeon is S. The world of anomalies has invaded reality for several years now. Millions of players have gone through it, but no one has ever gotten an S rating in a beginner dungeon. History has been made. Awesome. Sorry, I take back what I said earlier. This isn't a newcomer, this is a real pro who came to show everyone up. Haha, just lucky. If I had such a skill, I'd easily get an S2. Dante, you know that luck is also part of strength. Exactly, luck is also a skill. If you had such luck, you'd be screaming with joy too. Guys, I'm already recording. I feel like this streamer is going to be a true master. Bro, send me the recording, please. The world of anomalies invaded reality several years ago, and the number of players who entered this world was simply enormous. The beginner dungeon is where newcomers undergo training. The difficulty of dungeons varies, and completing them isn't too hard, but getting a high rating, that's the real challenge. The minimum rating is D, followed by C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Due to its low difficulty, the beginner dungeon has a maximum rating of S. For top players, getting an S isn't difficult. But for newcomers, getting an S is like defeating an anomaly single-handedly. That's why, so far, only Bai Liang has managed to get an S rating. Soon, players who recorded his stream uploaded it online. Shock? A genius player appeared in the beginner dungeon, getting an S without following the rules? Watch it now. As soon as the video was uploaded, it instantly went viral. Seeing how Bai Liang cleared the dungeon, the comments exploded. Is this really a newcomer? Doesn't it seem like some old player with a fake account? I thought this would be dumb, but it turns out he's just cheating. This is breaking the rules? Infinite revival, how are other players supposed to compete now? Can you really get such absurd skills in the world of anomalies? In Yuang's Inn, the 3 players who survived the night finally woke up. The morning bell rang. The bespectacled guy and the 2 nurses came out of the room. Without discussing it, they began searching the clinic, trying to find Bai Liang. No one. In the dungeon, if someone is missing, it can only mean 2 things. Completion or death. Haha, fool, the bespectacled guy sneered. He never thought Bai Liang could complete the dungeon. The short-haired woman froze, her gaze clouded as she remembered Bai Liang's words from last night. Tomorrow, you probably won't see me. A shadow of regret appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Where's my chair? Where did my chair go? The bespectacled guy stared in shock at the empty table. Both chairs had vanished without a trace. Without the chair, it was a complete failure. As the white light dissipated around him, vague images appeared before Bai Liang's eyes. After a while, as his consciousness cleared, he finally saw everything around him. Looking up, he saw endless darkness, while an unknown light source illuminated a 10-meter radius around him. The floor beneath his feet was like a mirror. Bai Liang lifted his foot, and ripples spread across the surface from where it touched. Suddenly, a virtual panel appeared before him. Checking information. Welcome, player, Bai Liang, to the player space. As soon as these lines appeared, the virtual panel flickered with static, like snow. After a few moments, an interface resembling a game's main menu appeared. Player, Bai Liang, avatar. Age, 19 years. Skills, none. Number of completed dungeons, 1. Title, New King, click for details. Rule points, 100. Left, chat. Center, dungeon matching. Right, shop. The screen was very simple, resembling the interface of a cheap game. Bai Liang first turned his attention to the chat. Messages immediately began to appear. Yun Meng, elite buying 1 magic doll. Su Xing Cheng, secret tycoon just got a skill book for daily life. If anyone needs it, DM me. Yang Beibei, 8-sided fox, can any seniors help me? I can send private photos, photo attached. Xizhong, heartless iron hand, I've been tolerating your half-demon pig for a long time, always showing its photos in the chat. If I meet you in a dungeon, you're done. Nuyes. Lu Xin, decryption master, has anyone cleared the dark forest? If any seniors have, DM me. I'll buy the guide. After skimming through the messages, Bai Liang didn't find anything particularly useful. However, he noticed that each player had an icon displaying their title. Elite, Secret Tycoon, 8-sided fox, and so on. These were the titles players had. It seemed he had also received a title. Bai Liang looked at his status panel and noticed that under the title section, it said New King. Click for details. Title, New King. How to obtain. The player receives this title for completing a beginner dungeon with an S rating. Effect of wearing the title. After death, the player can revive once. The effect is only active once per dungeon. Wear/do not wear. A scaled down version of the stubborn skill. Bai Liang looked at the title's effect, and his eyes lit up slightly. Although it wasn't as powerful as infinite revival, an extra life was another chance. This was still a powerful ability. Bai Liang chose to wear the title. Player, Bai Liang, New King. Now his ID displayed the title, giving him immediate significance. After equipping the title, Bai Liang opened the shop. The shop had slots displaying various items. Battery number 5, 1 rule point. Flashlight, 5 rule points. Combat knife, 10 rule points. Rope, 5 rule points. Amulet, 20 rule points. At the beginning, there were simple items with very low prices. Further down, the prices increased, and many items were currently unavailable to Bai Liang. Daily Life Skill Book, 5,000 Rule Points. Combat Skill Book, Rule Points. Voodoo Doll, Rule Points. Initial Genetic Elixir, Rule Points. Starter Weapon, Rule Points. Prices exceeding tens of thousands of rule points left Bai Liang stunned. He thought that after getting the highest rating in the beginner dungeon and 100 rule points he was already lucky. But it turned out that this wasn't even close to enough. Bai Liang scrolled through the beginner section and bought 5 items. 2 battery no 5s, 1 flashlight, 1 combat knife, and 1 rope. In total, he spent 22 rule points. After spending so many rule points at once, Bai Liang didn't feel much regret. After all these items were useful and could make a big difference at the right moment. Everything was ready. Bai Liang decided to immediately start searching for a new dungeon. Searching for a dungeon for you. Search successful. Waiting for other players. 23/100. 100/100. The dungeon will open soon. Player, prepare. As soon as the message ended, the environment around Bai Liang shattered like a mirror. The fragments scattered, and images began to appear. Laboratory No. 45. Is everyone ready? This experiment is very important. No mistakes are allowed. Equipment is set up. Biological indicators of the original organism are normal. The experiment can begin. Damn it, a virus leak? Quickly, close the doors. Those who are not infected, stay inside the laboratory. We can't let the virus leak outside. The professor escaped. She completely locked down the laboratory. We can't get out. The infected are coming. Save us. Mom, I don't want injections. I want to go outside. It's so dark here. I want to leave. Those uncles are taking my blood again. It hurts so much. Mom, where are you? Mom, I've almost forgotten you. They locked me in another place. There are so many cages here, and monsters inside. Mom, I'm scared. Mom, they all say it was you who locked me here. I don't believe it, so I killed them all. I want to leave. These images, appearing among the fragments, were deeply imprinted in Bai Liang's mind as soon as he saw them. The feeling was strange, as if he were watching a very long movie. Something like the plot of the Resident Evil series. A secret experiment is being conducted in the laboratory. It seems they are studying some kind of virus. During the experiment, an accident occurred, leading to a virus leak. Those infected by the virus turn into monsters known as the infected. After that, the laboratory doors were sealed, and the survivors inside could no longer leave. Among them was a little girl who seemed to be a key figure in the experiment. The images cut off, and all the fragments instantly reassembled into a single picture. After a brief moment of confusion, Bai Liang found himself in an unfamiliar room. He had officially entered the dungeon? I wonder what skill I'll get this time. Bai Liang's first thought wasn't to inspect his surroundings, but to wait for the random skill to be assigned. As soon as he spoke these words, the familiar voice prompt sounded. Selecting skill. Selection complete. Unlimited return, you can choose any time to save. Upon loading, you will return to the saved moment. After the message sounded, Bai Liang froze for a moment. Then his eyes widened. Unlimited return? If he simply loads a saved game, he'll return to the save point? Is this an S-tier random skill? Unlimited return meant that Bai Liang had countless chances to make mistakes. Time to test it. Save completed. Bai Liang chose to save and looked around the room. On a table not far from him stood a glass cup. He walked over, picked up the cup, and immediately threw it to the ground. Crash! The cup shattered. Bai Liang closed his eyes and activated the skill. Rollback complete. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the same starting position. Bai Liang turned to the table and saw that the cup, which had just shattered, was now sitting there intact and unharmed. This skill is ridiculously overpowered. Bai Liang smirked. This skill was downright unfair to other players. But who cared when fortune was on his side? Bai Liang just wanted to say, let the scales of luck tip even further in his favor. Save completed. After saving again, Bai Liang continued exploring the laboratory. With such a skill, if he didn't achieve a perfect completion, it would be downright embarrassing. Some time passed. Bai Liang opened his eyes again in the starting room. Unlike his first entry into the dungeon, his eyes now radiated complete confidence, as if he controlled everything. And indeed, he did. So that's how it is. Bai Liang's eyes lit up. He had fully understood the layout of the laboratory and now knew how to clear it perfectly. It had to be said, this dungeon was far more terrifying than the beginner one. If he didn't have the skill of unlimited rollback, not only would there be no chance of a perfect run, but completing the dungeon at all would be nearly impossible. Even with this absurd skill of unlimited rollback, he could only aim for a basic result. Achieving a high rating was almost out of the question. After some thought, Bai Liang decisively turned around and headed to the table where the glass of water stood, picking up the white book lying there. Rules for laboratory staff. This book contained the rules of the dungeon. Bai Liang didn't even glance at it and simply put the book in his pocket. Meanwhile, in the real world, after Bai Liang entered the dungeon, many viewers who had followed his previous streams received a notification about the start of the stream and immediately joined the chat. At first, there were only a few dozen viewers, but within 10 seconds, the number skyrocketed by several hundred. Here he is, the streamer attempting his first real dungeon. Is this the lucky guy who got the infinite revival skill? Did you all come from the video? I am an old viewer. This guy is incredibly lucky, but he's also sharp-witted, and most importantly he's a real trickster. Oh, newcomers, you don't get it. Why is he a trickster? I know, ha ha ha. When the streamer was in the beginner dungeon, he tricked the other players and led them into a trap. You know the Yuengzin clinic? This guy faced another player who was a doctor. After clearing the dungeon, he threw away his chairs. Isn't that cunning? Now this is a real dungeon. Luck alone won't cut it here. If the streamer doesn't show some skill, clearing it will be tough. This dungeon looks familiar. It's laboratory number 45. Wow, the streamer got this dungeon first. Whoa, laboratory number 45? Even among E-rank dungeons, it's one of the hardest? Can the streamer clear it? The chat immediately came alive. Some viewers were familiar with Bai Liang from his previous streams, while others had come after seeing the video uploaded to the platform. Some immediately recognized which dungeon Bai Liang had chosen. E-rank dungeon, laboratory number 45. This dungeon was quite popular. In official dungeons, there are differences in difficulty. E-rank is the easiest, followed by D, C, B, A, S. And beyond that, no one knows. Even S-rank is just speculation, as no player has ever entered an S-rank dungeon. The mysterious world has existed for several years, and even the most experienced players from the first wave are still exploring A-rank dungeons. Laboratory number 45, although classified as the lowest difficulty, is considered one of the hardest among all E-rank dungeons. High difficulty means high mortality. The K/D ratio in this dungeon is usually around 1.0. When Bai Liang picked up the white book, he immediately turned around and headed for the exit. This move greatly surprised the viewers. Huh? Isn't the streamer going to read the rules? Maybe he wants to grab the book first and study it later. Isn't that stupid? If you don't read the rules, you won't know how you'll die. Or maybe the streamer has watched streams of this dungeon before. Probably. I've memorized the rules of laboratory number 45. If I knew them beforehand, I wouldn't need to read them either. The viewers quickly developed their theories. But in reality, Bai Liang hadn't watched any streams of this dungeon. Before entering the dungeon, his knowledge of it was practically zero, but that was before he entered the dungeon. Now, Bai Liang could confidently say that no one knew laboratory number 45 better than him. Approaching the door, Bai Liang pulled on the iron bolt. The iron door shook slightly and lowered a bit. Bai Liang, like an experienced player, lifted the door and slowly opened it without making a sound. Because the door hadn't been repaired in a long time, it was damaged. If opened normally, it would produce a sharp, loud screech. But if lifted slightly, it would open completely silently. As the saying goes, the more experience you have, the easier it gets. This was the result of several rollback attempts Bai Liang had made to find the optimal solution. The door opened, and Bai Liang stepped out. Outside was a corridor, completely swallowed by darkness, with no light. Bai Liang had a flashlight, bought from the shop, but he didn't turn it on. He turned left and walked forward 10 steps, reaching the door of the adjacent room. He clenched his hand slightly, and a knife with a cold gleam appeared in his grip. What is the streamer planning to do? I don't know, maybe there are infected in the room. Can't he be? The room is quiet. Wait, don't you notice that you need to pay attention to how the streamer found the door so precisely in such darkness? Yeah, there's no light in the corridor. How did he find the door so accurately? The viewers, watching Bai Liang stop, immediately began to wonder. Bai Liang firmly gripped the knife and stood quietly, waiting by the door. Suddenly, screech! A piercing screech sounded, and the door opened. Inside stood a middle-aged man in a suit, with thinning hair. When he opened the door and saw the person standing at the threshold, he hesitated for a moment. Then, noticing the cold gleam in Bai Liang's hand, his pupils narrowed, and he instinctively tried to slam the door shut. However, Bai Liang wasn't about to give him that chance. He placed his foot under the door and, with his left hand, delivered a punch to the man's face. As the fist was on its way, the man instinctively jumped to the right. Whoosh! The knife plunged precisely into his neck, and bright red blood immediately gushed out. 10 times, and each time he dodged in the same direction, said Bai Liang, wiping his knife with his tie. He had long since figured out everything in this dungeon using the unlimited return function. The middle-aged man was also a player, and his ability was strength enhancement. In a normal fight, Bai Liang wouldn't last 5 rounds before being pinned to the ground. To kill him, Bai Liang had to act unexpectedly. The first 2 times, Bai Liang was killed by this player, but starting from this attempt, he had already killed him 10 times using the same method. In a world with anomalous rules, players face not only monsters and dangers hidden in dungeons. Players themselves can also be a hidden threat. Those who have cleared the beginner dungeon usually possess certain skills. At the very least, they won't hesitate to kill someone. After dealing with the man in the suit, Bai Liang calmly turned and walked away, his expression as calm as if nothing had happened. This scene literally blew up the stream's chat. Damn. What can I say? Killing another player right from the start is too brutal. You call him a newcomer who just cleared a dungeon. Was this streamer a killer before entering this strange world? With that speed and reaction, he's terrifying. Seeing that look in the streamer's eyes, I've never seen anything like it from other players. It's scary. This guy is definitely a pro. I'll keep an eye on him. How did he know someone was here? And how did he predict that the door would open? This wave of actions by Bai Liang completely changed the viewer's perception of newcomers. His decisiveness in killing, followed by that calm, almost chilling gaze, it all seemed unbelievable. However, they didn't know that this was just the beginning. After leaving the room, Bai Liang turned left down the corridor. This time, he turned on his flashlight. After dealing with the man in the suit, he wouldn't encounter other players for a while. In laboratory number 45, the main threat to players isn't other players but the infected people turned into monsters. Using the unlimited return function, Bai Liang already knew exactly where all the infected were in this laboratory. If he just wanted to clear the dungeon, he could avoid all the infected. But to achieve a perfect rating, there was one infected he couldn't avoid. Continuing down the corridor, Bai Liang reached a fork and, without hesitation, chose one path and kept walking. It seems the streamer is very familiar with this dungeon. He's not even trying to figure out the forks. Isn't this the streamer's first time in this dungeon? Is he just wandering aimlessly? Shouldn't he be collecting research data right now? I remember the last player who cleared this dungeon only managed to do so after collecting 9 pieces of data. Why do you all seem to know laboratory number 45 so well? To the person above, don't just stay in beginner dungeons all the time. Check out other streams where more difficult dungeons are being cleared. Exactly, you can find guides online. To clear laboratory number 45, you need to collect 9 pieces of research data, otherwise, you can't open the main gate of the laboratory. Let's see what the streamer does. I have a feeling he's not just wandering around. How could Bai Liang just wander aimlessly? Using unlimited return, he had already almost cleared this dungeon several times. All of this was just preparation for achieving the highest completion rating. After walking down the corridor, Bai Liang finally reached a large door. Phew. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the knife in one hand and slowly pulled the handle with the other. As the door creaked open slightly, a strange sound came from inside. This sound wasn't like anything an animal or human would make. It sent chills down the spine. At that moment, Bai Liang flipped the knife in his hand and instantly jumped back. Bang! The door swung open, and a creature appeared before him. It was a person, gray and decayed, with a massive build. The most terrifying part was the sharp fangs protruding from its ravaged face. If it bit, it would be fatal. This was the most horrifying creature in Laboratory No. 45. The infected? They were infected by the virus and turned into monsters, devoid of reason, driven only by the desire to kill. Anything living that crossed their path became their target? An ordinary person encountering such a monster would likely lose their mind from fear. But Bai Liang remained extraordinarily calm. Almost the moment the creature appeared, he charged forward, knife in hand. Using unlimited return, he had already fought this infected multiple times. Wow, there's an infected hiding here. I was just wondering why the streamer stopped. Turns out he knew an infected was inside. That's incredible. How did the streamer figure it out? No way, even if he watched streams of Laboratory No. 45, he couldn't have predicted where the infected would be. Every dungeon, even with the same setting, has random layouts, and the infected can't be fixed in one spot. Is this his ability? The sudden appearance of the infected terrified the viewers. But when they saw Bai Liang not running away but instead decisively attacking, they were all stunned. The infected doesn't even think about running. This is just heroic? Seeing Bai Liang approaching, the infected let out a terrifying roar and swung its claws at him. Bai Liang dodged to the side, easily avoiding the attack, and with his left hand, plunged the knife into the monster's neck. SSSHH. The combat knife sank into the infected's neck, and Bai Liang immediately retreated, increasing the distance. The enraged infected charged at Bai Liang again, ignoring the black blood gushing from its neck. Bai Liang stood his ground, counting silently. 3, 2, 1. Bang! The countdown ended, and the tall infected collapsed just 1 meter away from Bai Liang. The infected are truly terrifying, and at least until Bai Liang figured out their weaknesses, he had died several times at their hands. After dealing with the infected, Bai Liang crouched down and began searching its body. Eventually, he found a key in one of its pockets. This key was an important item for achieving a perfect completion rating. At that moment, the stream's chat exploded. Holy crap! The streamer killed an infected. This isn't just a kill, it's an instant takedown. This is the first time I've seen someone kill an infected. It's unbelievable. A key? What's it for? If I'm not mistaken, this key is probably for opening doors. Are you crazy? That's obvious. You have to admit, this streamer is really strong. Who has ever seen a newcomer, just entering Laboratory No. 45, manage to kill an infected? It's simply unbelievable. I feel like I'm burning with excitement. I need to cool down immediately. I'm going to find something coming. If anyone still says this guy is a beginner, I'll have a word with them. After picking up the key, Bai Liang paused for a moment and looked at the corpse of the infected on the ground. The infected was dressed in a white lab coat, and his ID badge identified him as Liu Yang, an ordinary researcher from Laboratory No. 45. The photo on the badge showed a young man with a square face, smiling broadly. Why was he so happy? Perhaps it was because he had been given the opportunity to participate in a secret research project. This laboratory was a dark place, and from the moment these researchers entered, they had doomed themselves to darkness. Choices were decisive, one wrong move, and you could fall into the abyss. Bai Liang turned and continued walking. He approached a large door, behind which was another locked door. The key Bai Liang held was meant to open this door. As he reached the door, he inserted the key into the lock and turned it click. With a loud sound, the door opened slightly, leaving a gap. Bai Liang pushed the door open, and a stream of white light burst out, illuminating the room until the door was fully open. Before his eyes appeared a white room. Bai Liang stepped inside. The room was enormous, spanning several hundred square meters, divided into several sections by large glass panels. Each section was filled with experimental equipment. Microscopes, nuclear magnetic resonance machines, centrifuges, incubators. Bai Liang recognized some of the devices, while others were completely unfamiliar to him. On the floor were dried bloodstains, but too much time had passed, and even the smell of blood was gone. But none of this was important. He hadn't come here for the equipment, but for the person imprisoned in this place. Bai Liang continued moving deeper into the room until he reached the very end. Here, there were no experimental instruments, only a single chair. On this chair sat a person. It was a girl with silver hair, dressed in a light white dress, her figure thin and withered. Her hands and feet were shackled. The girl had her head down, curled up in the chair, motionless, as if she had lost all vitality. But when Bai Liang approached, she trembled slightly, then slowly raised her head. Her face was strikingly pure, though pale. It did not diminish her beauty. Bai Liang had very high standards for beauty. Ordinary pretty things couldn't impress him, but upon seeing this girl, he couldn't help but admire her. How could such perfection exist in this world? This wasn't the first time Bai Liang had seen her, but each time, he sincerely thought she was too beautiful. This beauty wasn't superficial, it was perfection at the genetic level. This girl was the experimental subject that appeared upon entering the dungeon. Studying her was the purpose of this laboratory's existence. You, who are you? The silver-haired girl quietly parted her lips, her voice clear and melodious, like the sound of bells. Her clear eyes looked at Bai Liang, filled with a hint of anxiety and a faint spark of hope. Anyone who saw her would think she was an innocent girl, easily deceived. However, Bai Liang remained unmoved. He knew full well that this was just a mask she wore. With a slight smile, Bai Liang looked at her and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Liang, Bai as in white, Liang as in morality. I won't say more. You only need to answer one question." He raised his index finger. "Mo Lu, do you want to leave this place?" Silence. The girl remained silent, not answering his question. Her eyes, clear as a lake, now resembled an abyss, staring intently into Bai Liang's eyes. A long time passed before she spoke again. This time, her voice was very cold. "Do you know me?" "Of course." Bai Liang nodded, showing no emotion. "I'm sure I've never seen you in the laboratory. You're not one of its staff. You can consider me your savior." Bai Liang continued to smile. Mo Lu fell silent for a moment. "Why should I believe you?" she asked. "Because I know all the secrets of this laboratory." The smile on Bai Liang's lips widened slightly as he looked at the silver-haired girl and said, "I know all your secrets. Everything is as clear as day to me. You can't deceive me." Mo Lu shook her head. If it were about the laboratory, she might have believed him, at least partially. But her own secrets, even the laboratory staff didn't know them. They had studied her for 10 years and had only scratched the surface. How could this stranger know about them? After saying this, she lowered her head again. "Your immunity to the virus isn't because you have special antibodies, but because you are the virus," Bai Liang suddenly said. In other words, virus was just a conventional name, as no one could accurately define what it was. If you imagined it as fungi, then Mo Lu was a kind of mushroom, composed of many such fungi. This mushroom was perfect at the genetic level, and it was precisely because of this perfection that when imperfect humans came into contact with its spores, they became infected and turned into monsters. SSSHH. Mo Lu sharply raised her head, a dangerous glint in her eyes. "Have you seen my mother?" she asked. Bai Liang shook his head. "No, I just have the ability of unlimited return." He laid it all out, no more hiding. With this skill, there was nothing he couldn't do, and it was a random skill anyway. In the next dungeon, it might be replaced with something else. So, whether to tell her or not didn't matter. Unlimited return. Mo Lu frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means that up to this point, I've already experienced many such situations, met you, and talked with you many times." Bai Liang, leaning against the glass, said with a cold smirk. "I don't believe you, you old liar." Now the streamer is starting to boast. "I've been here since the beginning of the stream. If he had this skill, I would have definitely noticed." I can't help but admit, the streamer is a genius in the art of deception. So cool, if I weren't watching the stream, I'd almost believe it. But by the way, when the streamer was in the beginner dungeon, he got the skill of infinite revival. What skill did he get in this dungeon? I don't know, I haven't seen him use any skill. What if there's a chance he really has this skill? No way, that's absolutely impossible. If he had used a skill, we would have definitely noticed. What if we were rolled back to? Could skills from the mysterious world really affect reality? Don't scare me. Otherwise, how do you explain all these absurd actions of the streamer? And haven't you noticed? From the very beginning, he's been heading straight for this girl, never once deviating from the path. Damn, really? Infinite rollback. How could someone possess such a terrifying ability? In other words, if Bai Liang truly had such a skill and had already used it countless times, then could his skill affect reality? No, not just reality, but the entire world of anomalies? Until now, they had never heard of anything from the world of anomalies being able to influence the real world. They were afraid to think about it because the implications were too horrifying. It was easier to believe that Bai Liang was simply boasting than to accept that the ability of infinite rollback truly existed. Mo Lu frowned but soon relaxed. A faint smile appeared on her lips, and she parted her pale pink lips to say, "There are too many inconsistencies in your lies, but I'm willing to give you a chance to prove your words. Do you know why I've stayed here all this time and haven't left? If you can name the reason, I might believe everything you've said." This question is too simple. Her hands and feet are shackled, that's all. Yeah, and besides the shackles, there's this glass and 2 doors outside. Without a key, no one can get out. Didn't you notice she said all this time? A normal person would have starved to death long ago. This is the world of anomalies, don't apply real-world logic here. Maybe this girl is an anomaly too. Yuri oversimplifying the question. I think it's much more complicated, and there might be an unexpected twist. Hey, you're right, here's a screenshot of the twist, dog emoji, dot. Ha ha ha, you really know your twists. After Mo Lu's words, a hint of mockery flashed in her eyes. This question was a trap. Only she knew the real reason, and she had never told anyone. Unless Bai Liang truly had the ability he claimed, there was no way he could answer. It's simple. Bai Liang glanced at the lamp above Mo Lu's head and smiled. Because you're afraid of the dark. Mo Lu froze, and then her face showed complete disbelief. You even guessed that. This was her secret. Why had she stayed here all this time and not somewhere else? Because there was enough light here? She had been kept in a dark room for too long, and she was deeply afraid of that impenetrable darkness. She could have endured the darkness if she had never seen the light. That's why Mo Lu sat under the lamp. But how did this man know? Could he really have guessed? Or did he truly possess that infinite rollback ability? At this moment, Mo Lu began to doubt her own reality. In Bai Liang's presence, it felt like she had no more secrets, as if she stood completely exposed before him. This feeling was deeply unsettling. Do you believe me now? Bai Liang spread his hands. Mo Lu snapped out of her shock, regaining her composure, and looked at him. Perhaps I can temporarily believe you. Do as you wish. I only need to get you out of here. Bai Liang shook his head and waved at her. Let's go. Aren't you going to help me break free from these shackles and open the door? How am I supposed to leave? Mo Lu shook her shackled hands. Bai Liang looked at her and smirked. Aren't these things just formalities for you? Mo Lu froze, then smiled brightly. Click. With just a slight pressure, she snapped the steel shackles, and they immediately broke apart. She walked to the glass door and punched it, sending the door flying. It was hard to imagine that such terrifying strength was hidden in such a fragile body. The live audience was stunned by what they saw. What the? Did she just punch through a tempered glass door? Wasn't he the key in those shackles? This is insane. Now I understand what it means for a girl to grow into such a force that even mountains fear her. Haha, is that all? I wouldn't even flinch at such a punch. But think about it, if such terrifying strength is under the streamer's control, then he's simply incredible. I thought I was clever when I tricked my little brother into thinking I had candy, but this streamer has outdone everyone. Seeing this, Bai Liang couldn't help but sigh. If only he could be that cool someday. Where are we heading? Mo Lu approached Bai Liang and asked. First, we'll collect the 9 research documents and also take the key left by the professor, Bai Liang replied without hesitation. These 9 documents contained the research results of laboratory number 45, all focused on Mo Lu. Each document was stored on a special data card, and each card held a part of the key to the laboratory's door. By collecting all 9 cards, along with the key left by the professor, they could open the sealed door of the laboratory. Of course, it was possible to proceed without the professor's key just by collecting all 9 documents. But in that case, the completion rating would be lower. Bai Liang wasn't just aiming to complete the mission. With the infinite rollback skill, it would be foolish not to aim for the highest rating. After leaving the white room, Bai Liang took out a flashlight and handed it to Mo Lu. This is for me. Mo Lu looked at the flashlight with mild surprise. Yep, Bai Liang nodded and tossed her the flashlight without another word. Receiving the flashlight, Mo Lu lowered her head, her gaze softening. They walked in silence, Bai Liang in front, Mo Lu following behind. Soon, he stopped at one of the doors. Bai Liang nodded to Mo Lu. Your turn. It seemed she had become a tool. Mo Lu pursed her lips and punched the door. Bang! After a loud crash, the door was gone as if it had never existed. Bai Liang stepped inside, approached a cabinet, and found a black data card hidden in a secret pocket of a book. Finding Mo Lu first had been a smart move. This door required a key, but with Mo Lu, one punch was enough to save them the trouble of searching. Hiding the data card, Bai Liang returned to the corridor. Great, let's keep going, he said to Mo Lu and continued forward. But as they approached a fork in the path, something strange suddenly happened. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed in the darkness, the tip of a dagger aimed straight at Bai Liang's chest. In an instant, he managed to dodge, skillfully avoiding the attack. The unexpected maneuver seemed to stun the attacker, throwing them off balance. In the next second, the attacker, regaining their composure, hastily retreated. Mo Lu shone the flashlight on them. Only then could Bai Liang get a clear look at the opponent. Standing before them was a young man with a wolf-tail hairstyle, clad in silver armor, holding a dagger and eyeing them warily. However, upon seeing Mo Lu behind Bai Liang, his expression immediately softened. This quest allowed for alliances, so it seemed he was just facing two newcomers who posed no threat. After thinking about it, he put away his dagger, glancing at Bai Liang and Mo Lu. Then he looked at Bai Liang and, with a smile, said, "Hey, how did you decide to team up with a girl in the dungeon?" In the mysterious world, many players avoid teaming up. If they do form a team, it's rare for anyone to choose a girl as a partner. Unless she's some kind of Kong Barbie, her physical weakness would only become a burden to the team. Seeing Mo Lu's fragile frame, Bai Liang still chose her as his companion. This player couldn't understand such a decision. Without waiting for Bai Liang to respond, he turned to Mo Lu and said, "Hey, your skills are impressive. Maybe you'd like to team up with me instead." His body was enhanced, and his skills increased his agility. After all, his attack had been deflected by Bai Liang. This showed just how fast and nimble he was. This was his first time entering the laboratory number 45 dungeon. It was one of the most challenging E-rank dungeons, and even as an experienced player, he wasn't sure he could clear it. He had already encountered a few newcomers who had only entered the dungeon a couple of times, and they hadn't even considered teaming up. But after meeting Bai Liang, he suddenly became interested. If he teamed up with Bai Liang, their combined strength might just be enough to clear the dungeon. As for that girl, it wasn't even worth trying. Such a burden would only slow down his progress in the task. Listening to him, Bai Liang glanced at Mo Lu and said with a smile, "Seems like he's underestimating you." Mo Lu silently extended her hand. Bai Liang understood her hint and handed her his knife. Taking the knife, Mo Lu looked at the player standing nearby. What was she planning to do? For no reason, the player suddenly felt uneasy. She was a weak and fragile girl with no combat power, but her gaze was so terrifying, as if a soulless devil was staring through her eyes. He felt like he could die at any moment under her gaze. Run? He no longer thought about whether teaming up was a good idea. His intuition told him that this girl was extremely dangerous. If he didn't run now, he'd be the first to die. The player turned and ran like the wind, moving at high speed. But he didn't even manage to take a few steps. A sharp whistle sounded behind him. Whoosh, thud, ugh. He froze in place, his eyes wide open, staring at the tip of the knife that had pierced his neck. His gaze was filled with complete panic. Was this it? Was he really going to die like this? Thud. Before he could even process what had happened, darkness filled his vision, and he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Bai Liang walked closer, pulled out the knife, and carefully wiped off the blood. Why did you have to provoke her? It's strange, how did the streamer find such a powerful girl? No other player has ever encountered her before, but the streamer found her right away. Alpha Epsilon. Like I said before, what if the streamer has some kind of infinite rollback ability? I didn't believe it before, but now I'm starting to think it's possible. When other players enter the dungeon, they're tense, full of adrenaline, but the streamer treats it like a walk in the park. Guys, I have a feeling the streamer is going to get the highest rating for clearing this dungeon again. Why again? Oh, so he's already gotten the highest rating before? Well, then it's all good. Now I'm starting to believe what you said. Mo Lu, walking behind Bai Liang, suddenly spoke up. Bai Liang didn't respond, because he had already experienced this conversation multiple times. Seeing this, Mo Lu blinked, unsure what to think. The second part of the research data was located in one of the storage rooms, and inside lurked an infected. As soon as the door opened, a pungent and disgusting stench hit them, followed by gaping bloody maws. Bai Liang reacted before the danger even arrived, deftly sidestepping. Mo Lu, on the other hand, didn't even try to dodge. She simply tilted her head slightly and looked at the infected. The infected, which had been ready to attack, suddenly stopped. Then it closed its mouth and stepped aside, as obediently as a domesticated dog. Bai Liang didn't even react to this and continued walking into the room. He didn't say a word, but the chat was stunned. She can control the infected? No way, this strong girl is that terrifying? The infected have no intelligence, they only kill, but this thing can actually be controlled? Is this a joke? While players have been approaching this dungeon wrong all along, after the first player cleared it, everyone thought that collecting all 9 research data pieces was the key to a fast and high-rated clear. But in reality, the correct path to a high rating is to find this strong girl and bring her out of the laboratory. That's true, but the problem is that no one has found her before. And don't forget, there's an infected guarding her in the room. Yeah, can a normal person even be like the streamer? Don't treat him like a regular player, he's a cheater. The second part of the research data was obtained. Bai Liang exited the room, and Mo Lu stood by the door, waiting for him. They continued moving toward the next location. In the dark corridor, apart from their footsteps, there was no sound. Looking at Bai Liang's back, Mo Lu fell into thought for a moment. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Bai Liang, you came from the outside, right? Although she didn't know why Bai Liang was here, Mo Lu felt that he didn't belong to this place. He was from the outside world. Yes. Bai Liang nodded, not denying her words. Then, what's it like out there? Mo Lu asked, a glimmer of hope shining in her eyes. She had been in laboratory number 45 for as long as she could remember and had never seen what lay beyond its walls. It must be bright and light out there, right? Surely not as dark as this little black room? Bai Liang was silent for a while. Suddenly, he smiled and said, the world outside is very interesting. though it's not as beautiful as it might seem, and it's full of stains. But you can't deny that there's light there too. It's just that many people, when the sun shines on them, prefer to look at their own shadows. In the shadows hide cowardice and inferiority complexes, but when you live in the light, why always look at your shadow? Thank you. Mo Lu smiled, and her smile was beautiful. Bai Liang slightly opened his mouth but said nothing. In his subconscious, this was just a dungeon in a game. And everyone in the dungeon was just an NPC. The dungeon's oddities, including Mo Lu, were all just elements of a program. A program that might be a bit more complex. Is this the same dungeon NPC we know? The streamer can flirt with girls in the dungeon? I'm shocked. Is this not the horror show I was watching? Why did it suddenly switch to romance mode? But seriously, is there any point in building relationships in the dungeon? After completing the mission, we'll just get teleported out and never see each other again. Ahem, excuse me, but there's a player here who flirted with a ghost girl in the dungeon and has something to say. Laughs. Didn't he that ghost knight end up dying? The streamer definitely shouldn't repeat his mistakes. Meanwhile, as Bai Liang continued calmly searching for the remaining research materials, a group of people in protective suits gathered in one of the laboratory rooms. Each of them held weapons in their hands. Clearly, these were the surviving researchers who had survived the virus leak. The reason for their gathering was the news that someone had taken Mo Lu, a middle-aged man with a more mature appearance, obviously the leader of the group, placed his hands on the table and glared at the young researcher with glasses. She was taken away. The young researcher, not daring to meet his gaze, nodded and said, I checked myself. The infectors standing at the door were killed, and the one locked inside has disappeared. The disappearance of the original object was a huge issue. Since the virus leak occurred, some of them had narrowly escaped, but the doors leading outside were forever sealed. No one knew how to escape, and all their hopes were tied to the original object. These people had studied it for many years and knew everything about it. It possessed terrible power, incredibly powerful. If anyone could find a way out, it was certainly not them, but the original object. Therefore, to escape, they needed to control it. The middle-aged researcher slightly frowned and quietly muttered, she couldn't have left on her own, so someone must have helped her. He knew Mo Lu too well. Without the help of others, she definitely wouldn't have left this room. Could it be those outsiders? One of those present said. Lately, there had been many people of unknown origin appearing in the laboratory. They didn't belong to the laboratory, and no one knew where they had come from. And, more importantly, there were quite a few of them. Regardless of whether they are outsiders or not, the original object must be under our control. We cannot allow it to escape, the middle-aged man said. And he continued, check all available surveillance cameras and find them immediately. Director, should we deal with her? The same researcher who had spoken earlier asked. The man, referred to as the director, shook his head. You know the abilities of the original object. With just these pistols and our small group, we couldn't stand against her, he said. Previously, she was unstable, and thanks to the professor, we could control her, but since the virus leak, she is no longer under our control. We need to first find her location, understand what she intends to do, and then decide what to do next. Everyone else nodded. Found her. In a dark corridor, Bai Liang and Mo Lu walked calmly, without rushing. I've already collected 8 research materials, only one more to find and obtain the key from the professor, and then the task will be completed, Bai Liang said, looking at the 8 data cards in his hands, with the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. At that moment, Mo Lu, quietly walking behind him, spoke. There's a trap ahead, with your skills, it will be difficult to pass through. Bai Liang slowed his pace slightly and, smiling, said, don't worry, everything will be fine. This last research material was located in a very hidden room. Although there were no infected inside, the path to it was filled with deadly traps. If someone, unaware of this, entered there, they would immediately detonate. Bai Liang had died there many times before he learned the locations of all the traps and passed through without any problems. Now, these traps no longer posed a threat to him. Upon hearing this, Mo Lu said nothing more. On the way, she realized that the person before her was someone who could predict events. As Bai Liang said, he knew this place as if he had been there 1,000 times. Places that she, who had spent 10 years here, didn't even know. He found them precisely. And those data cards, no matter where they were stored, he found them effortlessly, as if he had placed them there himself. Before long, 2 figures appeared ahead. A man and a woman, the man with a large hairstyle and the woman with a ponytail, both in black, tight-fitting suits. Hearing footsteps behind them, they quickly turned around, holding knives in front of themselves. Guys, you're players too, the man with the hairstyle asked uncertainly. Bai Liang nodded, yes. Upon hearing this, they exchanged glances and lowered their knives. Although the world was harsh, and players were ruthless, there were differences among them. Some players would attack others without hesitation as soon as they met them. Others adhered to the principle of don't touch unless touched, and acted only in response to aggression. There were also those who played using skills and manipulations. These players skillfully used their minds, loved to play with others, manipulating them like puppets. As for saints and holy maidens, in such a game, if someone managed to escape the initial dungeon, it was considered true luck, which could only be attributed to the main hero. Bai Liang had not yet encountered such saints, but he had met his fair share of moral manipulators. Guys, there are traps ahead. After confirming their identities, the man with the hairstyle warned Bai Liang. In fact, he didn't need to remind him, because not far ahead lay the body of a man who had already died. There was another man, but his lower half had been blown up, and blood filled the ground. Thank you. Bai Liang thanked the man with the hairstyle. There's no need to ignore others' kindness. Wow, that guy on the ground died so horribly, it's really scary. That's normal, you can still consider that a good death. You haven't seen those who encountered the infected? They were torn apart, leaving only bones. I know this area. One player died here last time. The ground and walls are full of traps, and if you're not careful, you can explode. Not only explode, but there are flamethrowers above your head, and at the end, there's an empty floor. If you fall, you won't be able to escape. I wonder if the host can pass through. Haven't you heard how he said it's not a problem? When Bai Liang thanked them, they continued moving down the corridor. The two players watching them exchanged surprised glances. They had just seen a player get blown up. This section was very dangerous. They had both spent about half an hour exploring it and still hadn't found a way through. They came here and decided to go straight away, not afraid of death. Although they were surprised, they didn't try to dissuade them. After all, it was their business. They had already done everything they could by warning them. Under their watchful eyes, Bai Liang and Mo Lu approached the dangerous section. Will you go first or should I? Bai Liang asked, addressing Mo Lu. Mo Lu calmly replied, I will go first. As soon as Mo Lu spoke these words, she took a step forward. As soon as her foot touched the ground, a red laser shot out sharply from the left wall. Mo Lu didn't even glance in that direction, she simply tilted her head and easily dodged it. Then she took another step forward, and the place where she stepped immediately cracked. She only lightly touched her foot. Boom! With a loud explosion, Mo Lu surged forward with such force that the ground beneath her trembled. Her speed was so high that the mechanisms couldn't react, and in an instant, she was at the end of the corridor. With a light movement, she landed and, turning around, looked at Bai Liang, lifting her chin as if showing her superiority. This scene stunned the two players. I don't believe it. The man with the large hairstyle widened his eyes, his gaze quickly moving between Mo Lu and the corridor, with only an empty sound in his head. The woman next to him was completely shocked. Her mouth was open, but she couldn't say a word, she was so astonished. It was terrifying. This corridor they had studied for half an hour, and even dared not try to pass through. And this girl, who didn't seem particularly strong, just broke through it? Could her level be the same as theirs, newcomers? Impossible, this must be an A-level boss who came for easy prey. Unbelievable, she passed. Mom, I saw a goddess. She's so strong that I accidentally crushed an egg in surprise. Hey, are you talking about a real egg, right? No need to be so surprised, it's just a trap in the corridor. Look at me, I'm calm, but I need to change my pants. Awesome, sis? I've seen other streamers pass this corridor step by step. They barely passed 20 meters in an hour, but she did it in 20 seconds. Now it's the streamer's turn. I wonder if he'll also pass quickly. Unlikely, the streamer's speed isn't that high, so avoiding traps at that speed is unlikely. In the corridor, the two players finally came to their senses and looked ahead at Bai Liang. The man with the large hairstyle involuntarily swallowed. Was this guy also going to pass like that? Bai Liang could only say in response that he actually couldn't manage it. Mo Lu could dodge the traps so skillfully, but he couldn't. But if he also wanted to pass this dangerous corridor, it wouldn't be a problem for him either. Without hesitation, Bai Liang simply walked forward. Wow, the streamer also passed. Streamers, at least prepare yourselves. Are you also going to, like this girl, just run through? Don't act impulsively. Streamer, don't compare yourself to non-human beings. Oh no, the streamer isn't going to die here, right? I've been watching him for a long time and know for sure that he's been pretending all this time. When he encounters something that requires mental effort, he immediately loses his composure. Nigerian Naira S. Hey, you, black fan, did you just reveal your hidden flaw, huh? Bai Liang took a step into the corridor and stepped again without hesitation. He had already gone through this trap so many times that he knew it like the back of his hand, where it was and what conditions activated it. It can be said that with the skill of infinite rollback, he could do anything. He walked, and each of his steps was so ordinary that the trap didn't activate. After several steps, when no trap had activated, the viewers began to realize that something was off. Is this luck? Something's not right here. Weren't there traps everywhere? The streamer has taken several steps, but where are all the traps? Maybe there's something wrong with the traps. Maybe she passed so quickly that the mechanisms failed. This is the strange world. How could the traps malfunction? Have you ever seen traps in any dungeon not activate? I don't know why, but I feel like the streamer can actually pass. Bai Liang continued walking. Each of his steps was so confident that he didn't even think about the next one. The traps in the corridor seemed to have disappeared, and by halfway, none of them had activated. Looking at his calm and steady pace, without knowing the truth, one could think he was just strolling through his own courtyard. He was confident, while the viewers in the live stream were worried, fearing that Bai Liang might accidentally trigger a trap. And after some time, Bai Liang successfully passed the entire corridor with traps and reached Mo Lu. The two players watching were in shock. What? Had the traps malfunctioned? They could understand Mo Lu, as her speed was simply astonishing. If she hadn't passed, that would have been strange. But Bai Liang? He walked as if on a leisurely stroll, so slowly as if afraid the traps wouldn't activate, but ridiculously, none of the traps had activated during this time. Is this a matter of luck? He must be the strange world's favorite. So, just like that, he passed. Wow, so easily, it's absurdly ridiculous. The traps malfunctioned, right? Why didn't any of them activate? How did those players die here earlier? If this streamer passed, then why couldn't they? Don't you think the streamer just passed easily? This is a trap corridor? It's full of traps, each one could kill. I came here for the technique, not to watch magic. Streamer, are you cheating? These traps are definitely malfunctioning? If not, I'll drink Oliga in the live stream. The one above, stop joking around up there. The viewers in the live stream were completely shocked by Bai Liang's maneuver. Could it really be that something is wrong with the traps? The two players looked at each other, and uncertainty was evident in their eyes. It's no wonder they thought so. Bai Liang passed so easily that it looked suspicious. He wasn't Mo Lu, who passed thanks to her incredible strength. He walked leisurely, as if strolling, yet didn't trigger a single trap. The guy hesitated for a moment and then decided to try passing as well. He stopped at the entrance to the corridor and threw his knife into it. Although he doubted that the traps had malfunctioned, he didn't risk his life. The knife flew through the air and landed in the corridor. Then, bang! An explosion sounded, and the knife was thrown aside. After that, the guy was completely stunned. The traps work? How did Bai Liang do it, then? Damn it! The traps aren't malfunctioning. Mom, why am I watching this stream on my knees? Because I saw a god. How did he do it? To pass without triggering a single trap, you have to know them like the back of your hand. Even if I read guides, I don't think I could do it the same way. Watching guides and real actions are two different things. And the one who talked about Oliga, you can't escape. I made a screenshot. Had it not been for your age, I might have suspected that you designed this laboratory complex yourself, said Mo Lu, looking at Bai Liang standing beside her, her eyes betraying a strange expression. This mechanism with its passages was built to prevent the escape of the infected. The laboratory staff could pass through the passage by confirming their identity. Mo Lu relied on her inhuman reaction speed and agility. And Bai Liang? This guy somehow knew all the conditions for triggering the traps and exactly where the safe zones were? Let's go, Bai Liang said with a slight smile, without going into details. The most important thing now was to obtain the remaining research data. At the same time, in another hidden room, a group of people was carefully watching the computer screen, on which footage from surveillance cameras showed the corridors with traps. When they saw that Bai Liang had safely passed through the corridors, silence fell in the room. Is this guy really an alien? How does he know more about this laboratory than we do? One of the researchers exclaimed in astonishment. It can't be. He's just incredibly lucky. Aliens have no data on this laboratory. Why are they constantly collecting these data cards? What is their goal? Could the secret of escape be hidden in these cards? They are getting closer to the laboratory doors. We can't wait any longer. We need to act immediately. Everyone turned to the middle-aged leader of the group. The middle-aged man, staring intently at the screen, pondered for a long time, then said in a low voice, Gao Minyuan, Liang Hao, the two of you go to the 7th door and set an ambush. The rest of you, head to the laboratory doors. As soon as they approach the doors, we'll surround them. Hearing his order, everyone nodded simultaneously. Yes. The last part of the research data was located in the laboratory office. The room was filled with rows of bookshelves, on which various books were neatly arranged. Bai Liang took a data card from the shelf, turned around, and saw Mo Lu holding a book, her eyes full of curiosity. He glanced at the title of the book Dandelion. Seeing how she was intently looking at the pages, Bai Liang asked, Do you understand what it's about? Mo Lu nodded. Yes, although no one taught me, but as soon as I see something once, I remember it immediately. They study me, and I study them. Bai Liang remained silent. What else could he say? No wonder she wasn't human. She was strong not only physically but also mentally. Bai Liang wondered how these people had managed to keep this creature under control for so many years. Perhaps it all had to do with the mother she had mentioned. After flipping through a couple of pages, Mo Lu closed the book and closed her eyes. I also want freedom, like a dandelion. It flies where it wants, and nothing holds it back. Mo Lu smiled slightly, her smile as beautiful as dandelions blooming on a mountain slope. Dandelions are held back by the wind. It carries them away, and in the end, the dandelion falls precisely because there is no wind. Bai Liang shook his head. With a cute new. Mo Lu opened her eyes and looked at him. If I were a dandelion, wouldn't you be my wind, right? Bai Liang froze, hearing her words. What she had said earlier was just a casual remark, without delving into its meaning. But if you think about it, there was something in her words. After pondering for a moment, Bai Liang suddenly shook his head and smiled. Such a metaphor doesn't apply to us. You're not a dandelion, and I'm not the wind. He was a player, and Mo Lu was just an NPC in one of the dungeons. The meeting of a dandelion and the wind was predetermined by fate. Their connection, however, was merely a coincidence. When the task was completed, the dungeon would reset, and Mo Lu would no longer remember him. Mo Lu still smiled. She returned the book to the shelf and, turning around, asked, When we find the key, we'll be able to leave, right? Bai Liang nodded. Yes. Then let's go. Looking at Mo Lu, who had turned and walked ahead, Bai Liang hesitated for a moment, then followed her. This scene was broadcast live, and the viewers in the chat couldn't hold back immediately. Mo is also an unhappy person. From childhood, she was used as a test subject, locked in a dark room where no light ever entered. Any other person wouldn't have lasted 3 days, but she endured for so many years. She just wanted to be free, like a dandelion. Brothers, it seems like I have dust in my eyes. Even if her life isn't going well, she still can't look at the sufferings in this world. She dreamed that the wind would carry her away, and here comes the streamer. But just like the wind inevitably leaves the dandelion, the player cannot save the NPC. She will have to wait for the next cycle again and again. I came here to watch horror, and now they're showing me such a scene. I just can't take it. Why? It's just heart-wrenching. The professor's key is located in one of the rooms near the laboratory door. This is also a data card, but it is the key to obtaining the highest evaluation for completing the task. Without the key and Mo, finding 9 research data materials would also allow the laboratory door to be opened and the task successfully completed. However, in this case, the evaluation for completion would be at most grade A, not to mention an SSS evaluation. Even an S grade would not be achievable. And this is not what Bai Liang wants. If he cannot obtain an SSS evaluation, his random skill infinite rollback will become completely useless. The room was small, with only a bed and a set of furniture with a writing desk inside. There was a laptop on the desk. Bai Liang approached the desk and removed a disk from the laptop. Looking at the disk in his hand, Bai Liang smiled. This was the professor's key. With it, obtaining an SSS evaluation was guaranteed. Is this a hidden task item? The host is smiling, so he's already close to completing the task. It can't be. Even less than a day has passed, and the streamer is already preparing to complete the task and finish the game. I saw that other players are still looking for data cards, but the streamer has already collected all 9. It's unbelievable. Going to break the record again? Bai Liang took the disc and left the room. However, at that moment, 2 groups of people suddenly emerged from the passages on both sides. Bai Liang noticed that they had weapons in their hands, and the black barrels were pointed directly at him. Interesting, the corners of Bai Liang's lips slightly lifted, and he looked at the middle-aged man standing in front, showing no sign of tension. As he approached, the man, who was clearly the commander, waved his hand, and the others immediately stopped. But, seeing that Bai Liang was alone, the commander suddenly frowned. Where is the original? Mo was not by Bai Liang's side? I don't know, one of the researchers said perplexedly. Just a moment ago, they were still together. When they watched the surveillance camera footage, Bai Liang was still walking with Mo, but now, Mo was nowhere to be seen. Did they separate? At that moment, Bai Liang suddenly spoke. Wouldn't you like to look behind you? Behind you? What is there? The researchers froze, then turned to look behind them, and immediately saw the infected rushing towards them. Invisible to all, 4 infected emerged from the passages on both sides. They had gone mad and charged at the researchers with ferocity. Everyone froze in shock, for they had meticulously planned every detail before the start of the operation. Not only that, but they were also certain that there were no infected around the main laboratory doors. So where did these infected come from? Soon, they had their answer. Behind the infected on the right stood Mo, calmly watching them. Being the original body, she could fully control the infected. That was why she was kept here. Even if the virus leaked, that professor wouldn't dare release Mo, because once she appeared in the external world, it would be a catastrophe for the entire world. Like a grasshopper catching flies, and a heron lurking behind, these people still want to reap the fruits, but no way. So, when the streamer told Mo to leave, he actually sent her to set up an ambush. Simply genius, the streamer was able to predict that someone would try to surround him. Highest level of prediction, it's too scary. I've never seen a newbie reach such a level. What's the name of this streamer? Don't you see the title when you entered the broadcast? The streamer's name is Bai Liang. From now on, we should call him God Bai. I will be a fan of God Bai now. God Bai is immortal. When the infected appeared, the viewers in the chat immediately went wild with excitement. They had been watching the broadcast from the beginning and had seen all of Bai Liang's actions. Initially, many were curious why he had told Mo to leave. Now they suddenly realized. It turned out that Bai Liang had anticipated that someone would be waiting for him in the laboratory. What are you standing there for? Shoot. The only one who remained calm was the middle-aged group leader, who finally came to his senses. He was already drenched in cold sweat and, with a fierce expression, ordered his subordinates to open fire. Alpha yes. The others, upon hearing his scream, also came to their senses. Panicking, they grabbed their weapons and began shooting in retaliation. Ta-da-da! Pressing the trigger, fiery streams flew out of the barrels, bullets wildly flying towards the infected. Such dense shooting, covering the entire space, would have been difficult for even Mo's strength to dodge. Several infected were turned into sieves, but they seemed to feel no pain and continued moving forward. However, they were still just flesh and blood. As they advanced, 4 infected fell to the ground halfway. Seeing this, everyone sighed in relief. However, at that moment, a black shadow dashed by at an astonishing speed. All they saw was her blurred shadow. Bad luck. The face of the group leader, who had just calmed down, suddenly changed. He shouted, "Shoot! Shoot!" It was Mo. She used the infected as cover and approached at an astonishing speed. In her hand was a knife, gleaming with a cold light, and the air whistle from its movement resembled the sound capable of taking lives. The researcher standing in front didn't even have time to react before Mo rushed past him. Puff! A jet of blood sprayed from his neck, and life swiftly left his body. He opened his mouth, trying to say something, but in the end, he only stared blankly with eyes full of confusion and dissatisfaction before falling. After killing one, Mo didn't stop. Taking advantage of the moment when the others were stunned, she headed for her second target. While everyone's attention was focused on her, Bai Liang noticed one of the researchers nearby. Taking advantage of the moment, he dashed forward and kicked the pistol out of his hand with one kick. With the next kick, he sent the researcher flying, and Bai Liang immediately picked up the pistol from the ground and, aiming it at the remaining ones, pressed the trigger. Ta-da-da! Flames erupted from the barrel, and the burst took down several researchers. Those who survived were still alive not thanks to his weapon, but because Mo had already dealt with them. You can't leave. The group leader, clutching his chest, blood gushing from his fingers. He was on the brink of death, but still managed to look at Mo with difficulty. You are the source of the virus. If you leave the laboratory, it will bring catastrophe to the external world. You must stay here. Mo calmly looked at him, saying nothing. Seeing that her silence was the answer, the group leader turned his head to Bai Liang with difficulty. In his gaze were hatred, confusion, and a little hope. Cannot let her leave. I think this old man is right. Mo is a moving virus. If she leaves, she will harm others. Those above, what if Mo was replaced with you? Would you want to be kept here all the time? If it were me, of course, I wouldn't want to. Why should I suffer instead of others? In the end, it's just a matter of position. Exactly, none of us have the right to morally blackmail others. What I hate the most are those who use moral blackmail and those who don't let me use it. Those above, you're the coolest. I'm not worried about whether she can leave. My main goal is to complete the game, Bai Liang said calmly. He didn't want to get involved in grand speeches. His goal was very simple, to obtain the maximum evaluation for completion. And to obtain the maximum evaluation, he needed to take Mo out of the laboratory, that's all. As for saving one for the sake of others, Bai Liang didn't worry about it. After all, it was just a side quest. All beings here are NPCs. Whether Mo was a virus or not, what's the point? When he completes the quest, everything will be reset. Even if there is a possibility that Mo will indeed leave and bring catastrophe to this world, what then? When I leave, I don't care if the world drowns in a flood. Hearing these words, the middle-aged leader's eyes widened, but he couldn't say anything else. Life faded from his eyes. Let's go. Bai Liang turned and nodded to Mo, then, without stopping, walked towards the laboratory door. Mo followed him, looking at his back, and a shadow of doubt flickered in her once clear eyes. They approached the doors. Standing before the iron door that had imprisoned her for many years, Mo was surprisingly calm at that moment. She looked at Bai Liang, who was using the data card to hack the door, and, slightly parting her crimson lips, quietly asked, "When the door opens, you will leave me, won't you?" Bai Liang hesitated for a moment, then quietly replied, "Yes, I." Bai Liang turned and looked at Mo, but he saw that she was looking at him. "I don't want to leave." "What?" Bai Liang thought he had misheard. Mo was terrifyingly calm. "I want to stay here." Bai Liang froze, instinctively asking, "Why?" Mo was silent for a long time, then shook her head. "Nothing." "Open the door." Bai Liang was puzzled but didn't ask anything and turned around again to continue deciphering the code. A few minutes later. Congratulations to player Bai Liang on completing the E-level dungeon of Laboratory 45. Completion time, 3 hours 10 minutes 26 seconds. Completion rating, SSS. Completion reward. Rule points, title, Savior, Initial Genetic Preparation 1. Laboratory number 45, Original Body successfully liberated, dungeon merging with the mysterious world. Attention to all players in Laboratory number 45, the dungeon will be closed in 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8. When the notification signal rang out in the Laboratory number 45 dungeon, all the players were stunned. What the hell is going on? We've only just entered the dungeon. We're still looking for the first data card. And suddenly you're telling me that someone has completed the dungeon? No, it's not just completion. What does it mean that the dungeon is merging with the mysterious world? Damn, what's happening? Someone has already completed the dungeon. Could this be a mistake? I haven't even found the first research material yet. It can't be. The record for the fastest completion of Laboratory number 45 is 3 days, set by the first player. Even if someone is stronger than him, it couldn't have been done that quickly. Less than a day, no, only 3 hours? Even if you follow the guide, you couldn't clear it that fast. Are the infected on the way even dead? Complaint, someone is cheating. What does this dungeon merging with the mysterious world mean? Does that mean this dungeon will no longer exist? You've got to be kidding me. Someone completed the dungeon, and they weren't surprised. But to do it that quickly is just too much. Moreover, logically, when someone completes a dungeon, it doesn't close. Other players remain in the dungeon, completing tasks, or dying, or completing it themselves. There are 100 players in the dungeon, and Laboratory number 45 is not small. That's evident from the fact that Bai Liang only encountered a few other players in 30 hours. ROB. This side quest is huge, and there are far more research materials than just 9, which is enough for most players to complete the task. However, when the first player completed the quest, the side quest closed, and those who didn't complete it were teleported. This situation is unprecedented in this strange world. Before the players, stunned by what was happening, could understand what was going on, the countdown ended, and they all disappeared from the quest. Of course, not only the players were shocked, but also the viewers of Bai Liang's stream. What's going on? I just went to the bathroom and came back to see that the streamer has completed the quest. Whoa, God. Even knowing that this could happen, I still couldn't believe it when it did. It's too awesome. My Bai is a real god. 3 hours to complete an E-level dungeon in one of the hardest locations, laboratory number 45, and get an unprecedented SSS rating. Tell me, is this even human? This is a god. When the first player, Qian Shenxue, entered laboratory number 45, he cleared it in 3 days, and everyone considered him great, but now there's a player stronger than him. How can anyone be so incredibly strong? All viewers in the live stream were stunned by Bai Liang's completion notification. Regardless of how they had laughed and boasted earlier, they were all convinced that Bai Liang couldn't complete the dungeon so quickly, because in their understanding, even the first player in the world would need 3 days to clear such a dungeon. So, no matter how strong Bai Liang was, he couldn't have done it faster. But Bai Liang shattered their perceptions. Not 3 days, but 3 hours? Just 3 hours, and he received an unprecedented SSS rating for completion. What does this even mean? Viewers immediately understood and were so excited they couldn't contain themselves. A new god is rising? Many immediately began uploading their video recordings to the internet. In the real world, there is a website dedicated to discussing the mysterious world. This website is called Mysterious World, and its popularity is simply staggering. It became extremely popular from the very beginning. On it, you can find guides, walkthrough videos, a database on the mysterious world, and much more. In short, everything related to this world is gathered here. And today, one post quietly appeared in the discussion section. Best Newcomer, Unprecedented SSS Rating for Completion. The headline is straightforward, just a plain statement of facts. But when an SSS rating for completion appeared here, this post became a real hit. When a person enters the mysterious world, was there anyone who received an SSS rating? Of course, there was Bai Liang, the only such person. Yes, the only one. Damn, am I blind? Quick, tell me this is a fake. I watched this video 10 times and still can't believe it. Are you still talking about the completion speed? Look closely, it's an SSS rating? He's the only player who received an SSS rating for completion. Wait, this person looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? I remember. This guy is that same newcomer who last time got an S rating in the Yuangxin clinic. Damn it, his first official dungeon is laboratory number 45, and he got the maximum rating again. To be honest, this guy is truly terrifying. I watched the video, and the only 2 words that came to mind were, absurd. As soon as this post was published, it instantly became popular on the Strange World website, and the number of views grew at an alarming rate. Bai Liang became a real star. After all, he is the only player who has managed to receive an SSS rating for completion so far. His incredibly accurate predictions and unfathomable familiarity with laboratory number 45 are simply stunning. Of all these events, Bai Liang was unaware. At that moment, the steel gates of the laboratory slowly opened, a beam of sunlight pierced the darkness and illuminated Bai Liang and Mo Lu. The door was open, meaning that Mo Lu was free, but there was not even a shadow of joy on her face. Even the sunlight that she had once longed for now seemed cold and piercing to Mo Lu, like ice, filling her heart with frost. She suddenly turned around. She looked at Bai Liang, who was standing behind her, smiling and waving his hand. She also smiled. A tear rolled down her cheek. Will we meet again? Maybe. The word no never left his lips as Bai Liang's figure dissolved in the light, scattering into sparkling dust. Maybe. Mo Lu stood there, staring blankly at the empty space, quietly repeating those words. A long time passed. Finally, she looked at laboratory number 45, the place where she had been imprisoned for over 10 years. There was no attachment at all. She turned around and walked away. Bai Liang was teleported. He only felt everything around him start to blur, and then the entire world before him seemed like a time tunnel, quickly passing by. At the end, everything, like in a mirror, shattered into pieces. In each fragment, different scenes were reflected. Bai Liang looked at these fragments, his eyebrows furrowed in concern. He saw a familiar figure in one of the images. It was Mo Lu. But this Mo Lu was slightly different from the one he knew. She was wearing a white research suit, standing in front of a newly built laboratory door, with several researchers following her. Some of them, Bai Liang recognized they were the ones who tried to kill him. In these shots, they were younger than in the dungeon. Bai Liang froze for a moment. Mo Lu, is she the professor? It seems that everything that happened in the laboratory, including the virus leak, was premeditated. If that's the case, why were the other researchers killed? Were they just pawns? Unlimited resets gave Bai Liang numerous opportunities to solve the game. However, he didn't delve into the context of the dungeon but focused on completing it with a high rating. After much deliberation, Bai Liang shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. Regardless, his goal had already been achieved. The backstory and everything else no longer mattered. All fragments connected, and Bai Liang found himself back in the player's space. First, he checked his panel. Player, Bai Liang, Avatar. Age, 19 years. Skills, none. Number of completed runs, 2. Titles, New King, Applied, Savior, click for details. Note, worn titles provide players with bonuses to all attributes. The size of the bonus depends on the title level. Rule points. This time, the SSS rating for completion awarded him 10,000 rule points and 1 title. Rule points can be used to purchase items and powerful artifacts in the shop, and the more you have, the better. Bai Liang noticed the newly obtained title. Title, Savior, not worn, 20% attribute bonus. Title acquisition, player obtains an SSS rating for completing laboratory number 45 dungeon and receives this title. Worn title effect, player receives a healing buff, wounds will heal quickly. A healing buff, wounds will heal quickly. This was another extremely powerful title. However, compared to the New King title, it was slightly inferior. Luckily, the unworn title provides a bonus to all attributes, otherwise, it would be completely useless. Bai Liang barely felt the 20% attribute bonus, perhaps just a slight improvement in well-being. He didn't pay much attention to it and opened the player's inventory in the corner. The player's inventory consists of item slots. There was a flashlight, 2 fifth-size batteries, a rope, an army knife, and a tube of light green liquid, Alpha Nu Beta. Initial genetic serum. Effect, after using the serum, the player's physical characteristics are significantly enhanced. Seeing this vial of medication, Bai Liang's eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, this initial genetic serum cost a whopping 20,000 rule points in the shop. This was undoubtedly the best reward for completing this side quest. Bai Liang couldn't wait and immediately took it out of the inventory. The initial genetic serum was in a syringe, and the light green liquid emitted a faint glow. Without hesitation, Bai Liang took the syringe and directly injected it into his arm. The slight pain didn't make him wince, and he carefully pressed the plunger, administering the serum. SHH. As soon as the syringe was removed, Bai Liang sharply inhaled, and veins appeared on his forehead. He clearly felt the liquid spreading throughout his body with the bloodstream, feeling it penetrate all his organs. This sensation, alternating between heat and cold, was so intense that Bai Liang could barely hold back a scream. Luckily, this pain was short-lived. Phew. Bai Liang breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, strength has its price. Although this sensation was very unpleasant, the result was satisfying. Bai Liang felt an immense surge of strength in his body. To put it bluntly, he could now easily defeat 20 or 30 of his previous selves. And this strength was not limited to physical abilities. Bai Liang felt that his thinking had become much faster. Genetic serums have a comprehensive effect. Even at the initial level, they provide such terrifying improvements. If these were middle or high-level serums, how far could they develop him? A fire ignited in Bai Liang's eyes. Excellent, he now has a goal beyond survival, to become strong, so strong that he fears nothing. And at that moment, when Bai Liang was checking his completion rewards, in the public chat of the mysterious world, news of the 45th laboratory dungeon had already exploded. Con Lin, Shadow, what's going on? My friend just said that someone completed the 45th laboratory dungeon. Chuan Panhai, Silver Wing Messenger, isn't the 45th laboratory an E-level dungeon? What's so surprising about someone completing an E-level dungeon? There are many such people every day. Con Lin, Shadow, no, that's not the point. The important thing is not that he completed the dungeon, but that he received an SSS rating for completion. Musagian, Shepherd, seriously? The mysterious world has existed for many years, the number of players who have been in it is immeasurable, and until now, no one has been able to obtain an SSS rating. Are you saying that someone got it? Han Yun, Elite, I also completed the 45th laboratory dungeon and received an A-level rating. Without even mentioning the SSS rating, I barely got my rating by buying guides from several big players. How could someone get an SSS rating? Chen Hki, Martial Artist, correct, even our first player from the Dragon Kingdom only received an S rating. Are you saying this newbie is stronger than our first player? Fen Yuanzi, Legend, impossible, absolutely impossible? If this is true, I'll eat my own shit right here. Players in the chat were discussing this with excitement. Until announcement from the mysterious world, player, Bai Liang, obtained an SSS rating for completing the 45th laboratory dungeon. Original body was liberated. The 45th laboratory will be permanently closed, merging with the mysterious world. Fen Yuanzi, Legend. Han Yun, Elite. Kong Lin, Shadow, I told you so. The mysterious world announcement has already been released. Chen Suezong, Elite, this can't be true. Is someone really getting an SSS rating for completion? Lai Yan, Healer, who is this Bai Liang? Is he a big player, or just a newbie? Qi Jiaofeng, Puppet Master, what does merging with the mysterious world mean? I don't understand this announcement. Zhou Elite at Fan Yuanzi, don't forget to eat your shit. The mysterious world has existed for several years. The number of players who have entered it is immeasurable. Fools have long perished, and only those with certain skills have survived. They clearly understand how difficult it is to obtain an SSS rating for completion. In fact, it's not just difficult, it's simply impossible. Yes, in the eyes of these players, obtaining an SSS rating for completion is an absolutely unachievable task. In fact, even among the strongest players of the mysterious world, the best result is only an S rating. Even after gathering the best players from the entire mysterious world, the highest rating they could achieve is S. But now, someone has broken this limit. He didn't just rise to an SS rating, he reached the highest completion rating SSS. Bai Liang. This ID is now at the center of attention for every player entering the mysterious world. Discussions are ongoing in the chat, but a larger number of players are trying to find him. The first thought, of course, is to find out how to obtain an SSS rating for completion. If he doesn't want to reveal this information, making friends with him wouldn't be a bad idea either. A person who can obtain such a high rating is certainly worth getting to know. However, they sat in the chat for a long time but never saw the ID Bai Liang appear in the chat. Meanwhile, Bai Liang, who was unaware that he had become the center of attention for the entire mysterious world, after purchasing necessary items in the rule shop, was already preparing for the next side quest. Quest selection for you is in progress. Selection successful, waiting for other players, 10/3, 10/10, quest entry imminent, players, prepare yourselves. When the system voice faded, waves appeared under Bai Liang's feet, and the space around him began to ripple. Sir, madam, I'm the new nanny, Lena, and this is my daughter, Winnie. Winnie, what are you doing in the master's room? Mr. David, you came to help Winnie with her studies again? Thank you very much. Winnie, have you been studying well lately? Winnie, you can't enter the mistress's room, she warned you about this. Mr. David, what will happen if the master finds out about this? Mr. David, you don't want to lose your job, do you? The master has too many secrets. And who is the master's wife? Images, like waves, flashed before Bai Liang's eyes. With each moment, the scene grew increasingly blurred, and his surroundings shifted. When everything became clear again, Bai Liang was standing before the gates of a large mansion. A middle-aged man with western features and chestnut hair, dressed in a tailcoat, stood ahead. Welcome, newcomers, to work at our estate. I am the butler, David Milne. You will be assigned various tasks, and all work details and recommendations are in this employee handbook. I hope you read it carefully. With these words, he picked up a stack of booklets and handed one to each player. Employee handbook. Bai Liang glanced at the thin booklet in his hands and looked up to observe the other players. 10 players had entered this dungeon alongside him, men and women of varying ages. Their expressions differed. Some were calm, clearly not new to dungeons, while others appeared nervous, their eyes betraying anxiety. This was likely their first official dungeon, though it could also be tactical camouflage. Butler David continued. You have 10 minutes to review the handbook. In 10 minutes, I will escort you into the estate, and you will begin your work. Hearing this, the players began flipping through their handbooks. Bai Liang opened the thin booklet in his hands. Estate Employee Handbook. The estate's working hours are from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During non-working hours, do not appear on the estate grounds unless you can remain undetected. While working, do not touch items within the estate. If someone asks you to help move something, refuse immediately. At night, when staying in the staff room, ensure all lights are off. If you see a dark shadow outside the window, close your eyes for 3 seconds and do not attempt to look. If you hear knocking on the door, make no sound. If the door opens, pretend to sleep until it closes again. Do not enter the master's and mistress's rooms on the same day. If you do enter, ensure the door is closed and locked. There is a lamp in the estate that remains lit at all times. Do not unplug it, it may provide unexpected aid when needed. Do not inquire about the mistress or master. If someone initiates a conversation about them, interrupt them immediately. If you find a photograph of yourself in the estate, do not panic. Recall whether you took that photo. If you did, keep it. If not, discard it in the trash. Objective: in 7 days, the master and mistress will return to the estate to distribute salaries. Survive until then. 8 rules and 1 objective. Bai Liang schemed through them, mentally reinforcing his memorization. Dungeon rules often prove life-saving in critical moments. Forgetting them could mean death without even realizing it. The other players kept their eyes glued to the handbook, not daring to blink lest they forget a crucial detail. At that moment, a familiar notification sound echoed in all players' minds. Skill extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Lawless criminal, rules hold no meaning for you. You may ignore them without facing consequences. This skill. Bai Liang froze, then his face lit up with joy. Wow, ignoring rules without punishment? This meant he could do whatever he wanted. Phew. Bai Liang took a deep breath, decisively closed the handbook, and tucked it into his pocket without hesitation. This action drew the attention of the other players. Watching Bai Liang stash the handbook away, they stared at him in confusion. What's with this guy? Why'd he put the handbook away? Did he memorize the rules that fast? Who could memorize them that quickly? It's only been a minute? Even with good memory, you'd need at least a few minutes, right? Exactly, I've only memorized 4 or 5 rules. No way he's done already. Who knows? Maybe he really can memorize everything at once. Whatever, let's just focus on writing down the rules ourselves before it's too late. A few players whispered among themselves before returning to their handbooks to memorize the rules. What others did was none of their concern. Survival depended on knowing the rules. In the real world, as Bai Liang entered the dungeon, viewers flooded his stream's chat. First comment: mine. Is this streamer live again? Didn't he just clear a dungeon? This guy's insane SSS rating? The only player in the world to max rate a mysterious world dungeon. His last stream had me so stressed I almost exploded. To the person above, watch some Boruto to chill out. This is his third dungeon, right? Dude's efficiency is off the charts like a factory. Fifth estate? I've seen this dungeon before. The rules are pretty tricky. Compared to lab number 45, fifth estate is easier. Just follow the rules, and you'll survive. While viewers debated, the players in the estate finished reviewing the handbook. After all, those who survived beginner dungeons always had some aptitude. Follow me. Butler David scanned the group, turned, and opened the mansion's grand doors, leading the 10 players inside. Walking across marble floors, the players glanced curiously around the estate. The mansion was staggeringly large, with rare and expensive flowers potted near the entrance. Approaching the villa, David opened the door, turned, and addressed 5 players. Starting today, you 5 will be responsible for plant care and shrub trimming on the estate grounds. Hearing this, 3 of the 5 players sighed in relief. They weren't dungeon newbies and knew the fifth estate's rules. In this dungeon, players split into 2 groups, one works outside the villa, the other inside. Outdoor tasks were far simpler. This was evident from the handbook, outdoor work had fewer rules. As for you, David said to the remaining 6 players, including Bai Liang, you will handle cleaning inside the villa. There are 10 minutes left before work begins. You may move freely, but once the time starts, you must begin your tasks, David added, glancing at his watch before turning and walking away. The 10 remaining players exchanged glances, sizing each other up. Soon, 2 players decided to act first. They headed straight to the villa staff dormitory, where work tools were stored. Seeing them take initiative, the others didn't linger. 3 followed the first 2, while the rest entered the villa. Bai Liang was among them, but unlike the others, he didn't search for tools. He had the lawless criminal skill. Why bother working? If there was a chance to relax, Bai Liang wouldn't lift a finger. His life philosophy remained unchanged, even in this strange world. Of course, this assumed idleness wouldn't get him killed. While others scrambled for tools, Bai Liang studied the villa's layout. Luxurious, impressive, yet understated. He preferred this ambience to gloomy places like laboratory number 45, which felt suffocating. His gaze drifted to the living room. Target acquired, the sofa. The moment he lay down, Bai Liang couldn't help closing his eyes. Bliss. Whatever material the sofa was made of, its comfort nearly erased his accumulated fatigue. Nearby, 4 players noticed him. Unlike their tense scrambling, Bai Liang looked utterly out of place. Is he relaxing? Doesn't he fear breaking the rules? By now, work time was approaching. Yet Bai Liang lounged, unconcerned. The 4 players exchanged baffled looks. Is the streamer slacking off? That sofa looks comfy. Is it sold anywhere? Focus? He's supposed to work. Maybe it's a strategy? The rules don't forbid sofa lazing. Ever heard of anomalies exploiting loopholes? He's painting a target on himself. Bai Liang's antics confused the stream chat. Some viewers rationalized it as a bold tactic, a Kennedy in an open convertible gamble. Others dismissed him as reckless. He's clearly asking for trouble. Just ignore him. He's given up. As the clock neared 9 a.m., the 4 players focused on their tasks. Bai Liang? If he kept lounging, tragedy awaited. Bai Liang suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Tap tap tap. Sharp footsteps echoed from the staircase. Everyone, including Bai Liang, turned toward the sound. First, a red high-heeled shoe came into view. Then another. A pale, slender leg. The hem of a dress. Bai Liang craned his neck but quickly relaxed. It was like scratching a lottery ticket. Initial excitement fades once you see the numbers. LMAO, his mood shifted so fast. Same reaction here. Classic. Everyone in this chat's a dog face emoji, . Hey, I'm not old. The chat erupted as Bai Liang's disappointment went viral. From the villa's second floor emerged a figure that captivated all. Red heels, a crimson dress, golden hair, and blue eyes. Her face still carried a childlike innocence, yet her presence was staggering. Bai Liang recognized her instantly. Winnie, a recurring NPC in this dungeon. The nanny's daughter, rumored to share a homework help dynamic with David Milne. She loved snooping into secrets like the mansion owner's hidden truth. But Bai Liang didn't care about lore. His eyes roamed freely, her legs, her grape cluster bust. Pure admiration? Winnie held a pen in one hand and a book in the other. Descending the stairs, she glanced casually at the nearby players. Their heads snapped down, avoiding eye contact. In the mysterious world, attracting an anomaly's attention meant death. Best to stay invisible. But Winnie's gaze lingered on the sofa. Bai Liang stared back, unflinching. She smiled, a predator spotting prey, and strode toward him. He's dead. Who dies this early? His fault. We've got work to do. How's he this dumb post-beginner dungeon? The players shook their heads. Once an anomaly noticed you, doom was inevitable. Winnie approached Bai Liang, her gem-like eyes fixed on him. Aren't you afraid of me? Her gaze was filled with confusion. It was clear that this rather handsome young man was different from the others. Everyone else she encountered expressed fear. But Bai Liang? Not only was he unafraid, he boldly met her gaze. Why should I be afraid? Are you planning to eat me? A smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he shrugged. As long as I don't break the rules, you can't attack me, right? Winnie smiled faintly and settled onto the sofa beside him. Of course, but your reaction is genuinely surprising. In all her time, this was the first she'd met someone like Bai Liang. Winnie glanced at the clock on the wall, then turned back to him. 1 minute left. 9 o'clock was approaching the start of work hours. If Bai Liang didn't begin working by then, she could attack him. But hearing this, Bai Liang's expression didn't change. Instead, he leaned back comfortably against the soft sofa and asked casually, "Are you still a student?" Winnie blinked, puzzled. Meanwhile, both the other players and the stream chat were in shock. Pixel_IPOV got 1 minute left, shouldn't you be preparing to work? The streamer's blowing everyone's minds, even finding time to chat with a pretty girl. I don't get it. What's his strategy? Is this even a strategy? Strategy, my foot? The streamer's just slacking off. Work time's almost here. If he doesn't act, he'll break the rules. What's he doing? Trying to befriend this anomaly. Ignore him. We've got work to do. This guy's clearly out of his mind. The other 4 players smirked at Bai Liang's odd behavior. As the clock struck 9, they immediately got to work. Those assigned to sweep began sweeping, those tasked with washing windows did the same. Yet, their attention remained on Bai Liang and Winnie. After all, Bai Liang had already broken the first rule. He remained seated on the sofa, showing no intention of getting up. Winnie held her book, her pen twirling smoothly between her fingers. She watched Bai Liang out of the corner of her eye, waiting for the moment she could strike. But when the clock hit 9, the opportunity never came. A flicker of surprise crossed her calm eyes. The pen in her hand stopped moving. She turned to Bai Liang, her gem-like eyes locking onto him. What was going on? He'd clearly broken the rules. Based on past cases, she should have been able to kill him. But the chance never appeared. This meant she couldn't attack him? Why? Miss Winnie. Bai Liang's voice brought her back to reality. What? Frowning slightly, she asked, how did you do it? Do what? Bai Liang raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. You can ignore the rules, can't you? Winnie's frown deepened. What if, maybe, the rules don't explicitly say you have to work during work hours? Maybe you can just relax. Bai Liang joked, though his tone was serious enough to make some believe him. So that's it. You can use wordplay like this in anomaly games. The streamer's right. Don't we mostly slack off at work anyway? Dante listened to him. Do you think no one's tried this before? I've seen players try to relax, and they died the moment the clock struck 9. Exactly. If you slack off in a dungeon, you won't even realize how you died. So what's up with this streamer? Wait, so we can just slack off? Yeah, the rules say work hours are from 9 to 12, but they don't say you have to actually work. Hearing Bai Liang's words, the other 4 players felt something click in their heads. If they could just slack off, who'd want to work? Bai Liang's example was right in front of them. As the saying goes, where there's a crowd, there's always a smart one. Some thought it, and one acted on it. One of the 4 players, a middle-aged man, glanced at the rag in his hand, then at Bai Liang lounging on the sofa, chatting with Winnie. He made up his mind and tossed the rag aside. Screw this. In real life, it's 996, working 9 to 9, and now I have to work in a dungeon too? No way. Cursing, the man decisively walked over to Bai Liang. He plopped down on the sofa without hesitation. Ah, this is the life, this is the real strategy for this dungeon. Lying on the sofa, the middle-aged man sighed deeply, his face filled with contentment. Winnie, sitting across from him, was visibly confused. What was wrong with this guy? Did he have a death wish? Bai Liang could sit here because he could ignore the rules. But who did this guy think he was? Bai Liang looked at the middle-aged man with a strange expression. Are you out of your mind? Hearing this, the man turned to him, puzzled. What do you mean? Didn't you say there's a loophole in the rules, and we don't have to work? I'm like you, just slacking off. What's wrong with that? Bai Liang fell silent and glanced at Winnie, who already understood what was happening. The middle-aged man, thinking he'd figured it out, smiled at Bai Liang. Thanks, man. If it weren't for Bai Liang testing this loophole first, he'd never have known about it. Bai Liang facepalmed. I know you want to thank me, but hold that thought. Before he could say anything, Winnie's face twisted into a sinister smile. How pitiful, poor little mouse. He he he. 2 sounds followed. One was Winnie's laughter, and the other was the metallic screech of her pen transforming. As the eerie laughter echoed, the ordinary pen began to change. Stripes appeared on its surface, and it elongated until it became a snake covered in black scales. The middle-aged man froze in terror, staring at the giant snake before him. Help, help, ah. Before he could finish, the snake opened its mouth and swallowed him whole. The scream ended abruptly. The snake flicked its bright red tongue, its vertical pupils sliding over Bai Liang before it shrank back into a pen, now resting in Winnie's hand. The player had been devoured by the anomaly. The 3 remaining players and the stream chat were in complete shock. Especially the 3 players who had considered following suit and slacking off. They were now immensely grateful they hadn't. Otherwise, there'd be more casualties. But one question remained. Why was Bai Liang still fine? As it turned out, relaxing also had its price. If you didn't have the strength to rest, the consequences could be severe. But Bai Liang wasn't like that. He was exactly the kind of person who could afford to relax. What's going on? Why did that guy die? Wait, why didn't anything happen to the streamer? I told you, if you don't work at work, things can end very badly. So why is he fine? Did the streamer make some kind of deal with the anomaly? Attention, this is the consequence of a failed deal. We shouldn't do this. Watching Bai Liang sit there without a care while the other player was utterly destroyed, the stream chat was in shock. They'd both done the same thing. Why was that player killed by the anomaly, while Bai Liang remained unharmed? Especially those familiar with the Fifth Estate dungeon couldn't understand. The same action. Bai Liang was fine, but the other player died. Did the rules treat identical actions differently? Someone had just been killed. But Winnie remained calm, her face emotionless, as she refocused on her book, as if what had happened was just a minor incident. It didn't affect her reading. Bai Liang also didn't continue to observe. Some things, even if they're beautiful, can tire the eyes over time. Lying on the sofa, enjoying this rare moment of peace, Winnie turned and smiled at Bai Liang. Can you fetch my notebook from the room? No, go get it yourself. Bai Liang firmly refused. What's my role here? Why should I bother with such trivial tasks? Refusing her request left Winnie slightly flustered. Then she turned to another player. You, go to the room and fetch my notebook. The player, hearing her, clenched his eyes shut. I won't go. He started wiping the window even faster. Rule 2, during work hours, don't touch anything in the mansion. If someone asks for help moving something, refuse immediately. If Winnie had actually done that, he'd probably have followed in the footsteps of the first dead player. It's safe to say that the players still alive weren't complete fools. Even the first player only died because of the misconception he got from Bai Liang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died so quickly. The refusal didn't surprise Winnie. She turned, opened a page in her book, then reached out and tore it out. Folding the torn page in half and unfolding it again, it transformed into a notebook filled with blank pages. So you could have made the notebook yourself. Why waste time asking someone to fetch it? Bai Liang observed. Winnie shot him a glance. Your comment reminds me of someone who has instant coffee but still decides to waste time grinding coffee beans. Bai Liang crossed his arms. Isn't instant coffee also made from ground coffee beans? Winnie opened her mouth but said nothing. She focused on reading her book. But Bai Liang didn't seem willing to let her off so easily. Why do you twirl your pen while reading? Is it a special habit? Bai Liang asked curiously. Winnie paused her pen twirling for a moment. I've had this habit since school. I found that twirling a pen while reading helps me concentrate and improves learning efficiency. Ring. I see. Bai Liang nodded. After a while, an idea struck him, and he asked. What if you twirled 2 pens at the same time? Would learning efficiency double? Winnie, _ What are you reading? An exam prep book. No, I don't need to take exams. This is a philosophy book. It helps develop thinking. How old are you? 19. Why do you ask? Just checking if you're breaking any laws. Watching Bai Liang happily chatting with Winnie, everyone, both the stream chat and the 3 remaining players, was in shock. Why does it feel like the streamer's treating the dungeon like home? He's even chatting with the anomaly. Look at the other players, their faces say it all. They're downright jealous. Ha ha ha, the others came to the dungeon to survive, but the streamer came for a vacation. Can't he deny it? That anomaly girl looks pretty good. Work hours passed quickly. When the clock struck 12, all the players breathed a sigh of relief. Work hours were over, meaning they were relatively free now. They needed to head to the dormitory, which was absolutely safe. Winnie stood up, took her book, and headed upstairs. Once she was out of sight, the 3 players immediately put their tools back in place. At that moment, Bai Liang also stood up. The 3 players simultaneously looked at him, and one of the young men asked, Bro, how did you do it? Did you buy some item? Bai Liang really could ignore the rules. This surprised them. And from what they knew, the shop did have a few powerful items that allowed players to ignore the rules. Of course, these items also had limitations. For example, there were voodoo dolls that could save your life or amulets that protected against one attack. Most of these items were single-use, and it was likely that Bai Liang had such an item. Bai Liang responded with a single word. He neither confirmed nor denied. To the others, his reaction was as good as an admission. Ahem, can I stick with you? The young man immediately put on a fawning expression and approached Bai Liang. In strange dungeons, if you could tie yourself to a strong player, your chances of survival increased significantly. To survive, being a lackey wasn't shameful. All right, that's enough. Bai Liang shook his head. He was fine on his own, more people would just be a burden. Having said that, he ignored the embarrassed young man and turned to head upstairs. The young man watched Bai Liang's back, his face particularly awkward. Let's go, back to the dormitory. He twitched the corner of his mouth and coldly snorted, addressing the other 2. What, does he think having tools means he can make enemies? He won't even realize how he'll die. Watching Bai Liang ascend to the 2nd floor, the young man thought bitterly. On the 2nd floor, Bai Liang stood in the hallway, examining the 5 doors. One likely belonged to the nanny and Winnie, another to the butler. The remaining 3, 2 for the lady and gentleman of the house. Their doors had nameplates. Bai Liang thought for a moment and headed toward the ladies' room. He placed his hand on the doorknob, turned it slightly, and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a sharp, icy wind rushed out, carrying a faint scent of blue. As soon as he opened the door, a pungent smell of rot hit him in the face. Bai Liang instinctively held his breath and frowned slightly. This smell was even worse than that of dead mice left to decay for a long time. Was there a corpse in this house? The room was plunged into complete darkness, making it impossible to see what was inside. Bai Liang stepped in, reached out, and found the light switch. The light flickered on, revealing the scene before him. A large red window with curtains immediately caught his eye, stained with black spots, likely from water. In the center stood a bed, next to it a luxurious nightstand, and along the wall were cabinets with exquisite carvings. One of the cabinet doors was slightly ajar. Bai Liang scanned the room but noticed nothing unusual. The floor was clean, clearly well maintained. The only oddity was the foul smell that occasionally wafted into his nostrils. How could such a smell exist in this room? Bai Liang glanced curiously at the photograph hanging above the headboard of the bed. It was a family photo featuring a man and a woman, both with Western features. The man had chestnut hair and light stubble, emphasizing his maturity, while the woman had golden wavy hair and striking blue eyes that seemed particularly expressive. The photo was ordinary. They were embracing, with gentle smiles on their faces. But for some reason, as Bai Liang looked at the photo, he felt as though the woman was staring directly at him. Was it just his imagination? After a long moment of observation, he decided to continue his investigation and approached the nightstand. On it lay a quiet envelope, as if waiting for someone to open it. Bai Liang picked up the envelope and pulled out the letter inside. She entered my body. A lightning bolt of realization struck. Looking at the slightly crooked letters on the paper, Bai Liang made a strange expression. Wow, is this definitely plot-related? Isn't this just some couple's private diary? Is that the point? The point is the streamer forgot to close the door when he entered. Rule 5, do not enter the master or mistress's room on the same day. If you do, remember to close and lock the door. The streamer broke this rule. Is something strange going to pop out of nowhere and kill the streamer now? I don't know, let's see. Some viewers, upon seeing the letter's contents, instantly put on a knowing expression in front of their screens. Others pointed out that Bai Liang had violated the 5th rule. Meanwhile, Bai Liang continued reading the letter with interest. No, don't, she's going to drain me. Ahem. Evidence collected. As expected, foreign monks always pray better. Such things are recorded in text. Where am I even? No, let me go. Bella, are you trapped with her too? How long has it been? Bella and I have been losing consciousness for longer and longer. I can't let her take me, I can't. The letter ended abruptly, with no further important information recorded. Nevertheless, Bai Liang was almost certain who had written this letter. The master of the estate. And Bella in the letter his wife. These were the two people in the photograph. For some reason, they had been drained by some creature and locked away somewhere. Bai Liang, resting his right hand on his left, leaned his chin on his hand, deep in thought. If the master and mistress were locked away, who would pay the salary after 7 days? A clone or a puppet? To achieve a high rating, this issue needed to be resolved first. Though Bai Liang wasn't striving for perfection, he certainly wasn't planning to settle for the lowest rating. Would he really spend 7 days doing nothing and end up with the worst rating? That would be a complete waste of his lawless criminal ability. Bai Liang placed the letter back into the envelope. Then he opened the nightstand to check for hidden clues. But alas, it was empty. As he closed the nightstand, footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Don't you know you need permission to enter someone else's room? Winnie's voice was cold. She's here with murderous intent. Streamer, you forgot to close the door. Hey, you up there, are you doubting our white god? He's the one who can ignore the rules. Not closing the door is normal for him. Bai Liang's stream room had already gained quite a bit of popularity. At least among new streamers, his viewer count was far ahead. And with popularity came new viewers. They didn't fully understand Bai Liang's actions and couldn't help but leave puzzled comments. Who is this streamer? Why are there so many people in his room? I stumbled in and started watching from the beginning of the dungeon, but didn't he just ignore the rules because of some item? Can someone really always ignore the rules? Where does he get so many items? Anoe. Hehe, you clearly don't get it, do you? White God can't be judged by logic. Just treat him as a cheater, and that's it. When Winnie arrived, Bai Liang didn't seem surprised. With a calm expression, he turned and looked at Winnie, who appeared slightly irritated. Of course, I'm actually very polite. Winnie coldly glanced at him. Is this what you call politeness? Bai Liang nodded. Yes, but not too much. Oh my god, he's so polite, but not too much. Ha 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 ha, even Sister Winnie is speechless. I don't usually laugh, but I can't help it. Ha ha ha. If we're talking, it's all thanks to you. White god, you even silenced the anomaly. Hey, I came to learn techniques. Streamer, don't make me laugh. Bai Liang's unexpected twist left the chat in stitches. Winnie was left in the dark. Bai Liang ignored her and opened the nearby cabinet. It was empty. It seemed there were no more clues in this room. Closing the cabinet, he turned back to Winnie and asked, "Where's your room?" Winnie's face returned to its calm state as she looked at him. "Why do you ask?" "I'm feeling a bit tired and want to find a place to nap," Bai Liang said, stretching. "So you want to sleep in my room? Who's the weird one here, you or me?" Winnie didn't want to talk to him anymore and turned to leave. At the same time, she was deeply puzzled. Why hadn't Bai Liang broken the rules yet? The first time, maybe he had protective items. But what about now? Was this also some kind of item? Or could this guy really ignore the rules? Thinking this, Winnie stopped. She turned around and came back. Bai Liang looked at her in surprise. I want to ask you a question. If you answer correctly, I might cooperate with you, Winnie said. Will this cooperation involve your room becoming mine? Bai Liang asked. Winnie looked at him in surprise. Is that the main point? Isn't the main point that I, an anomaly, am willing to cooperate with you? Answer my question first, she said, trying to calm her emotions. Bai Liang spread his hands. All right, ask away. By the way, how big is your bed? Winnie was about to speak when she heard Bai Liang's words and blurted out, 2 meters. And just like that, he had trapped her. 2 meters? Just the right size, Bai Liang nodded. Winnie. And there it is, the anomaly has been consumed by him. What kind of streamer is this? Why aren't the anomalies even trying to stop him? Newcomers, you'll need to get used to this. This is just how the streamer operates. Maybe it's a strategy. You call this a strategy? Winnie looked at him with complete bewilderment. This was the kind of player she had ended up with. Not only did he ignore the rules, but he also wasn't afraid of her, an anomaly. What was she supposed to do with him? If one day you discover that the person most important to you is no longer the same as before, but still remains by your side, how would you act? Winnie asked her question. How important is this person? Bai Liang inquired. Very important, the only one. Winnie seemed to recall something, her gaze trembling slightly. Bai Liang thought for a moment, the corner of his lips lifting slightly. Actually, sometimes the truth isn't all that important, is it? Hearing these words, Winnie visibly pondered. Yes, in some matters, the truth really doesn't play such a significant role. If she is important to you, and you don't want to lose her, why bother figuring out why she changed? Winnie closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, determination shone in her gaze. She looked at Bai Liang and sincerely said, thank you. So, let's get back to the question. What do you want from me in terms of cooperation? Bai Liang looked at Winnie with interest. He sensed that this girl wasn't as simple as she seemed. He had thought she was just a minor boss, but now it seemed the situation wasn't as he had expected. For example, the one who had locked away the estate's owner wasn't Winnie, but someone else. Oh, Thailand bodies. Setting Winnie aside, there were only 2 possibilities left, the butler, David, and Winnie's nanny. What was their goal in acting against the estate's owner? To replace him? I can't tell you right now, but tomorrow at this time, I'll explain. Winnie shook her head. All right, Bai Liang nodded, not in a hurry to learn the details. Now, can I go to your room and rest? Winnie's face twitched slightly, and she reluctantly replied, the first room next to the stairs. Indeed, the girl's room was very nice. As soon as Bai Liang entered, he caught a faint scent of jasmine. The entire room was in shades of pink, not just the curtains and bedding, but even the wardrobe was painted pink. Bai Liang lay down on the large 2-meter bed, the soft mattress allowing him to relax. Winnie also entered the room and looked at the man lying on her bed. Her expression became slightly uncomfortable. Huh? What are you here for? Bai Liang looked at her in confusion. Winnie was puzzled and thought, this is my room, can't I come in? According to our agreement, this room is now mine, Bai Liang stated matter-of-factly. Winnie spread her hands in bewilderment. Then where will I sleep tonight? If you don't mind, you can sleep in the staff room. There's plenty of space there, Bai Liang suggested. It was a good suggestion, but it seemed he shouldn't have made it. Winnie puffed her cheeks in anger and simply lay down next to Bai Liang. What are you doing? This is my bed, why can't I lie on it? But it belongs to me now. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? You can't, can you? Fine, you're right. Watching the two argue on the bed, the live stream viewers fell silent. What kind of strange agreement is this? You read the weird one, arguing with the streamer like a couple? Can you be more specific? I've never seen a player interact with the streamer like this in a live broadcast. I don't know, when did I forget the original purpose of joining the stream? I came to learn techniques, why am I watching slice of life scenes? Heh, you just don't get it, do you? The streamer is using this as a tactic. Okay, I can't think of anything else. Can someone explain what's even happening? How could this player, thrown into a world of anomalies, feel so at ease in the dungeon? Where did someone like Bai Liang come from? Not only could he ignore the rules, but he also interacted with anomalies? This live stream was too bizarre. Meanwhile, outside the villa, 3 figures appeared. 2 men and 1 woman. They were players assigned to this estate. One of the men looked to be in his early 20s, with slicked back hair, one hand in his pocket, exuding an air of mystery. The other was a boy in a blue and white school uniform, his face still somewhat childlike, his gaze occasionally showing anxiety, like a newcomer. The woman wore a short skirt, with tattoos on her hips and arms, a mole at the corner of her eye, and the corners of her lips always slightly upturned in a smile. The 3 of them, led by the young man with slicked back hair, left the dormitory and approached the villa gates. Looking at the villa, the boy who looked like a schoolboy swallowed hard, nervously saying, Cheng, are we really going in? Actually, we could just stay in the dormitory, wait 7 days and that's it, we'll complete the quest. The young man named Lu Cheng was an experienced player who had already cleared over 10 dungeons. The woman named Zhou Ying was also experienced, though her achievements in dungeons weren't as significant as Lu Cheng's. As for the boy, he was a newcomer who had just completed his first quest, relying on the help of his seniors. What a coward. Lu Cheng glanced at the schoolboy with disdain, then looked up at the villa and said in a low voice, surviving 7 days isn't hard, but it'll only give you the lowest completion rating. What's the point of those rewards? To get a high rating, you need to look for clues related to the plot. As an experienced player, he certainly wasn't like a newcomer who thought survival was the only goal. He wanted a higher completion rating, more rewards. If you're not even willing to take risks, what's the difference between you and a dead fish? The schoolboy chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. Zhou Ying patted his shoulder and, like an older sister, reassured him, "Don't worry, if it gets dangerous, hide behind me. Everything will be fine." "Thank you, Sister Zhou, you're so kind," the schoolboy thanked her. Zhou Ying nodded. "Let's go, it's time to head in." Lu Cheng was the first to open the door and step inside, with Zhou Ying and the schoolboy following behind. Entering the villa, Lu Cheng looked around, his gaze settling on the rooms on the second floor. However, he didn't immediately go upstairs. Instead, he turned to Zhou Ying and said to the schoolboy, "You go upstairs, and Zhou Ying and I will check downstairs. If you find anything, shout." "Huh? Me?" The schoolboy immediately panicked. He was a newcomer, but not a fool. Wanting to latch on to stronger players was normal, but that didn't mean he wanted to walk to his death. Lu Cheng and Zhou Ying had sent him upstairs, wasn't it just to scout the path? To be frank, why were these two experienced players dragging dead weight around? Wasn't it to find someone to take the risks for them? The schoolboy understood this well. But to survive, he had no choice but to obey their orders. Otherwise, the moment he refused, he'd be dead. There were no restrictions on player killings in the dungeon. "Don't worry, if it gets dangerous, sister will save you," Zhou Ying said at the right moment. The schoolboy smiled awkwardly, trembling as he headed toward the stairs. His steps were nervous, and panic was written all over his face. He was afraid some creature would jump out at any second. What a coward. Seeing the schoolboy's timid behavior, Lu Cheng couldn't help but mutter a curse, then stepped aside. Zhou Ying, like him, hid behind a curtain. It wasn't work hours now, and if they encountered a creature, they had no hope of survival. Their streams had many viewers, who, upon seeing how they manipulated the schoolboy's actions, began to protest. "Is this schoolboy an idiot? It's so obvious they're sending him to scout, and he doesn't see it. Hey, up there, don't think all players are as dumb as you? Don't they realize they've been led here to fall into a trap? I think this guy isn't as simple as he seems. He has his own plans and ambitions. He wants more than just surviving 7 days Omicron. Yes. Exactly, no one who's cleared the beginner dungeon is a fool. This guy wanted to take risks from the start, otherwise why would he team up with Lu Cheng and the others? There are anomalies in the house. If they're discovered, it's game over. If I were in his place, I'd just choose to survive 7 days. Why take risks? Look, his legs are even shaking. Ha ha ha. Actually, I think his choice is the most correct. All players have died at least once. If there's a chance to start over, why not try? After all, if you're not willing to take risks, you might as well not have started." Regarding the schoolboy, some viewers were quite objective. After all, for those willing to live an ordinary life, surviving the beginner dungeon was really tough. Everyone has ambitions, and trying to take risks isn't a mistake. The schoolboy cautiously climbed the stairs. He scanned the second-floor hallway and, seeing no anomalies, sighed in relief. There were 5 rooms on the second floor, and he immediately noticed 2 with nameplates on the doors. His eyes lit up. He turned and gave Lu Cheng and Zhou Ying an okay gesture. Seeing this, they emerged from their hiding spots and also headed to the second floor. "These rooms with nameplates, which one do we go into?" Zhou Ying looked at the 2 rooms labeled Mr. and Mrs. and asked Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to Mr. S room first. We'll leave Mrs. S room for tomorrow." Rule 5 stated that you couldn't enter Mr. and Mrs. S rooms on the same day. Breaking this rule could lead to serious consequences, and they weren't ready to take that responsibility. After choosing the room, someone had to open the door. This task, of course, fell to the schoolboy. Without waiting for Lu Cheng and Zhou Ying to say anything, the schoolboy approached the doorknob. He didn't open the door immediately but hesitated for a few seconds before taking a deep breath and slowly turning the knob. Zhou Ying and Lu Cheng stepped back slightly, watching the door nervously. If danger arose, they'd bolt immediately. Under their wary gazes, the door opened. Nothing happened. All 3 involuntarily sighed in relief. Lu Cheng and Zhou Ying relaxed, exchanged glances, and signaled for the schoolboy to enter first. The schoolboy stepped into the room first. Lu Cheng and Zhou Ying waited a moment, scanned the surroundings, and, seeing nothing suspicious, also entered. As soon as they were inside, Zhou Ying immediately closed the door and locked it. "Let's split up and search," Lu Cheng said, starting to look for clues. Zhou Ying and the schoolboy also began searching. But at that moment, the doorknob suddenly made a sound. Click click. Hearing this, all 3 froze, their pupils narrowing as they instantly looked toward the door. Had someone just tried to open the door? "Don't worry, I locked the door. It can't get in," Zhou Ying said with relief. Her words calmed Lu Cheng and the schoolboy. If the door hadn't been locked, they might already be dead. This quest was truly dangerous. Ignore it, keep searching. Since the anomalies couldn't enter, Lu Cheng decided to continue looking for clues. However, as soon as he turned his head, the doorknob made another sound. This time, it wasn't the same as before. Now, it sounded like someone was unlocking the door with a key. What's going on? Lu Cheng turned in confusion, watching the turning doorknob, his face tense. I just locked it. Panic flashed in Zhou Ying's eyes. A locked door couldn't be opened from the outside. Even with a key, the door shouldn't open. But now, the knob was turning. The trio's faces were filled with horror as the door creaked open. What the hell? The three stared at the scene, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. Didn't the rules say that if the door was locked, everything would be fine? Why could the door be opened despite being locked? Were the rules actually lying? The door finally swung open completely. Lu Cheng and his friends felt their hair stand on end, ready to bolt. However, when they saw who stood at the door, all three froze. It's you, ×3. Standing at the threshold was Bai Liang. He held a universal key in his hand. This key, which he'd bought from the shop for 20 rule points, could open any locked door. It could be used 5 times before breaking. Bai Liang had just woken up and wanted to enter another room to search for clues. But seeing the door was locked, he decided to use the universal key. Unexpectedly, he found other players inside. When he saw the trio, Bai Liang was also slightly stunned. Then a thought suddenly occurred to him. Had he just screwed them over? Hi. Bai Liang greeted them hesitantly. Lu Cheng and his group, faces full of question marks. They, of course, recognized that Bai Liang was also a player. But how did he get here? Before leaving, they'd made sure there were no other players like them around. And more importantly, this guy had opened the door with a universal key. They hadn't broken the rules, right? Probably not. The next moment gave them their answer. Winnie arrived. When Winnie appeared behind Bai Liang, the expressions on Lu Cheng and his friends' faces changed drastically. The anomaly had truly arrived. They had broken the rules. This was the end? No, not necessarily. Lu Cheng looked at Bai Liang, who was standing by the door. This guy was the closest to the anomaly. If anyone was going to die first, it would be him. And he himself might be able to use this opportunity to escape. Thinking this, Lu Cheng glanced at the schoolboy standing beside him. He stepped forward and grabbed the boy's arm. As an experienced player, he had once received a body enhancement bonus, and his strength far surpassed that of newcomers. If the anomaly attacked Bai Liang first, and he could divert its attention to this newcomer, he might just have a chance to escape. He waited for Winnie to attack Bai Liang. However, as often happens, events didn't unfold as expected. To Lu Cheng and his friends' surprise, Bai Liang turned and looked at Winnie. The expected scene didn't happen. Winnie and Bai Liang exchanged glances, and there was no hint that she was about to act. Did you wake them up? No, I just came to see if there were any clues, Bai Liang replied, shrugging. Watching them converse like friends, Lu Cheng and his group were wide-eyed with shock. What was going on? Why wasn't the anomaly acting? Instead, they were having a conversation? One was an anomaly, the other a player. Were they acquainted? The trio's stream also erupted with emotions. What the hell is happening? I thought this guy was about to die, but now the anomaly is talking to him. Wait, I'm a bit confused. Let's clarify, this guy is a player, right? And this Winnie is an anomaly, and they can actually communicate. I've been watching streams for a while, but I've never seen an anomaly this calm. Can players and anomalies be friends? Damn, is this guy some kind of hidden boss? I've been watching streams for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen something like this. How does he do it? Watching Bai Liang calmly chatting with Winnie, the viewers were in complete shock. This was an anomaly that killed people without batting an eye, broke the rules, and slaughtered players, a terrifying entity. Why was Bai Liang so calm? Not only the viewers, but Lu Cheng and his friends were also stunned by what was happening. But Bai Liang's next words made their hair stand on end. Are you going to kill them? Bai Liang looked at Lu Cheng and his friends and asked Winnie. Of course, they broke the rules, Winnie replied with a slight smile, giving Bai Liang a strange look. If she understood correctly, it was Bai Liang who had opened this door, meaning, he was the one who had lured these players into a trap. Wait. Lu Cheng was completely bewildered. He stared at Bai Liang with wide eyes. Why are you killing him? He broke the rules too. This was absolutely abnormal. Why could Bai Liang sit there calmly, while they were about to become targets for the anomaly? Was there some kind of bug in the dungeon? Broke the rules? Where? Winnie turned to Bai Liang. She saw no signs that he had broken the rules. This meant he wasn't recognized as a violator. In contrast, for Lu Cheng and his companions, a red light flashed in Winnie's eyes. It was a signal for execution. All right, I'll try to make sure you don't feel any pain, Winnie said, her tongue lightly flicking the corner of her lips as she smiled beautifully. However, Lu Cheng and his companions only felt the fear of death in that smile. No, I can't die. Lu Cheng's eyes turned bloodshot. He grabbed the schoolboy by the neck and threw him straight at Winnie. At the same time, a knife appeared in his hand, and he lunged toward Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying was prepared for an attack. Seeing Lu Cheng charge at her, she panicked and jumped back. However, Lu Cheng wasn't trying to attack her again. Instead, he rushed toward Bai Liang. His situation was now hopeless. His only hope for survival lay with Bai Liang. Only by capturing him did he have a chance to stay alive. When faced with the threat of death, a person is capable of anything. Lu Cheng's plan was good, but unfortunately, his strength wasn't enough to make it work. Humph. Winnie snorted coldly, and her pen flew out of her hand, instantly transforming into a black venomous snake that darted toward the flying schoolboy. As for Lu Cheng, Winnie paid him no attention. She was just testing. Bai Liang, watching Winnie, seemed slightly displeased. It seemed intervention was necessary. Come to me. Seeing Bai Liang, Lu Cheng was overjoyed. He reached out, trying to grab him by the neck. He wanted Bai Liang alive. If he killed him, Lu Cheng himself would also die, but in the next moment, his smile vanished, and an expression of astonishment appeared on his face. Bai Liang extended his hand, and his speed was so fast that even the physically enhanced Lu Cheng couldn't react. In an instant, his arm was grabbed and twisted, and he immediately fell to his knees. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Lu Cheng didn't even have time to do anything. How was this possible? How did this happen? I enhanced my body, and even if it's not as powerful as the effects of a basic genetic enhancement, I'm still much stronger than these newcomers. How can this guy be my match? Lu Cheng couldn't understand. Why did you use someone so weak to test me? Bai Liang said, pinning Lu Cheng with one hand, not even looking at him, but instead glancing at Winnie. Now it seems you really do have a reason to cooperate with me, Winnie replied with a slight smile. Bai Liang kicked Lu Cheng aside and clapped his hands. You're playing with fire. Winnie raised an eyebrow. What threat? As soon as she said this, smack, she was struck by a large hand. A crisp, clean, and springy sound. What a pleasant sensation. Bai Liang said, enjoying the softness, a smile on his face. Winnie held her cheek, her face slightly red as she glared at this old enemy with a look of grievance. This is punishment for trying to test me, Bai Liang interrupted her. Winnie took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. But the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Retreating and holding back became increasingly difficult. How could she, an anomaly, endure such humiliation? Unable to bear it, she unleashed her anger on the other two in the room. Lu Cheng, Zhou Ying, the already swallowed schoolboy. What does this have to do with us? Why are we being dragged into this? But Winnie, in her rage, paid them no attention and, in an instant, used the giant snake from her pen to devour both of them. The live stream viewers were completely silent. Omega. Guys, if I understood correctly, did the streamer just touch the anomaly's face? White God is awesome. I've seen grandmas crossing the road and not helping, but I applaud you. Damn, someone dared to touch an anomaly's face? Are you serious? And didn't die? Let me tell you a joke. The streamer calmly slaps an anomaly's face, and the viewers die from the shock, laughs. By the way, did you notice something strange about the host? Has the host gotten stronger? I don't remember him being this strong when we were in laboratory No. 45. That guy just attacked really fast, his body was clearly enhanced. Ordinary newcomers wouldn't have been able to handle him, but the host managed to kill him. What? Has the host secretly gotten stronger? I don't think it's surprising. The host can already ignore the rules, so becoming stronger is pretty normal. Agreed. The deaths of the three players were both expected and unexpected. Expected, because in the world of anomalies, there's Winnie. In the world of anomalies, it's very difficult for players to kill anomalies. Only if they're like Bai Liang, who can ignore the rules. Otherwise, ordinary players can't kill anomalies, it's almost impossible. And these three players clearly weren't like Bai Liang. They couldn't stand up to Winnie. What was unexpected was that the viewers didn't anticipate that, aside from the ability to ignore the rules, Bai Liang's own strength was so formidable. Lu Cheng's strength was considered quite high among newcomers. But even someone as strong as Lu Cheng couldn't put up a fight against Bai Liang. As for the deaths of the three players, Bai Liang remained completely calm. In the world of anomalies, there's no such thing as a faction. Every player is their own faction, and everyone else is an enemy, even if they're also players. So killing players doesn't cause Bai Liang the slightest bit of guilt. In this world, survival is already hard enough. Why bother being overly kind and tormenting yourself? Is this pencil an item or an anomaly? Bai Liang asked with interest, looking at the pencil that had returned to Winnie's hand. Of course, it's an item, she replied. Winnie answered, then suddenly became wary and, looking at him, asked, why are you asking about that? No reason, just curious, Bai Liang smiled. Winnie clearly didn't believe him. Before saying that, you could at least look away, right? You practically wrote I want it on your face? Seeing Winnie's wariness, Bai Liang sighed. All right. He really did have the thought of taking it for himself. After all, such a powerful artifact that can turn into a pen and easily catch enemies off guard when attacking. Who wouldn't want something like that? But looking at Winnie, he realized it would probably be difficult to pry it away from her. He glanced around the room. After scanning it, he turned back to Winnie and suddenly smiled. Winnie frowned slightly. My intuition tells me you're up to no good. No, Miss Winnie, I'm a true gentleman. Bai Liang said seriously, putting on the image of an honest man. Winnie stared directly into his eyes. He slightly lowered his gaze, quickly glancing over her figure, then looked back up. Winnie, if you could stop looking at my chest, maybe I'd believe your lie. All right, even gentlemen can make mistakes sometimes, Bai Liang conceded. At the same time, he mentally scolded himself for being too curious. Can't you be a little less curious? It makes you seem like someone who's not entirely serious. Let me tell you a joke, the host is a true gentleman, sarcasm. I am sure the other players are serious, but you, when you say these words, don't inspire trust. Would a true gentleman attack people with strange poisonous substances? You, host, are the least suitable person for this title in the strange world. Ahem, who in the host's room is a normal person? You? I'm definitely not. Hey, you up there, be careful, or I'll sue you for slander. Back to the matter at hand. Miss Winnie, you've been in this mansion for so long, you must know it well, right? Bai Liang asked. Winnie nodded. Of course, I know everything here. What do you want to know? Bai Liang scratched his chin. Can you tell me all the possible clues? Or, for example, directly tell me where the master and his wife are. Winnie looked at him with obvious displeasure. Who's the anomaly here, you or me? My principle is, if something can be done without effort, I won't put in extra effort. Bai Liang spread his hands. If I can get clues directly from you, why should I bother searching for them? That's just stupid. With grave Omicron BS. You speak so reasonably that I have nothing to argue. Winnie shook her head with a dissatisfied expression. Sorry, I'd like to tell you directly too, but I really don't know the clues. She shook her head. Then she paused for a moment and continued, as for the location of the master and his wife, honestly, I'm looking for them too. You don't know? A flicker of disappointment passed through Bai Lian's eyes. He thought Winnie, being an anomaly and having been in the mansion for so long, would at least know something about the clues. But apparently, she doesn't know anything. Actually, this is quite normal. This is most likely part of the dungeon mechanics in the anomalous world. That is, Winnie herself is part of the puzzle. She herself is one of the clues or key figures. To get a high completion rating, the player must first, like Bai Liang, establish a cooperative relationship with her. So her not knowing other clues makes sense. Bai Liang frowned slightly, then relaxed. But if that's the case, finding other clues will be a bit more difficult? No, not even more difficult, but rather it won't be a problem for Bai Liang, who can ignore the rules. It's just that it will require a bit more effort. But in that case, he won't be able to relax. Bai Liang quietly sighed. Seeing his expression, Winnie asked in surprise, what's wrong? Nothing, I just suddenly thought that I can't always laze around on my soft bed, so I'm a little sad. Bai Liang replied with a sad look. What do you mean, your bed? It's my bed. Winnie looked at him with a gaze full of resentment. If she could, she'd really like to give this cheeky guy a good slap. Bai Liang ignored Winnie's murderous gaze. He walked over to the wardrobe, opened the door, and looked inside. There were sets of luxurious clothes neatly hanging inside. He glanced at them and immediately closed the wardrobe. Then his gaze shifted to the bedside table next to the bed. He walked over, opened it, and inside was a music box. Bai Liang took it out and examined it carefully. Winnie also walked over and, hugging herself, said, I've seen this music box before. Bai Liang looked at her, waiting for an explanation. It's David's thing. It used to always be in his room, Winnie explained. David, the butler? How could his music box end up in the master's room? Wait. Suddenly, Bai Liang's expression turned strange, and he looked at Winnie. How do you know the music box was always in David's room? When they first entered the dungeon, some fragmented data hinted that Winnie and David had a special relationship. It seemed Winnie knew some secret of David's, and he was being blackmailed by her. But blackmail is one thing, knowing such small details like the music box. Could it be that she and David? So, did you give it to him? Bai Liang asked sharply, not waiting for an answer. Winnie? Seeing the black lines appear on Winnie's head, Bai Liang realized that things weren't as he had thought. If I could, I'd like you to feel what it's like to be swallowed by a snake. Winnie's voice was low. A snake's body temperature is too low. If I were to be swallowed, I'd prefer it to be by you, Bai Liang replied, looking at her. Winnie made up her mind. She wouldn't speak another word to this guy, otherwise, she might really die from anger. No, she had already died once. More accurately, she might go insane from rage. Seeing that Winnie wasn't responding, Bai Liang shook his head. Her combat ability was just too weak. Holding the music box in his hands, he examined it carefully. And indeed, he noticed something unusual. At the bottom of the box, a few lines were engraved in small print. Sophia, your plot will not succeed. Sir, madam, I will definitely save you. She's too strong, with my strength I can't defeat her. Someone, please help me. Sir, I'm sorry. Just a few lines, but they contained a lot of information. It seemed that the butler, David, also knew that the master and mistress were imprisoned. He wanted to intervene, but couldn't defeat Sophia. Who is Sophia? Bai Liang asked Winnie. Hearing this name, Winnie was slightly taken aback, then calmly replied, that's my mother's name. The nanny? It seemed the truth was finally coming to light. So, the nanny is the real mastermind behind all this. Bai Liang looked at Winnie curiously. The person you mentioned earlier, isn't she your mother? Winnie quietly replied, clearly, she didn't want to talk much about her mother. Bai Liang didn't press further. All right. It seems our task now is just to find out where the master and mistress are. After inspecting the room once more, Bai Liang found no other clues. He said a few words to Winnie and headed for the door. So, where is David's room? He asked, standing in the hallway and looking at the remaining doors. Winnie shook her head. David's room isn't here. It's separate, in the building next to the staff dormitory. A separate building. Bai Liang was surprised. He suddenly understood why David was so loyal. With such treatment, it was hard not to be loyal. After a while, Bai Liang and Winnie arrived near the staff dormitory. There stood a small, separate cottage. This was the butler David's house. According to Winnie, David had been here since the estate was built. He had served the master and mistress for a long time. He was a true old-timer. Moreover, he preferred solitude. Outside of work hours, he always stayed in his house. Nigerian Naira B Epsilon. So, what kind of dirt do you have on him? Bai Liang asked Winnie, surprised. Such a reclusive, solitary man, what secrets could he possibly have that could be used against him? Hearing Bai Liang's question, Winnie smirked and winked at him. Bai Liang leaned in a little closer. Her red lips pressed against his ear, and she whispered David's secret. Van de Fa. Hearing her words, Bai Liang was stunned. This was possible? I just saw Mr. David steal the master's clothes and hide in his house, enjoying himself, and that's it. A few short sentences. They nearly overheated Bai Liang's CPU. Butler David stole the master's clothes? What kind of insane plot was this? It was even more absurd than a carriage with a coffin sliding down a gutter. Suddenly, Bai Liang remembered. When he first entered the dungeon, those fragmented messages. Mr. David, what will happen to you if the master finds out? Mr. David, you don't want to lose your job, do you? The master has too many secrets. And who is the master's wife? Remembering this, Bai Liang's expression grew even stranger. And it wasn't just Bai Liang. Millions of viewers in his live stream felt the same. When they heard Winnie's words, the chat exploded instantly. Huh? That grown man in the tailcoat. These few sentences nearly overheated my CPU, guys. What sins have I committed? I was about to sleep, and now this horror, the imagery is nauseating. Mr. David, in what mental state did you do this? Honestly, even if I suspected David and the mistress had secrets, I never thought it would be with the master. 9, that's just 6 on steroids. Even the viewers, who had seen much in life, couldn't contain their emotions after hearing about David's antics. Not to mention Bai Liang. He had seen a lot too, but he was barely holding it together. Now everything made sense. No wonder Winnie had that expression when he asked her. He hurried, even though Winnie was so beautiful. But he still didn't catch David's eye. Then, Bai Liang looked at the small cottage and suddenly felt a strong shiver. He turned and looked at Winnie, smiling slightly, and said, how about you knock on the door a little later? Just thinking about the scene Winnie described. Bai Liang immediately lost all desire to knock on the door. Seeing his reaction, Winnie crossed her arms, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. What, scared? Of course not. Bai Liang shook his head, thoughtfully, saying, it's just that I suddenly feel like the master and mistress might not be worth saving after all. Ha ha ha, the host is scared, he's scared. What, don't you get it? It's not fear, it's a moral decision. Don't be afraid, host. It's just David. As a player, you need to know when to approach men. Yuri right, you really nailed the joke about men. Actually, you don't always need to knock on a door. Sometimes it opens on its own. While Bai Liang and Winnie were arguing, the door suddenly opened. Out came Butler David, dressed in a tailcoat and white gloves, looking very composed. What are you two doing here? Is there something I can help you with? Seeing Bai Liang and Winnie standing at his door, David asked 2 questions. His gaze at Bai Liang was one of surprise. If memory served, this handsome guy was one of the players, right? If he's a player, he should be following the rules. It's not work hours. Shouldn't he be in the staff dormitory? How did he end up at my door? Moreover, why is Winnie, despite being an anomaly, not attacking him but standing with Bai Liang? And they clearly get along well? He looked at David. Bai Liang really couldn't imagine how such a normal-looking person could do such disgusting things. No, maybe it was precisely because he always looked so serious. When he found out, the contrast was just staggering. Mr. David, you also don't want to, we'd like to talk to you. Bai Liang almost blurted out what he was thinking. It seemed to be Winnie's influence. What a remarkable girl. How could she be involved in such dirty things? Little dirty things really do a lot of harm. Suddenly, Winnie felt her shoulder grow heavy and couldn't help but frown. An invisible black bowl had fallen on her head. She glanced at Bai Liang and felt that he was thinking something bad. Host, what did you just say? I know, Mr. David, you don't want others to find out about such perverted things, right? Funny. Ha 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 ha, what you said came from the heart, but correcting a mistake is a sign of culture. Almost lost the chance for a conversation due to his bluntness, but stopped in time. The viewers in the chat laughed at the unexpected turn in Bai Liang's words. It's truly surprising how a strange and alien person can become friends, David said thoughtfully, looking at Bai Liang and Winnie, his gaze full of hidden meaning. Mr. David, you're mistaken. We're not friends, Winnie hurriedly denied. Bai Liang just smiled. Of course, we're just strategic partners. This isn't the place for conversation. Let's go inside. David stepped aside and invited them in. It must be said that as a butler, David had no shortcomings in terms of manners and attitude toward people. If it weren't for his orientation, Bai Liang would have gladly befriended such a person. But if he's gay, then fine. He doesn't have that kind of friendship like Long Yang. Bai Liang and Winnie entered the small cottage. Glancing around the interior, they noticed that the decor here was as neat as David's attire. Everything was clean and pleasing to the eye. Even the floors were spotless, and all items were perfectly aligned with the tile seams. Seeing this, Bai Liang realized, this David probably suffered from some degree of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Even the 2 mugs on the coffee table had their handles pointing in the same direction. This is coffee, and this is tea, David said, serving drinks to Bai Liang and Winnie. He placed the coffee in front of Winnie and the tea in front of Bai Liang, then smiled and added, you Eastern people probably prefer tea more. Although I'm not the best at brewing tea, I apologize, a Nigerian Naira. As he said, there were a few unsolved tea leaves floating in the cup. No need to say that. Actually, I brew tea the same way, Bai Liang replied casually. He didn't plan to drink the tea. After all, he wasn't thirsty and didn't particularly like tea. Winnie had no such reservations and immediately picked up the coffee cup, taking a sip. Mr. David's coffee is still as delicious as ever. A great honor, David smiled. Who doesn't like praise? He was no exception. You said you wanted to talk to me. David got straight to the point. Mr. David, do you know where the master and mistress are? Bai Liang asked bluntly. Hearing this question, David was momentarily stunned, then suddenly laughed. In the employee handbook I sent you, it should say that the master and mistress will return to the estate in a week, right? Of course, Bai Liang nodded. But we both know that's a lie, don't we? I'm asking where the master and mistress really are. David's smile faded, his gaze turned serious, and he stared intently at Bai Liang. It seems you've learned something. Saying this, he looked at Winnie again, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. I didn't tell him anything. He found all these clues himself. Winnie leaned back on the sofa with an expression that suggested it had nothing to do with her. Hearing her words, David averted his gaze and continued questioning Bai Liang. Have you been to the master and mistress's room? Only in their room could one find some clues. And to learn the truth and come here, one would have had to visit their room. He always knew this rule? Bai Liang nodded. David looked at Winnie again. According to the rules, if someone entered the master and mistress's room on the same day, it would be a violation. In such a case, Winnie should have killed the violator. But why didn't she kill Bai Liang? On the contrary, they became cooperative partners? This outsider, does he have some special ability? Don't look at me like that. This guy can ignore the rules. Winnie turned away with a displeased expression. She would have liked to kill Bai Liang too. But this guy seemed to not feel the rules, doing whatever he wanted without breaking them. Because of this, Winnie thought about it and felt a heat rising through her body. Ignore the rules? David's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Bai Liang in surprise. Suddenly, it occurred to him that when they met at the door, he also didn't notice any signs of murderous intent from Bai Liang. In theory, if a player appeared somewhere other than the staff dormitory during non-working hours, he could act. But Bai Liang didn't do that. He didn't even have a chance to intervene. Can he really ignore the rules? David took a deep breath, suppressing his surprise, then his voice became a little quieter. To be honest, I don't know where the master and mistress are. Bai Liang had expected this. He calmly continued. Do you have any leads? David shook his head. Since the master and mistress disappeared, I've searched the entire estate but found no leads. I suspect they're outside the estate. He voiced his guess. As the butler, David knew perfectly well what was happening in the estate. Catching someone right under his nose would be very difficult. No, they're definitely in the estate. Bai Liang dismissed his assumption. David and Winnie looked at him simultaneously. How do you know? Because all the clues about them are in the room. If they were outside the estate, you wouldn't be able to hide it, Bai Liang said, taking the coffee cup Winnie had drunk from and taking a sip. Winnie pursed her lips. This guy seems to be doing it on purpose. He's not drinking his tea but drinking her coffee. And he's deliberately choosing the moment. This coffee really isn't bad, with a light jasmine aroma, Bai Liang said with a surprised expression. Winnie clenched her fist slightly. How annoying he is. David, oblivious to their silent bickering, furrowed his brow thoughtfully, pondering Bai Liang's words. If they're in the estate, then where could they be locked up? Before he could think further, Bai Liang asked again. Mr. David, are you sure there are no traces of the master and mistress in the estate? David snapped out of it and nodded. Absolutely. Has anything changed in the estate? For example, has anything extra appeared? David thought for a moment and shook his head. I'm certain nothing extra has appeared, not even a blade of grass or a flower. Perfect. Bai Liang stood up, a glint in his eyes. Then I think I know where they're being held. After these words, a spark of confusion simultaneously appeared in the eyes of David and Winnie. He already knows? Where are they being held? David asked eagerly. Although he didn't know how Bai Liang had come to this conclusion. He hadn't even given the slightest hint about where the master and mistress were. But David had a premonition. He felt that Bai Liang had truly figured it out. Unlike David, Winnie looked puzzled but with a hint of strangeness. She had been by Bai Liang's side the entire time. She had even seen those two clues. Out of all the known clues, not a single one pointed to where the master and mistress were. Could he just be bluffing? Huh? Bai Liang already figured it out. Wait, I don't get it. On what basis did he make this conclusion? I can't wrap my head around it either. None of the known facts point to this result. Maybe Bai Liang said it on purpose to make David believe him. That shouldn't be the case. Winnie has dirt on David. Bai Liang doesn't need that. If we could guess, Bai Liang wouldn't be Bai Liang. Better not speculate and just see what he does next. I have a feeling Bai Liang is up to something. In the livestream chat, the viewers were actively discussing what was happening. They had an outsider's perspective and could make many deductions. Sometimes they saw more than those in the situation itself, like Bai Liang. But even the viewers didn't understand what Bai Liang had said. At this time, in the small house. I can't say yet, but tomorrow morning I'll make the master and mistress reappear in the estate. Bai Liang's smile was a little mysterious. He didn't give David a direct answer. Hearing his words, David pondered for a moment. After a moment, he seemed to make a decision. So, sir, what should I do? Bai Liang was about to pat him on the shoulder but, reaching out his hand, immediately withdrew it. Stay here, don't move, and when things start happening in the estate, act or no yes. David wasn't needed right now, but when the operation began, his help would definitely be required. Besides, being an anomaly, even if he couldn't defeat the shadow enemy, dealing with Winnie wouldn't be difficult for him. All right. David nodded. Bai Liang and Winnie didn't linger for long. They returned to the villa. Winnie looked at the shameless man occupying her bed. She had already gotten used to it and remained calm. Do you really understand? She asked, even though she still couldn't figure out how Bai Liang had deduced it. Of course, Bai Liang nodded. Then why didn't you release them right now? Why wait until tomorrow morning? Winnie didn't understand. Bai Liang didn't answer her question but instead asked, where's your mom? She left yesterday, Winnie replied, slightly surprised. Why did she leave? Bai Liang continued to ask. Winnie shook her head, I don't know. I asked her, but she didn't say. Hearing this, Bai Liang nodded and said nothing more. Looking at him, who had already closed his eyes, Winnie was completely baffled. What now? This way of speaking, leaving sentences unfinished, is really annoying? Bai Liang waved it off. Anyway, let's get a good night's sleep tonight, and tomorrow morning we'll find out everything. With that, he paid no more attention to Winnie, who looked like she was suffering from constipation. He pulled up the blanket and really prepared to sleep. Winnie, there's something wrong with this guy, right? She slapped her forehead sharply. Suddenly, she felt a little sorry that she had agreed to work with Bai Liang. But in the end, she decided not to think about it. She lay down next to him. Not to say that she had ever thought this bed would be so comfortable. So, she just went to sleep. Hey, Miss Winnie, don't make yourself look so cheap. Ugh, I was sitting here eating noodles and watching the stream, and now someone's feeding me dog food. Comparing people, you can just die of envy. Why can the streamer hug a strange girl and sleep, while I don't even have a teddy bear? Up there, I'm selling, want to buy. Darn, even the sellers have started. Hehe, I wonder how the other players will look if they see the streamer relaxing like this. Not just other players, even I, a viewer, feel worse than being killed watching the streamer. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the chat finally couldn't take it anymore. Some fans screamed in their hearts with excitement. Time passed, and the day gradually turned into night. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the estate. She glanced at the nearest mansion and without hesitation entered inside. Then, quietly like a shadow, she went up to the second floor and stopped in front of the door to the mistress's room. The door opened, and she entered. As soon as she was in the room, her gaze didn't wander around but immediately fell on the family photo hanging above the head of the bed. Making sure the photo was in place, a sigh of relief sounded in the darkness. Suddenly, she frowned and sharply turned around. Click! The lights turned on. Standing at the doorway were Winnie and Bai Liang, and the figure was now in front of them. So this is where you've been hiding, Bai Liang said in surprise, looking at the photo hanging on the wall. He had suspected something for a while but wasn't sure. All the clues were too weak. Who would have thought someone could be hidden behind this photo? It really is you. Unlike Bai Liang, who was focused on the photo, Winnie had been focused on the figure from the start. Seeing her face, she froze at first, then a strange emotion appeared in her eyes. Mom. Sophia? The estate's housekeeper, Winnie's mother. From the beginning, she hadn't been seen in the estate. And she was the hidden mastermind who had been keeping the master and mistress imprisoned? Bai Liang finally tore his gaze away from the photo and turned it to Sophia standing opposite him. From this gaze, Bai Liang even froze a little. Like Winnie, she had light hair and blue eyes, but her figure was more voluptuous, her face more mature, though without a single wrinkle. Especially her dress, which was almost on the verge of bursting, simply attracted all eyes. When Bai Liang saw Sophia for the first time, the name 8-foot woman immediately popped into his head. She was very similar, but compared to the 8-foot woman, Sophia was more perfect. Of course, it wasn't because she was wearing a nun's outfit and black shoes. When Bai Liang and Winnie entered, Sophia didn't seem surprised. Because the moment they were noticed, she immediately understood what was happening. Meanwhile, in the stream chat, a real storm began. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? I get it, I finally get it. The host played his game, tricked, forced the enemy to make a mistake. The one who wrote above, you're right, but don't repeat it next time. I didn't even understand how it's related to the host's actions. This is called drawing the snake out of its hole. Bai Liang made a move, and it's just genius. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. So, Bai Liang didn't actually know the answer? He only said that to lure out the hidden enemy. Yes, all the clues didn't lead to where the master and mistress could have been imprisoned. Even the two possible informants in the estate knew nothing, so the only option was the hidden enemy. The real move, the real plan. The key is that the hidden enemy fell for the trick themselves. Does this seem more like a light or dark scheme? I think it depends on whether Sophia believes it. If she doesn't, it's a scheme because, regardless of her belief, she'll have to check. How clever? This hidden enemy isn't simple either. If it weren't for Bai Liang's skill, she might never have appeared. This is why other players don't get top completion ratings, not because they're bad, but because the opponent is too cunning. When masters clash, every move is deadly. This time, Bai Liang won. The stream chat exploded, and Bai Lian's move completely ignited the viewer's emotions. At that moment, in the room, Bai Lian, Winnie, and Sophia exchanged glances. After a brief pause, Sophia suddenly smiled. Not bad, Winnie. You've chosen a good helper. I never thought the plan I've been preparing for so long would be ruined by some outsider. But even so, you still won't win. She didn't seem the least bit worried about her plan being foiled. In other words, she was absolutely confident in her strength. And indeed, she was. A powerful aura rose from her, instantly enveloping Bai Lian and Winnie. She was strong, and sensing this aura, Bai Lian immediately knew he was no match for her. Even Winnie couldn't handle her, as evident from her furrowed brows. Can you hold her off for a bit? Bai Lian turned and asked Winnie. He needed to find a way to tear the photograph and free the master and mistress trapped within. If he succeeded, the mission would be complete. But for that, Winnie had to stall Sophia. It should be possible. Winnie thought for a moment and replied. Good, go for it. Bai Lian nodded. Boom! As soon as he spoke, an aura burst from Winnie. Though not as powerful as Sophia's, it was still formidable. The battle was inevitable. Winnie struck first. Her pen transformed into a massive snake that lunged at Sophia. She tore a page from her book, which turned into a long cruciform sword. With the sword in hand, Winnie fought alongside the snake, attacking from both sides. With a cute Nigerian Naira yes. Winnie, you've grown. Sophia looked at Winnie and smiled with satisfaction, but her face quickly turned cold again. But is this how you treat your mother? You're not my real mother. Winnie clenched her teeth, and her heart, which had been wavering, immediately hardened. Her real mother wasn't like this. This Sophia was just an imposter who had taken over her mother's body. You've disappointed me greatly. Sophia shook her head. Her figure instantly turned into a shadow, and with one strike, she sent the massive snake flying. Then, with one hand, she caught the cruciform sword aimed at her. A look of surprise flashed in Winnie's eyes. She hadn't expected her attack to be so easily deflected. Winnie, my daughter, why have you decided to go against me? Pain flickered across Sophia's face as she looked into Winnie's eyes, tightening her grip slightly. The paper-made cruciform sword began to bend under her strength. Be obedient, stand aside, and let mommy deal with this outsider. Winnie decisively discarded the sword and retreated, quickly tearing another page from her book, transforming it into a long European sword. Hey, can you handle this? Bai Lian looked doubtfully at Winnie, who had so quickly found herself in a tough spot. This boss is so strong? How are we even supposed to fight her? Just do your thing, don't worry about me. Winnie's face showed a hint of displeasure. All right, hang in there. Bai Lian nodded. Now, all they could do was hope Winnie could hold Sophia off. He resolutely headed toward the photographs. Damn outsider. Sophia noticed Bai Lian's movement. She instantly screamed and, after pushing Winnie aside, prepared to attack him. But at that moment, unexpectedly, a fist appeared in front of Sophia. Bang! Sophia raised her hand to block. Though she wasn't hurt, it prevented her from getting closer to Bai Lian. David. Sophia was slightly surprised to see the familiar figure before her. It was David, the butler she had met earlier in the day. He looked at Sophia, shook his head, and said, Sophia, stop. He had sensed something strange in the villa. Remembering what Bai Lian had said, David immediately rushed here. Just in time. David, are you also going to help this outsider? Sophia glared at David furiously, realizing the situation was becoming complicated. If it were just Winnie and Bai Lian, she could easily handle them. But with David added to the mix, the situation became much more difficult. Though David wasn't strong, teamed up with Winnie, he could definitely hold her off. In that case, Bai Lian would have a chance to reach the photograph. If the master and mistress were freed, her plan would fail. No, I'm not helping him. I'm loyal to the master and mistress. David shook his head. Go to hell. Sophia suddenly attacked. David's eyes widened, and he quickly reacted. Winnie also joined the fight, and the three of them were immediately locked in a fierce battle. Bai Lian stood aside, watching their fight. It had to be said, women's fights were truly fascinating. No wonder Lu Ziqiao loved watching women fight so much. After a while, he turned and walked toward the photograph. Raising his hand, he took the framed photo off the wall and, with a sharp motion, tore it in half. Rip! The frame and the photograph were torn in two. In the next moment, two black clouds began to seep out from the torn photograph, slowly merging on the ground and forming two figures. These figures then took on the appearance of the people in the photograph. As soon as they appeared, a notification sounded in the heads of all players in the estate. Congratulations to player Bai Lian for completing the E-Rank Dungeon 5th Estate. Completion time, 16 hours, 30 minutes, 09 seconds. Completion rating, SSS. Completion rewards, rule points, title, Friend of Anomalies, Puppet *1. Attention to all players in this dungeon, the dungeon will close in 30 seconds, 30, 29, 28. The players who had been sleeping in the estate were suddenly awakened by the notification sound. Waking from their slumber, they sat up abruptly, not understanding what was happening. At the moment when their minds were blank, they suddenly realized that someone had already completed the dungeon. I'm here sleeping, and you're telling me someone already cleared it. Are you kidding me? This quest just started, and I didn't even get a proper nap, and someone's already cleared it. Damn, who's that fast? At least let me finish sleeping. An SSS rating for completion? Who's this badass? Is this the first time someone's cleared a quest just by lying around? Before the players could fully grasp what was happening, they were teleported out of the dungeon as a blinding white flash swept through. So, you're actually immune to attacks? Why did you ask me to act then? In the villa, Winnie glared at Bai Liang with clear irritation. Just moments ago, when they completed the mission, Sophia, furious and ashamed, tried to attack Bai Liang. However, it turned out she couldn't harm him at all. Seeing this, Winnie immediately realized she'd been tricked. This guy can ignore all the rules, so no matter what he does, no one can attack him. You didn't ask, Bai Liang shrugged. Winnie, didn't ask? That answer was, something else? Alright, I'm leaving too. Goodbye. Bai Liang smiled at Winnie and extended his hand. Winnie looked at it. Though reluctant, she eventually reached out and shook it. Let's not meet again. This kid. Bai Liang grinned widely, ignoring Winnie's resentful and dissatisfied gaze, and vanished in an instant as a white flash engulfed everything. At that moment, Sophia approached. She had already returned to her original form. Mom, are we leaving too? Winnie looked at the spot where Bai Liang had just disappeared and turned to Sophia. Yes, the master and mistress are leaving, and we're heading to Minus as well. Will we see him again? Sophia smiled and nodded. Of course. Someone like him won't stop here. He'll definitely make his way to Minus one day. Hearing this, Winnie calmed down and regained her usual composure. The screen shifted, fragments reassembled. Bai Liang returned to the player space once more. As usual, the first thing he did was check his status panel. Player, Bai Liang, Avatar. Age, 19. Skills, Initial Genetic Enhanced Adaptation. Number of levels cleared, 3. Titles, Rookie of the Year, Equipped, Redeemer, click for details, Friend of Anomalies, click for details. Note, titles that are not equipped provide the player with bonuses to all attributes. The degree of increase depends on the title's level. Rule points. Rule points have reached 20,000. Finally, I'm a little richer, Bai Liang said with a smile as he looked at his 20,000 rule points. Money gives a sense of security. It's probably related to the older generation's mentality of always saving money. When your pockets are empty, you really don't feel confident. 20,000 rule points, that's enough to buy something decent. With interest, he opened the shop, and immediately saw the expensive items there. Life Skill Book, 5,000 rule points. Combat Skill Book, price rule points. Voodoo Doll, price rule points. Initial Genetic Preparation, price rule points. Initial Weapon, price rule points. Without much enthusiasm, Bai Liang closed the shop. Prices like these, even a dog would shake its head. He was now seriously doubting. Was it because his skills in every game were too unusual that the mysterious world decided to balance things through the shop? Do other players have the same shop as him? Why is it that, despite 2 consecutive SSS ratings, he can't even afford a decent weapon? How do other players even survive? Their completion ratings probably don't even reach S level. They'd get very few rule points. If they wanted to buy an initial genetic elixir, how many times would they need to clear a level? Still too poor. Bai Liang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The excitement he felt upon seeing 20,000 rule points had already faded. Only 20,000 points can't even buy a weapon. In the end, Bai Liang still bought a combat skill book. While clearing the 5th estate dungeon, Bai Liang acutely realized that in the mysterious world, besides having strong, suitable skills, one's own strength is also crucial. Like this time. If Bai Liang hadn't been strong enough, even though his lawless criminal skill made him immune to anomalies, players aren't bound by the rules. If not for his strength, he might have died at the hands of Lu Cheng and his companions. Well, he wouldn't have died because Winnie was there. But it's hard to say what will happen in future dungeons. And in those moments, there's no guarantee he'll have a partner like Winnie. So improving his strength is still necessary. Rule points. Purchase successful. Skill book added to player inventory. After Bai Liang clicked the purchase button, a message appeared on the screen. He exited the shop and opened his inventory. An ancient scroll appeared inside. The scroll's surface depicted a fist. Bai Liang extracted it. The scroll appeared in his hands, and as he unrolled it, he saw a few words. Hand-to-hand combat mastery. Using this skill book will grant you the skill of hand-to-hand combat mastery. All close combat techniques will be at your disposal. Hand-to-hand combat mastery? Not bad. Bai Liang couldn't help but nod. This combat skill book was indeed perfect for him. After his body was enhanced with the initial genetic serum, it became much stronger. Now, with the addition of combat techniques, his strength would increase significantly. It has to be said, even though 10,000 rule points is expensive, it's worth it. Bai Liang chose to use the skill book. The leather scroll turned into a stream of light and flew into his forehead. Bai Liang instinctively closed his eyes, and suddenly, numerous combat techniques flooded his mind. Moreover, he felt as though he had learned these techniques step by step and could now use them at any moment. No wonder, it's the mysterious world. Truly amazing. Bai Liang opened his eyes, feeling the changes within himself, and couldn't help but marvel. After using the skill book, his gaze fell on the title in the status panel. This was the final reward for clearing the dungeon. Title, Friend of the Mysterious World. Title acquisition method. Player receives this title by achieving an SSS rating in clearing the E-rank dungeon 5th estate. Title effect. When the player equips this title, upon entering a dungeon, they will gain a certain level of favorability from anomalies. The amount of favorability depends on the dungeon's difficulty, 50 points for E rank, 40 for D, 30 for C, 20 for B, 10 for A, and no favorability can be gained in S rank or higher dungeons. You can gain favorability from anomalies. Bai Liang pondered as he examined the title's effect. This title didn't seem to provide a direct boost to strength, but it could offer significant assistance when entering dungeons. At the very least, thanks to this title, Bai Liang wouldn't face inexplicable hostility from anomalies in the future. Anomalies aren't NPCs, they have their own thoughts. Although they're bound by rules and can't attack unless a player breaks them, they can still exhibit hostility based on personal preferences. For example, they might try to push a player they dislike into breaking the rules. After Bai Liang obtained this title, such situations wouldn't disappear entirely, but at least the likelihood of them occurring would significantly decrease. So, the title's effect was indeed powerful. However, Bai Liang didn't choose to equip it. The effect of the new king title was too strong, an extra life and increased affinity. Bai Liang chose the former. Any player in his position would do the same. It's like in a game, if you only have one life, would you choose to increase your relationship with NPCs or gain an extra life? Bai Liang wasn't the type to take suicidal risks. He didn't gamble. So, the title would just gather dust in his status list. Meanwhile, as he completed the dungeon, a new message appeared in the world's public chat. Chi Yuan, guys, someone just cleared an E-rank dungeon, the 5th estate. Zhonghai, elite 5th estate? That's just an E-rank dungeon. What's the big deal? Clearing a low-level dungeon isn't worth discussing. Chi Yuan, no, this player got an SSS rating for completion. This message was like a torpedo dropped into calm waters. The public channel exploded. Qian Mingyuan, Team Spirit, is this a joke? An SSS rating? How is that even possible? Li Suyang, Lone Wolf, haha, look, he doesn't even have a title, just a rookie. And you believe him? Haven't there been rookies bragging in the chat before? When has it ever been true? Wu Xiaoling, guide, I think someone said the same thing last time. Is it really possible to get an SSS rating? Lan Tang, water, I think there's some truth to this. I have a younger brother who sent me the exact same message. He said the dungeon just opened, and they already cleared it. I helped him when he opened the dungeon, and yet, they cleared it in a day. Chi Yuan at Lan Tang, boss, I'm telling you, it's true. This player is really strong, and he can ignore the rules. Tang Tianhua, master, can you really ignore the rules? Did some senior player accidentally end up in a low-level dungeon? But that's strange too, because the mysterious world has never had cases like this before. How could a rookie have the means to ignore the rules? Obes. Yujengeo, responder, even if a senior player ended up in a rookie dungeon, they probably wouldn't use such methods. A single magic puppeteer is too expensive to waste in a dungeon like that? Tang Tianhua, master, I'll try to find out who this is and contact them. Let's see if it's a senior player or a rookie. Many veteran players who hadn't entered the dungeon began actively discussing this, engaging in heated debates. Some decided to investigate Bai Liang. However, most players didn't take the event too seriously, considering it just an amusing incident. Unlike the calm reaction in the mysterious world, the real-world discussion about Bai Liang's dungeon clearance had already caused a sensation. On the Mysterious World website, the person who had previously posted the video of Bai Liang's dungeon run uploaded a new post. Shock. Senior player continues to write legends, scores another SSS rating, rookie ignores the rules. The title of this post captured all the attention-grabbing points. Once again, it gained massive popularity on the site. Just a few minutes after the post went live, its views surpassed 1,000, and the number continued to grow at an alarming rate. What's going on? I just logged into the game, about to write a regular post, and then I see someone got an SSS rating? Is this a joke? Guys, hurry up and watch this dungeon run video. This guy is something else. If you don't watch it, you'll regret it for life. Is this some kind of trap? Look at the previous user's post. It's true. There's really a senior player who got an SSS rating. Oh my god, I saw that post too, and what's crazy is that less than a day has passed, and this person got another SSS rating. Wait, I'm having a hard time understanding. How can someone ignore dungeon rules? That's just absurd. Ha 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 ha, you think that's weird? I was one of the first viewers of this streamer, and you know what? When he was in the rookie dungeon, it was even more absurd. He could revive infinitely, and the mysterious world couldn't kill him. It's confirmed, folks. This guy is the true son of the mysterious world. Time to go fishing. The SSS dungeon rating truly attracted attention. After all, until now, no one had managed to achieve such a high rating, even in the simplest E-rank dungeons. Currently, the highest achievement among mysterious world players is an S rating. And even getting an S rating requires being among the strongest players. Where am I? I'm researcher Breedy, and I've ended up in some strange place. There are high walls everywhere, and tunnels leading in different directions, who knows where. I think I'm lost. There are so many mirrors here that I can't orient myself at all, and I just have to keep moving forward. Damn, I just saw a shadow flicker behind me, but why isn't it in the mirror? The most important thing is that those who once received this completion rating are now among the best players in the mysterious world. Without exaggeration, they are the benchmark for all players. But now, an even more terrifying player has appeared. He didn't get an S rank, but immediately the highest in SSS rank. And many who saw this post for the first time decided to check what was in the previous message from the author. When they found out that Bai Liang had received an SSS rating on his first run, they were simply stunned. 2 SSS ratings in a row, what kind of monster is this? Once maybe it's luck, a fluke. But twice that's no longer just luck. This person definitely has something special. 2 SSS ratings in a row? Probably even the first player, Qian Xinshui, couldn't do that, right? No, it's definitely impossible. Not just Qian Xinshui, but all the other top players couldn't either. At this moment, Bai Liang, who was at the center of attention, was already preparing for the next quest. This time, he didn't buy new items, as the ones he had purchased last time hadn't been used yet. Matching a quest for you. Matching successful. Waiting for other players. 100/63. 100/100. Dungeon entry will begin soon. Prepare. I can't escape. This is just an unsolvable prison. Stranger, if you see these words, remember, never stand in front of a mirror for too long, or you'll end up here like me, lost in it. This new dungeon didn't show the usual images like the previous ones. Instead, there was only a monologue from a man. The space around Bai Liang distorted, and this time, there weren't even fragments of information. When the image before his eyes finally cleared, he realized where he had ended up. It was a huge corridor, and on the walls of the corridor, every few meters, there were ancient mirrors embedded. Bai Liang stood directly between 2 mirrors. These mirrors were very strange. Normally, if you stand within their reflective field, you can see your own reflection. But Bai Liang didn't see himself in the mirror opposite him. It seemed like it didn't reflect those who weren't standing directly in front of it. He looked around and saw that there were 100 people in the dungeon with him, about 10 of whom were standing in this same corridor. Everyone stood in the same spots, directly between 2 mirrors. Like Bai Liang, the other players who ended up here immediately began inspecting their surroundings and the other people. The players were of different ages, men and women, with various expressions on their faces. Some looked calm clearly. These weren't rookies but experienced players, while others showed fear. They seemed to have just completed a beginner dungeon and were entering a regular dungeon for the first time. Some immediately turned and walked deeper into the corridor. These were likely veteran players, well acquainted with this dungeon. At that moment, Bai Liang felt something heavy in his hand. He looked down and saw that a book with a brown cover had appeared in his hands. On the cover were a few words. Adventurer's Codex. The same book had appeared in the hands of the other players. Seeing the book, everyone immediately understood that these were the dungeon's rules. Bai Liang quickly opened the book and began carefully studying each rule. Rule 1. Don't take anything unless you can hide it so no one notices. Rule 2. Don't stay in one place for too long, and don't stand in front of a mirror for more than 10 seconds. Rule 3. When you see your reflection, don't show any emotions, pretend it's not there. Rule 4. When you see writing on the wall, try to remember everything, sometimes it can save your life. Rule 5. You can take a torch from the passage, but you must ensure it doesn't go out, or replace it before it does. Rule 6. Don't break the mirrors. Rule 7. The statues in the castle can speak. If they ask you questions, you can answer, but never say your name. Rule 8. If you encounter skeletons, don't panic, they won't attack you. You can search for clues on their bodies, but only when they're motionless. Rule 9. Every door in the castle has a code. You can try to open them, but you can't make more than 3 mistakes. 9 rules in total. They weren't too different from other dungeons what you can and can't do. Bai Liang quickly schemed through the rules, memorized the key points, then closed the book and turned to continue down the corridor. Several other players did the same. Rule 2 already warned against staying in one place for too long. Although no one knew what the consequences might be, it was better to follow the rules. Bai Liang finally realized that the players who had left at the very beginning were clearly experienced. They knew the rules of this dungeon well. Bai Liang also wondered if he should look for a guide before his next dungeon run. It seemed like someone in the public chat was selling such strategies. The price was quite high, though. But of course, it was nothing compared to staying alive. Sometimes, key information could save your life. As Bai Liang walked, a familiar signal sounded in his head. Extracting skill. Extraction complete. Quest completion. The mission is completed automatically. Other players are eliminated. What the hell? Hearing this signal, Bai Liang was stunned. Quest completion? The mission is completed automatically, and the other players are eliminated? Bai Liang's eyes gleamed. Even he found it a little hard to contain himself. This was too unfair. This skill was too cheaty. It was even more overpowered than infinite revives, infinite rollbacks, or being a lawless criminal. Earlier, those skills, while absurd, could still be considered abilities. But this? You call this a skill? Bai Liang stopped in his tracks. Because now, it didn't matter anymore. With this skill, you could forget about searching for clues or ways to beat the game. I really hate cheaters, but if the cheater is me, that's another story. The corners of Bai Liang's mouth lifted slightly, and he glanced at the other players in the tunnel. If he used this skill, the other players would automatically be eliminated. And being ejected from the dungeon meant they would die, unless they had revival items or skills. Bai Liang wasn't going to give up on clearing the dungeon just because of this. Saints don't live to see the end. He decisively used the skill. Luckily, I bought the guide in advance, so I already know most of the clues in the mirror castle. I'll definitely be the first to clear it. Inside the castle, in one of the corridors, a young man with long hair was rejoicing at his wise decision to buy the guide before entering the dungeon. Epsilon-S. He was an experienced player who had cleared more than 10 dungeons, and he usually didn't spend his points all to find strong players and buy guides from them. His guide happened to have information about the Mirror Castle. With this guide, he was confident he could clear the dungeon and get a high rating. However, the next moment. Congratulations to player Bai Liang for clearing the E-rank dungeon Mirror Castle, completion rating SSS. The smile on the young man's face froze. Damn, someone already cleared it. He stared in astonishment, his eyes filled with complete bewilderment. The dungeon had just been activated, and he hadn't even taken a couple of steps. And now he was being told that someone had already cleared it? He simply couldn't believe it. It was like a situation where you've just started the game, just entered the dungeon, and your crystal has already exploded? And even in the frame, you see Han Xian teleporting next to the crystal. Van de Fa, could the dungeon have broken? The other 98 players in the dungeon were equally shocked by what had happened. What's going on? How is it possible that someone has already cleared it? This is fake? The dungeon just opened, how could someone have already cleared it? This is a bug. It's impossible to clear it this fast. The Mirror Castle is one of the most difficult dungeons in the E-rank, ranking in the top 3. To clear it and find all the clues, it takes at least 2 days. But here, only a few minutes have passed, and no one has even made it through the first corridor. Did you just hear that signal? The completion rating is SSS. This Bai Liang, isn't he a cheater? Damn, I haven't even had time to learn all the rules, and someone has already cleared it? And with the highest rating. This Bai Liang, his name sounds familiar, I think I've seen him somewhere. Oh, right. He's the one who cleared the 5th estate dungeon with an SSS rating on the public streams. Is that true? Inside the Mirror Castle, all the players were in complete confusion. They stood in place, looking at the other players who appeared just as bewildered. They had just entered the dungeon, but they were already being shown that someone had managed to clear it. Some hadn't even had time to understand what was happening. In the real world, on one of the streaming platforms, Migao, a popular streamer who often broadcasts games from the mysterious world and provides commentary. His unique commentary style and ability to make accurate, well-reasoned predictions have attracted a large following. His fan base numbers in the millions, and the number of regular viewers on each stream exceeds 100,000. Previously, he only streamed games of top-tier players, but today he decided to focus on a newcomer named Bai Liang. Guys, today we're not going to watch top-tier players, let's take a look at the newcomer zone. Migao started the stream and saw that thousands of viewers had joined his chat in an instant. He smiled and said, "Alright, let's take a look at this newcomer named Bai Liang." After these words, comments immediately began flooding the chat. Migao always used to show top-tier players, why is he suddenly looking at a newcomer? What's there to see? We came here to learn, not to watch a newcomer find his death. You're wrong, sometimes newcomers play even better than some veteran players. The chances of that are very slim. Even if a newcomer is good, he can't compare to experienced players. Experience matters. Migao, let's go back to talking about how Qian Shui plays. Looking at the messages in the stream chat, Migao smiled and said, "Guys, have you heard that a player recently received an SSS rating for clearing a dungeon?" An SSS rating? Migao, are you joking? How could someone get such a rating? Even Qian Shui and other players who've gotten S ratings couldn't do that. Not to mention SSS, no player has ever gotten an SS rating. Migao, I think I know what you're talking about. On the Mysterious World forum, there are 2 posts saying that a player named Bai Liang received 2 SSS ratings. But isn't that fake, Ran? Yeah, someone analyzed those videos, and it seems like they were made to attract attention. Migao, are you saying those videos are real? Migao nodded, looking completely serious, and said, "I can say with full confidence that those 2 videos are real. The player named Bai Liang really did receive 2 SSS ratings for clearing dungeons. And I can tell you a rumor. This newcomer named Bai Liang, not only did he get the highest rating for clearing regular dungeons, but he also got the maximum S rating in the beginner dungeon." Migao was so confident because he was one of Bai Liang's earliest viewers. He didn't start streaming Bai Liang right away because he wanted to observe a bit to avoid mistakes like what happened before. A year ago, he found a very promising newcomer in the beginner zone, but when he tried to start streaming, it turned out that the player had already crashed and burned. After that incident, he became much more careful in choosing who to stream. "Guys, let's now see how a real top-tier player gets an SSS rating for clearing a dungeon," said Migao. He found Bai Liang's stream and immediately entered it. After 2 days of observation, he figured out what time Bai Liang would be clearing dungeons. He was different from other players. After each clear, other players usually rested for a few days before the next dungeon, but Bai Liang. However, after each dungeon clear, Bai Liang would find a new dungeon within half an hour. This guy seemed to not need any analysis or understanding of the dungeon information, just charging forward without a second thought. Migao decided to start the stream right when he saw that Bai Liang had just cleared the 5th estate dungeon. As expected, as soon as he opened the stream, he saw Bai Liang standing in an ancient corridor. In this corridor, mirrors hung every few meters. Seeing this dungeon, Migao instantly perked up. Guys, this is the Mirror Castle, an E-rank dungeon, and its difficulty is in the top 3 among all E-rank dungeons? This is going to be interesting. Actually, he didn't even need to say it. As soon as Bai Liang's face appeared on the screen, with his bright eyes, pearly white teeth, and refined, elegant appearance, the stream chat immediately filled with active comments. Wow, this newcomer is so handsome. I'm in love? Now I believe he can get an SSS rating for clearing dungeons. With looks like that, even in my prime, I'd step aside. The one who wrote above, are you saying you'd step aside into a grave? LOL. I used to think Zhang Hao was the pinnacle of beauty among players in this world, but now, seeing him, I understand what true handsomeness is. From this moment on, I'm a fan of this player. Mi Gao's stream had many female viewers, many of whom loved beautiful people. As soon as they saw Bai Liang's face, they were stunned by his appearance. Some other viewers, seeing him being praised, began to comment disapprovingly. He's just fair-skinned, can that really be considered handsome? Am I not more handsome than him? Handsome is one thing, but this is the mysterious world, what's the point without good gameplay? Yeah, watch him die here, it'll be even worse. Here is the text with the dialogues properly formatted. I've seen many newcomers like this before. At first, I thought Mi Gao was different, but in the end, he turned out to be just like everyone else. What kind of newcomer, no matter how amazing, can get an SSS rating for clearing a dungeon? Seriously, does he think other top players are fools? I watched both videos, it's completely fake. How could he ignore the rules? Do you believe this? If this isn't a compiled video, I'll eat a chair while standing on my head. What, did you come here just to eat and drink? Hey, sour cucumbers, go away. People like you can't stand seeing others succeed. There are haters everywhere. But Mi Gao paid no attention to the trolls in the chat. He was even happy about it, because the more controversy, the more views. Alright, this player has already entered the dungeon. Let's see how he'll proceed. The Mirror Castle is an E-rank dungeon. Its difficulty, of course, can't compare to D-rank dungeons and above, but that doesn't mean it's easy. When the mysterious world first appeared, I showed how top players cleared this dungeon, and some of its traps are quite nasty for newcomers. Mi Gao explained to the viewers, and the chat gradually calmed down. On the screen, Bai Liang had already started reviewing the Adventurer's Codex. At that moment, several players in the same corridor simply left their spots. These players seem experienced. They didn't even read the rules, obviously knowing them in advance. Players like this usually buy guides or gather information about the dungeon before entering the mysterious world, giving them a significant advantage once they enter the dungeon. Mi Gao immediately explained this to the viewers. A few minutes later, Bai Liang finished studying the rules and also decided to leave his current spot. It seems this player has a clear mind. He immediately chose the correct path. Seeing Bai Liang leave the spot, a smile appeared on Mi Gao's face. Alright, Mi Gao, stop praising him so ridiculously. Aren't there others doing the same thing? Yeah, and you call this a clear mind? Isn't this something any normal person would do? Mi Gao, did you take a bribe? Why are you praising a newcomer so much? Let me tell you a joke. A newcomer took 2 steps, and boom, clear mind. LOL. Mi Gao, don't ruin your job. I came to listen to your explanations, not to hear you hype up newcomers. Seeing these comments, Mi Gao felt a little awkward. His recent statement might indeed have sounded like excessive praise. Ahem, let's continue watching, he said, not saying anything more, and stared back at the stream. Suddenly, Bai Liang, who had been walking, stopped. Then an expression of surprise appeared on his face, as if he had seen something unbelievable. A few seconds later, Bai Liang turned around and looked at the other players in the tunnel, the corners of his lips slightly raised. Mi Gao was a bit confused, not understanding why Bai Liang reacted like this. This is kind of weird. What's he even laughing about? Has he gone mad? Don't watch anymore, guys, this guy's just a fool. I really don't get what he's laughing about. Ha, Mi Gao, awkward much? How are you going to explain this now? Mi Gao, guys, look, this isn't just laughter, it's true mastery. That guy in the comments knows what he's talking about. Thumbs up. The stream viewers were also puzzled by Bai Liang's sudden smile. Those who were against him immediately started mocking him. However, in the next moment, congratulations to player Bai Liang for clearing the E-rank dungeon Mirror Castle. Completion rating SSS. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out. Mi Gao, viewers, The entire stream chat, including Mi Gao, was in shock. Their eyes were wide as copper bells, and their mouths were open so wide you could fit a basketball inside. Everyone was stunned by this unexpected announcement. What on earth is going on? This dungeon just opened, right? Bai Liang just entered the dungeon, didn't he? He only took a couple of steps, right? How did he already clear it? What's even weirder is that he didn't do anything, not even find a single clue? Are you telling me this guy cleared the dungeon? And with the highest rating? This is beyond ridiculous. Everyone was in complete confusion, their brains working overtime to find any clues. But their processors were almost overheating, and they couldn't figure out what had happened. Don't panic, guys, don't panic. Let me think, let me figure out what's going on. There must be details we missed. Mi Gao was the first to regain his composure, hastily trying to retrace Bai Liang's actions. From the moment he entered the dungeon, the Adventurer's Codex appeared. He looked at it and walked down the corridor. In the end, Mi Gao was completely baffled. Because all of Bai Liang's actions seemed absolutely normal. He just couldn't figure out how he cleared the dungeon? Questions in the viewers' minds. What's happening? How did he suddenly clear it? Damn, I just went to the bathroom, and you're telling me this guy already cleared it? Didn't they say it takes at least 2 days to find all the clues? I read that in the guides. What's this completion notification about? I get it. What do you get? This player showed it from the start. Look, his Adventurer's Codex has a unique mark on the cover that others don't have. It's a button for quick clearing. Pfft, guys, I can't keep lying. You can clear dungeons like that? I don't watch streams much, don't fool me. Damn, I'm in shock. This is the first time I've seen someone clear it so fast. Mi Gao is completely baffled. Ha ha ha, look at his expression. He thought he'd be commenting normally, but he wasn't even given the chance. Turns out Mi Gao was too conservative in his predictions. How did this guy even do it? The stream chat was in an uproar. The dungeon had just started, and someone had already cleared it, shocking all the viewers. Looking at the flood of comments, Mi Gao opened his mouth. This is definitely going to blow up the internet. He could imagine the uproar Bai Liang's clearing video would cause once it was posted. The mysterious world and the real world would be in shock. This doesn't even compare to the previous SSS-rated clears. Because before, you could follow the progress of those players, but here, even Mi Gao couldn't understand how Bai Liang did it. But that wasn't all. Before the viewers could fully process what had happened, another notification sounded. The remaining players failed to complete the task and will be eliminated. What? The moment the notification appeared, a huge question mark slowly surfaced in everyone's minds. One of the players had completed the task. And so, the others were being eliminated? Absurd? This was utterly ridiculous. What kind of nonsense is this? Other players are being eliminated. I distinctly remember that's not how it works. Even if someone completes the task, the others continue to work on it. Unless they break the rules or provoke something anomalous, players don't get eliminated. This guy is definitely cheating. How else could he even change the rules of the mysterious world? There were 100 players in the Mirror Castle. So, apart from this Bai Liang who completed the task, all the other players are going to die. In Mi Gao's live stream, comments poured in like storm waves. Everyone expressed the same sentiment: absurdity. Even Mi Gao, who had seen it all, was at a loss for words at this moment. What could he even say? He had never encountered anything like this before. He thought Bai Liang was already incredibly strong. Before the stream, he had even prepared thoroughly to explain what was happening. But Bai Liang's completion completely shattered all his expectations. Meanwhile, in the task, completion time, 5 minutes and 42 seconds. Completion rating, SSS. Completion reward. Rules and rewards, title Speedrun Master, Witch Doll X1. Attention to all players in this dungeon, it will close in 30 seconds. 30, 29, 28. When the message echoed in Bai Liang's mind, he glanced around the dungeon. This was probably the shortest dungeon he had ever been in. The other players. The message was unnecessary. After all, they had already been eliminated from the game. They faced only death, with no chance of returning to the player space. I wish I could keep this ability, Bai Liang suddenly thought during the few seconds of the teleportation process. Unfortunately, this ability was random and couldn't become a permanent skill. And no wonder this ability was absurdly overpowered. Bai Liang still had a hard time believing what had just happened. After all, he had essentially done nothing, and the ability had triggered. Completing the dungeon? If it could become permanent, what would be left for other players to do? I hope there's a way to make abilities permanent in the future, flashed through his mind. A moment later, the surroundings began to blur. He returned to the player space once again. However, at that moment, a notification interface suddenly appeared before him. Notification, Player Bai Liang, you have completed 3 SSS-rated clears. The next dungeon will be a class change dungeon. Note, the difficulty of the class change dungeon will match the player's strength level, and opponents will be selected based on similar strength. A class change dungeon? Bai Liang was slightly taken aback upon seeing this message. Then he quickly understood what it meant. He had heard about such dungeons before. They were designed for players to obtain a new class. In this mysterious world, beginners weren't assigned classes. Only after completing a sufficient number of dungeons would they unlock the opportunity to change classes. As far as Bai Liang knew, beginners usually needed to clear at least 30 dungeons to change classes, and he had only just completed 3. If you counted the tutorial dungeon, that made 4. How had he already triggered the class change task? Could it be because of his excessively high completion ratings? Perhaps the mysterious world had decided to let him change classes early? After considering all possibilities, Bai Liang concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. It was worth noting that in this mysterious world, players had access to numerous classes. Each class had its own unique effects and could significantly enhance a player. For example, there were healing classes capable of restoring health to other players, combat classes with high offensive power, and mental classes that allowed players to control or influence the minds of others, and much more. With Diaresis Newbie. Each class was unique, and their effects varied. Of course, classes were also divided into tiers. From lowest to highest, B tier, A tier, S tier, SS tier, SSS tier, and above that Divine tier. Though whether Divine tier truly existed remained a mystery. This classification was created by the players themselves, and no one had yet seen a divine tier class. At present, among all the players in the mysterious world, only a small elite had reached the pinnacle SSS tier classes. Class change, huh? Bai Liang looked at the notification that had appeared. Closing it, he turned his gaze to the matchmaking function. Without further ado, he immediately started the search. Dungeon matchmaking in progress. Matchmaking complete, waiting for other players, 100/26. 100/100, preparation complete. Please prepare to enter the dungeon. Several system notifications sounded in quick succession, and then, the scene around Bai Liang began to disintegrate. Fragments of information flashed before his eyes one after another. I am Moers, a newly hired junior employee. This company, called Phantom Group, hides enormous secrets, and I must uncover them. What's wrong with that guy? The group leader, he's already lost consciousness. All his secrets are now under our control. This is what happens when you go against the company. Remember this, so you don't repeat his mistakes in the future. What should we do with this Moers? Throw him into the sea as fish food? No, spread rumors and destroy his reputation. The fragments scattered in the air, and the surroundings around Bai Liang gradually began to take on clear outlines. He stood in front of a skyscraper. Bai Liang, congratulations. You've successfully passed the company's screening. As your senior colleague, I can say this, if you encounter any difficulties at work, you can always turn to me. I may not be able to help with major issues, but I can handle the small stuff without a problem. Though, I doubt you'll need my help. After all, I was the one who invited you, which means I believe in your abilities. Sooner or later, you'll become an outstanding employee in our company. A young man in a suit standing next to Bai Liang patted him on the shoulder and spoke with a smile. This was his senior brother from university, named Luo Yuan. Both of them had attended the same university. 2 years ago, Luo Yuan had joined Phantom Group and became an ordinary employee in this building. Bai Liang had just graduated from university. Thanks to this senior brother's recommendation, he had successfully landed a job at the company. This information simultaneously surfaced in Bai Liang's mind. This time, there was no white book, and there were no rules announced at the start. In other scenarios, the rules usually directly or indirectly explained to players what to pay attention to. But here, there was nothing like that. To learn the rules, one had to enter the building and figure things out on their own. As expected of a class change scenario, the difficulty had immediately increased. The corners of Bai Liang's lips lifted in a confident smile. Now this is what I call a real dungeon challenge. When we first met, you were a freshman, and I was already in my 3rd year. I didn't think time would fly by so quickly, and now we're both colleagues. To celebrate your successful employment, how about we go to the restaurant across from the company after work? My treat. With a broad smile on his face, full of enthusiasm, Luo Yuan made the offer to Bai Liang. Senior, let's do it another time. Today's my first day at the company, and I have a lot to learn. Bai Liang gently declined, shaking his head. Well, if not today, then another day. We've got plenty of time ahead, Luo Yuan nodded. You're right, you just joined the company, so you need to settle in. I didn't think of that. By the way, there are other newcomers joining the company with you today. In a little while, you'll all enter together, and one of the employees will guide you inside. Work hours are about to start, so I'll head in first. With that, Luo Yuan turned and entered the building. The smile on Bai Liang's face immediately disappeared, and his gaze focused on his surroundings. Like him, there were 99 other players standing in front of the building. None of them looked like newcomers. Their expressions were either focused or calm, certainly not the kind of expressions people have when they're encountering something new for the first time. Clearly, everyone who had entered this class change dungeon was an experienced player, and it seemed Bai Liang was the only newcomer. While Bai Liang was observing the other players, some of them were also watching him. The reason? Luo Yuan? Among all the players, only Bai Liang had managed to establish a strange connection with this person from the very beginning. This made him stand out significantly among the other players. Bai Liang quickly noticed this fact. What a hassle! Feeling the curious and unfriendly gazes on him, Bai Liang couldn't help but sigh. Being different from the rest means attracting attention. Luo Yuan, of course, brought a lot of convenience. But at the same time, it also attracted the envy of other players. Some had already started showing interest. A sturdy, chubby guy approached him. With a smile, he extended his hand to Bai Liang. Bro, wow, you've even got connections with anomalies. Bai Liang also extended his hand, smiled, and shook his head. It's just a role written into this dungeon. No real benefit. My name's Du Qing. Bai Liang, he replied. After the handshake, the chubby Du Qing leaned in and whispered a warning. Bro, it looks like quite a few people are already keeping an eye on you. Be careful. Even without his warning, Bai Liang already knew this perfectly well. But he still nodded. Thanks. If you need anything, call me anytime, Du Qing added with a wide smile. Bai Liang raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid I'll set you up? Du Qing shrugged carelessly. Nah, I just like you. Whether you set me up or not, it doesn't matter. Well, that's a pretty weak argument. This chubby guy is clearly a double agent trying to befriend everyone. But if you really take him as a friend, he won't hesitate to set you up. After saying this, Du Qing didn't linger any longer and went off to find others. And, as Bai Liang expected, he got along with everyone. But it must be admitted, it's players like this who survive the longest in dungeons. Lone wolves like Bai Liang, without outstanding skills, won't last long, and at that moment, a familiar signal sounded in his head. Bai Liang tensed. It was time to choose a skill. Skill selection in progress. Selection complete. All for me. If the task is failed, a random player will be chosen to die in your place. After completing the task, half of the rewards of other players will be shared with you. With grave Omicron. Yes. What? This skill? Bai Liang was momentarily stunned when he saw the description. Task failure? And a random player dies instead of him? Hiss. 100 players, minus Bai Liang himself. Doesn't that mean he has 99 lives? And on top of that, when others complete tasks, half of their rewards go to him? This skill is simply incredible. New chaps on RNBS. It means all the other players have become something like Bai Liang's employees. Still as absurd as ever, but I like it. Bai Liang couldn't help but smile. While he was choosing his skill, the other players also received notifications about their skills. Some looked grim, but most remained calm. Once the skills were distributed, a middle-aged, portly man approached the group. He was dressed in a suit and tie, giving off the impression of a successful man. On the badge pinned to his chest, in large letters, it read, HR Manager, Phantom Corporation. The man stopped in front of the players, and the noisy crowd immediately fell silent. I am HR Manager Zhuangxi. Starting today, I will be assigning your duties, he announced. Now follow me into the company to receive your work badges and uniforms. With that, Zhuangxi turned and headed toward the building. The players exchanged glances and silently followed him. At the same time, when Bai Liang entered the task, viewers who received the notification of his stream starting immediately rushed to his broadcast. Among them was the popular commentator Mi Gao. Brothers, our pro is back in action. Mi Gao excitedly informed his viewers in his stream, immediately connecting to Bai Liang's broadcast. However, when he saw where Bai Liang was, his expression immediately changed. What? The class change dungeon Illusory Tower. Illusory Tower? What kind of E-rank dungeon is that? Why haven't I heard of it before? Mi Gao, explain, what's a class change dungeon? For those who don't know, a class change dungeon is a place where you can change your class. Are you serious? That's like saying nothing. You're clearly a master of useless chatter. Brothers, to put it simply, a class change dungeon is a place where a player, after completing certain tasks, can change their class. After changing classes, the player's strength increases significantly. Mi Gao, being an experienced commentator in the mysterious world with 2.5 years of work under his belt, explained everything easily and clearly. This dungeon has time limits. The more tasks you complete within the allotted time, the stronger your new class will be. Usually, players who enter such dungeons have cleared at least 20 dungeons. Here, Mi Gao paused slightly, as if realizing something. Yes, that's right, to enter a class change dungeon, you need to clear at least 20 dungeons. But if he's not mistaken, Bai Liang has only cleared 4 dungeons since his first one. How did he end up in a class change dungeon? Maybe it's because Bai Shen, Bai Deity, has incredibly high completion ratings. It must be admitted that with 2.5 years of experience, commentator Mi Gao immediately grasped the essence. After a moment of thought, he guessed the correct answer. Brothers, look. We've seen these class change dungeons before. Their difficulty is slightly higher than regular E-rank dungeons. Usually, only players who have cleared more than 20 dungeons can enter them. This means that class change dungeons have a certain threshold related to the player's personal strength. Streamers have talked about this before, and there are analytical posts on the forums. You can look it up yourself, I won't dwell on it. So, Bai Shen was able to enter this dungeon precisely because his personal strength reached the required level. After Mi Gao's explanation, the viewers in the chat understood everything. Wait, he's only cleared 4 dungeons and is already on par with those who've cleared 20. This is just inhuman. If others find out, they'll definitely try to gang up on him and beat him up. Be honest, is he really not using cheats? I want to ask that question too. I've watched all the previous posts about his clears. It seems like in every game, he gains some incredible ability. In the tutorial dungeon, it was something like infinite revival, right? I don't know about the 45th experimental complex, but there, it seemed like he could foresee the future. In the 5th estate, he ignored the rules, and in the mirror castle, it was the strangest he just cleared it directly. I wonder what ability he'll have in this dungeon. Online, users who followed Bai Liang were passionately discussing him. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Bai Liang had already entered the company, following the portly manager. Although you've passed the company's entrance test, before becoming official employees, you'll undergo a 7-day probation period. During this week, you must not make any mistakes, or you'll lose your chance to become employees. Zhuangxi, the manager, instructed the 100 players following him. He approached the turnstile, swiped his card, and opened the door, then addressed the others. When you come to work, even if someone is in front of you, you must still use your card to open the turnstile. The same goes for the elevator. You also need to swipe your card. Our company has a dual attendance system. If you fail to check in at either location, it will be considered an absence. Reino yes. Hearing this, all the players, including Bai Liang, tensed up. The first rule had been established. Phantom Corporation had a dual attendance system. You had to check in both at the entrance and at the elevator, otherwise it would be considered a violation of the rules. A rule disguised like this could indeed cause trouble if you accidentally miss something, Bai Liang thought. His face remained calm. Compared to the other players, who were frowning, he looked much more composed. Who said he didn't have a divine ability? In this dungeon, all the other players would become his subordinates. As they entered the company, two elegantly dressed female administrators approached them. Are these the newcomers? This time, we have so many new employees. Welcome to Phantom Corporation. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask us. The girls greeted the newcomers enthusiastically. As for HR manager Zhuangxi, they seemed to ignore him completely, as if that was how it should be. Zhuangxi, in turn, paid no attention to this, as if it were completely natural. However, out of the corner of his eye, he observed the players, and noticing the budding interest in their eyes, he smirked slightly. Here's the elevator. Your office is on the 5th floor. Don't forget to swipe your card before going up. Zhuangxi swiped his card on the elevator terminal, then, without looking back, continued forward, addressing the group of players. A moment later, he added, by the way, I already mentioned that our company has a dual attendance system. Now, about the work schedule, from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening. From 12 to 2 is lunchtime. You can use these 2 hours as you wish. Under no circumstances should you be late. It doesn't matter if it's the entrance system or the elevator, you must check in before 9. If you check in at the entrance before 9 but at the elevator after 9, that still counts as being late. Is this an addition to the previously stated rule or a separate new rule? More likely, it's an addition. The players listened carefully to every word Zhuangxi said, afraid to miss something important. The elevator in Phantom Group was huge, it could fit 100 people. When Bai Liang and the others arrived on the 5th floor, they received their badges and uniforms, after which Zhuangxi threw in one last remark. Everyone, change into your work clothes, then find your workstations according to the information on your badges. If anything is unclear, ask the employees nearby, but remember, it's forbidden to ask questions to employees from other workstations. The manager left, leaving the players slightly bewildered. However, not everyone stood around in confusion. Many immediately started acting, guided by the information on their badges. Bai Liang's workstation was by the window. On the neat desk, there were only a few items, an office computer, paper, and pens. There were no instructions or rules for employees on the desk. Damn, this class change scenario seems incredibly difficult. There are no hints, you have to figure everything out on your own. Well, duh. If these scenarios were easy, so many people wouldn't die here. Wake up, this is much harder than Eerie. Bai Shen, you look absolutely stunning in that suit. Stunning? That hit right in the heart. Oh, not just the heart, it touched my soul. Wow, person above, you're a genius. I want to chat with you. I sent a friend request, approve it. Okay. In the live stream, the conversation shifted to personal matters. Meanwhile, Bai Liang had just sat down at his desk and hadn't even turned on the computer when he heard a voice nearby. You're Luo Yuan's junior. Bai Liang turned his head and noticed a girl in a white shirt, with slightly wavy hair and glasses, standing next to him, looking at him curiously. Her outfit somewhat resembled that of a forest witch. Suddenly, Bai Liang noticed something interesting. All the girls in this phantom group were clearly quite well off. Their generosity wasn't clear yet, but their wealth was evident at a glance. Like these two receptionist girls and this girl with glasses. She didn't seem to notice that Bai Liang was observing her and said with a smile, my name is Lin Shuking. I'm also a newcomer and just started working at the company. I look forward to working with you. Bai Liang extended his hand and shook hers lightly. Great. For some reason, Lin Shuking felt an inexplicable sense of goodwill toward this new colleague. She couldn't even understand where this feeling came from. Perhaps, it was because he was handsome? After that, when work began, she kept stealing glances at Bai Liang. His face was pleasant to look at. And his profile simply perfect. Shuking, is there something on my face? When Lin Shuking was contemplating whether to glance at him again, Bai Liang's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. She was startled and turned to him in confusion. Huh? No, nothing. Then why do you keep looking at me? Lin Shuking blushed slightly and lowered her head a little. Her chest line was quite noticeable to Bai Liang. Actually, if you're curious, you can look openly. It doesn't bother me, Bai Liang said with a smile. Lin Shuking almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Ahem, by the way, I have a few work-related questions I'd like to discuss with you. It might take a bit of your time. To dispel the awkward atmosphere, Bai Liang decided to change the subject. Hearing his words, Lin Shuking finally raised her head. She also sighed in relief, smiling. Bai Liang, you're too polite. We're colleagues, we should help each other at work. Besides, didn't we just agree to consult each other more often? Bai Liang nodded with a smile. I guess I'm being too formal. But still, you're spending your time on me. As compensation, can I treat you to a drink? Lin Shuking was about to decline. But before she could say a word, a cup of milk tea had already appeared in Bai Liang's hand. Seeing the milk tea, Lin Shuking asked in surprise, what's this drink? Milk tea. Girls usually like it, Bai Liang replied, looking at her. It's very tasty. Try it. This milk tea was something he had exchanged in the shop. 10 cups at a fairly good price. Very cost-effective and with an additional effect. If he felt thirsty, he could drink it himself, but if needed, it also helped establish strange connections. Of course, the fact that he had so quickly struck up a conversation with Lin Shuking wasn't just due to his looks but also the title he had earned after clearing the 5th Estate dungeon. New title, Friend of Anomalies. How to obtain the title? The player receives the title after clearing the E-rank dungeon 5th Estate with an SSS rating. Title effect. When the title is equipped, the player gains a certain level of favorability from anomalies upon entering a dungeon. The level of favorability depends on the dungeon's difficulty. The class change dungeon, although more challenging than an E-rank dungeon, was still classified as E-rank. And the Friend of Anomalies title grants Bai Liang 50 points of favorability from anomalies in E-rank dungeons. Even if Bai Liang didn't equip the title and its effect was halved, it would still give him 25 points of goodwill. 25 points of goodwill were more than enough to make the anomalies' first impression of Bai Liang a friendly one. Bai Liang even suspected that his senior brother, Luo Yuan, had initially arranged things this way because he also had a high level of goodwill. Hearing Bai Liang's words, Lin Shuking picked up the cup of milk tea and took a small sip. Just a tiny sip, and her eyes immediately sparkled. This is so delicious. This is called milk tea, right? Bai Liang, do you know where I can buy this? Seeing Lin Shuking's joy, which was almost overflowing, Bai Liang shook his head. This is the only one. You can't find it anywhere else. Milk tea was something only Bai Liang had. Other players, unless they were as wealthy and inclined to indulge as he was, were unlikely to use their rule points to exchange for such things. After all, it was too wasteful. I see. Well, that's a pity, Lin Shuking said, a little disappointed. She immediately felt that the milk tea in her hands had become even more delicious, but there was too little of it. By the way, didn't you have something to ask? Lin Shuking continued to sip the tea, not forgetting Bai Lian's question. Is there anything I should pay attention to in our company? Bai Lian asked. He wanted to learn all the rules of this task through Lin Shuking. After several successful dungeon clears, Bai Lian had begun to understand some patterns. For example, tasks within the rules were usually related to the player's role. For instance, in the beginner clinic dungeon, Bai Lian was a doctor, and his rules were the doctor's code. In the 5th Estate, he was a regular employee, and his rules were the employee handbook. Similarly, since Bai Lian was now an employee of Phantom Corporation, the rules of this dungeon were likely the company's internal regulations. Lin Shuking put down the cup of milk tea and thought for a moment. Important points. When entering the boss's office, always knock on the door. The company restrooms, men's on the left, women's on the right. Don't mix them up. Client requests can only be rejected 3 times. If you reject more, there will be punishment. And it's better not to go to the 5th floor and above. That's probably all. She counted on her fingers as she answered seriously. As she spoke, Bai Lian also wrote everything down on paper. Is that all? Lin Shuking thought for a moment and nodded. I think that's it. She still seemed a little unsure. She had just started working and probably didn't know much yet. Thank you. Your advice has been very helpful. Bai Lian sincerely thanked her. With this information, he could have his workers complete a few more tasks. Yes, that's right. Bai Lian wasn't planning to complete the tasks himself. He had the worker's skill. Every time 2 people completed a task, it was as if Bai Lian himself had completed 1 task. If 100 people each completed 1 task, Bai Lian would complete 49.5. Chatting with a girl, and extracting useful information from her so that his workers would die as little as possible. Wasn't that much easier than struggling to complete tasks himself? Has Bai Shan already made contact with the girl? Did you see how she looked at him? It was almost like love. If you're handsome, can you do whatever you want? While others are terrified in the dungeon, you're here flirting with girls. You definitely deserve punishment. The difference between people is greater than the difference between people and dogs. Damn, I can't even find a girlfriend in real life, and Bai Lian is calmly flirting with women in this strange world. By the way, Bai Lian can already communicate with this strange world. Doesn't that mean he's far ahead of other players? Here is the text with the dialogues properly formatted and the hyphens removed. The live stream viewers watched as Bai Lian's conversation with the bespectacled girl, Lin Shuking, grew more and more lively. Everyone was envious, their teeth nearly cracking from jealousy. It wasn't just the viewers who were jealous, other players working in the same office were too. Why can this guy do it? Just because he's good looking. Maybe I should go over and start a conversation too. Why can he do it, but I can't? At the workstation next to Bai Lian's, a young man sat, enviously watching his conversation with Lin Shuking. Damn it, we're all players here. Why is he sitting there flirting with girls? Just because he's handsome? I'm not bad looking either. There are people who are overly confident, and their mental abilities aren't always up to par. Sun Chen was exactly that kind of person. He was a player who had managed to clear 20 dungeons in this strange world. He was smart, but not too smart. He had survived this long only because of his determination. A little intelligence and a lot of determination, that's what had helped him survive numerous dungeons. But now, his mental abilities were starting to fail him. Seeing Bai Lian flirting with the girl, Sun Chen also wanted to give it a try. And right next to him sat another pretty girl. Looking at her, Sun Chen grinned widely and, approaching her, said, "Hey, cutie." The girl heard his voice and turned to him with an emotionless expression, asking, "Do you need something?" Her tone was cold, clearly indicating she didn't want to talk to Sun Chen. But Sun Chen didn't seem to notice. Seeing that the girl had responded, he became even more persistent. Hi, my name's Sun Chen. I'm new here, just started at the company. Can I get your name? Sorry, I don't really feel like talking to you. The girl glanced at him with slight disdain and, without hesitation, turned her head away, ignoring Sun Chen. Epsilon. However, that didn't seem to be enough for her. She raised the partition between them. Now, Sun Chen couldn't see her. The smile on Sun Chen's face froze. Did she seriously just raise that partition? Such a small gesture, yet such a powerful blow? Host, are you a clown? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Is this guy trying to imitate Bai Liang? Host, you're like Batman from Gotham, except your enemy is life itself. I am already cracking up. The girl said the frog should be ready for its fate. Host, stop, don't say it, I can't take it anymore. But Bai Liang, now he's a real charmer. He doesn't even need to start the conversation himself, the girls come to him. Sun Chen's chat had a few hundred viewers. Some of them had come here after switching from Bai Liang's stream. After all, they also wanted to see this scenario from another perspective. However, they hadn't expected Sun Chen to try imitating Bai Liang by striking up a conversation with a girl. And the most important thing, he didn't succeed. The girl simply ignored him. Meanwhile, Bai Liang and Lin Shuking didn't talk for long. The workday continued, and they had their own tasks to attend to. Bai Liang turned on his computer. After logging in with his badge, he accessed the work interface. The interface was very simple. On the left was the corporate group chat, where company employees could exchange messages. On the right was the task screen. In the employee group chat, new messages occasionally appeared. Of course, everyone in this chat was a player. Is there anyone who knows anything about this dungeon? We're all in the same dungeon. If anyone has any news, could you share it? Are you daydreaming? Or is your head not in the right place? Yes, we're all in the same dungeon, but this is a class change dungeon, and everyone here is a competitor. Right, are you hoping competitors will give you tips? Instead of dreaming, you should observe more. By the way, how did that player just manage to talk to other employees? I tried, and they didn't even notice me. Big boss, please DM me, tell me at least a couple of rules. I can even warm your bed. 2-meter tank, don't embarrass yourself. When I see your avatar, even if someone wants to share, the desire disappears immediately. While everyone was actively discussing, someone suddenly wrote a message. The task interface has been updated. Everyone, go check it out. Bai Liang had already been looking at it for a while, because he was the one who had sent that message. In addition to reminding others to check the task, he also shared the rules he had learned from Lin Shuking. Guys, I just discovered a few rules that might help you. I'm writing them all down now and sending them to the chat. It didn't take long before Bai Liang posted all the rules he had learned from Lin Shuking in the chat. When the players saw these rules, they were stunned. Holy crap, where did this boss get so many rules? You're a real hero, boss. I'll give you a good person card. This is the first time I've met a living Buddha in a dungeon. Boss, is that all? Is there anything else? Wow, the restrooms aren't labeled. If you accidentally go into the wrong one, will you disappear? Client requests can't be rejected more than 3 times? That's super important information. Who is this boss? He just got here and already managed to gather so many rules. The information Bai Liang shared left the other players in awe. Some were grateful, others were excited, and some simply looked at Bai Liang in surprise. This guy just casually shared such valuable resources. Among players, it's a competition. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't share their secrets with anyone. So Bai Liang's actions seemed truly foolish to the others. In the live stream, Bai Liang, watching his audience, noticed that tens of thousands of viewers didn't understand what he was doing. Guys, can anyone explain why the streamer is sharing the information he knows with others? I don't get it either. Is there some meaning behind this? In a class change dungeon, every player is a competitor. No one would easily share information, but what the streamer is doing this time, I really don't understand the point. Here we go again. I already said this streamer is an idiot. He's even capable of helping his opponents. Hehe, you probably don't understand what Bai Shen is doing because your brains aren't fully developed yet. Yeah, Bai Shen must have his own thoughts on this. If nothing happens, sharing information is part of his plan. Don't let me down, guys. Looking at the chat, he saw many positive messages. Bai Liang couldn't help but smile. After all, he's just a player. What ill intentions could he possibly have? He just wanted his subordinates to live a little longer and complete a couple more tasks. That's perfectly reasonable, right? Here is the text with the dialogues properly formatted. Sun Chen looked at the message Bai Liang had sent to the employee group chat, and a look of disdain spread across his face. In his eyes, Bai Liang was a complete fool. How could someone be so stupid as to share the information they had with others? People like that were just idiots? If he were in Bai Liang's place, he would never reveal such information. Instead, he would use it secretly to complete tasks, creating an informational advantage for himself. How has he even survived this long? Sun Chen thought to himself as he jotted down a few points from the message, simultaneously wondering how someone like Bai Liang had managed to get into a class change quest. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He was a tough person, harsh on himself and even harsher on his enemies. And in his eyes, Bai Liang, who had made him look foolish, was an enemy? Even if it was actually his own misunderstanding when he tried to start a conversation without knowing what he was doing, he would definitely blame Bai Liang for his failure. Of course, before taking action, Sun Chen decided to calmly finish the workday first. At that moment, a new window popped up on his computer screen in the work interface. A client has sent you a request. The red heading was bright and seemed a little intimidating. It appeared to be a new quest assigned by the company. Seeing the task, Sun Chen understood what it meant. He opened the request. The first thing that appeared was an image. From the surroundings, it seemed to be a restroom. The white walls were covered in bloodstains, and bright red blood was bubbling and flowing out of the center of the toilet. He saw a figure in white, with long hair, standing in front of the sink. In the mirror, her long hair obscured her face, making it impossible to tell what she was hiding. This image created a terrifying atmosphere. Even for someone as tough as Sun Chen, looking at it was a bit frightening. He scrolled down with his mouse. Below was detailed information about the task. The guest hasn't washed their face in a long time. Please help them wash their face. Help them wash their face? Seeing this information, Sun Chen was a little confused. Judging by the image, it was probably that long-haired, strange figure, right? Without hesitation, he immediately chose to reject the request. He was tough, but not an idiot. That creature was clearly not ordinary. If he accidentally broke the rules, who knows how tragically it would end for him. In his stream, the viewers, seeing the request, were also quite frightened. Damn, that image looks creepy. This is clearly some kind of scary anomaly request. It's good that the streamer rejected it. If he had taken the task, he might have died immediately. With tilde epsilon. Can't you be more reasonable? Based on previous tasks, everyone who appeared wasn't that difficult. Maybe it just looks scary, but the task is actually simple. You say that so easily? If it were you, would you risk your life for such a task? Players in other instances also received the task. A few of them accepted, but most still refused. Hey, what's going on? Bai Shen didn't reject or accept the request. There were many of Sun Chen's fans in the chat. When they saw the comments from Bai Shen's fans, they couldn't hold back. Aren't you ashamed at all? Can't you just be polite and not seek attention here? And this Bai Shen, it's laughable to tears. He's just a loser who somehow survived until now. Even something as stupid as revealing information, he couldn't help but do it. What kind of high IQ is that? Seriously, now anyone can latch on to old Sun? Be careful, your streamer might not survive today. Seeing these comments, Bai Liang's fans didn't hold back either and started responding. Oh, yeah, those who teach the white deity how to flirt with girls are really cool. Ha ha ha, I have a screenshot of this pig's failed flirting. Every time I look at it, I laugh. At that moment, Sun Chen had no idea that his disgusted expression had already filled the chat in his stream. After rejecting the previous request, before he could even catch his breath, another one popped up. Sun Chen opened the pop-up window, and again, it was an image. It was a room with only a crystal chandelier on the ceiling, and beneath it hung a figure tied with a rope, seemingly a hanging. This image wasn't as bloody and terrifying as the previous one, but for some reason, when Sun Chen saw it, a chill ran down his spine. The simpler the image, the stronger the sense of horror. Sun Chen swallowed hard, hesitating slightly as he moved his mouse. The guest is hanging from the chandelier. Please help them down from the rope without damaging the chandelier. Looking at the task description, Sun Chen's face turned grim. This task wasn't much different from the previous one. Both of them forced him to confront something supernatural. Without thinking, Sun Chen was about to reject the request again. But just as the cursor was about to hit the reject button, he suddenly stopped. Then his gaze fell on the employee group chat. At that moment, the employee chat was in complete chaos. Everyone had received tasks, but no one knew whether they should accept them. Does anyone know what the task with the pedestrian bridge is? Are there any special points to pay attention to? Why is the number of rejections limited to 3? I've already rejected 2. If I reject one more, I'll be kicked out. This is just terrifying. As soon as these images appear, I feel like something sinister is staring at me. I don't have the courage to take the tasks. At Bai Liang, Big Boss, is there any way to complete the task without any issues? Aside from discussing the tasks, some mentioned Bai Liang, hoping to get more information from him. However, at that moment, Bai Liang was lying back at his workstation, enjoying the comfort as task request pop-ups appeared on his screen. He didn't even think about opening them. If he could relax, why bother getting up? Yes, the tasks were indeed scary, the images terrifying, but none of that mattered much to Bai Liang. After all, the risks were for others, and the profits were for him. He had so many workers. Each one completing a task would bring him the maximum completion rating. So why stress himself out and work to death completing tasks? Better to relax, right? Meanwhile, his relaxed behavior in the live stream was interpreted completely differently by the viewers. What is Bai Shen doing? Why isn't he accepting or rejecting the requests? I get it. Bai Shen is playing a delaying game? He's pretending not to be interested to provoke more requests. No, I just realized it now. Bai Shen is the smartest of them all. Doesn't the rule say you can reject requests 3 times? If you don't reject but also don't accept, doesn't that count as not having rejected? Damn, now that I've read this, it actually makes sense. What is Bai Shen doing? Why isn't he accepting or rejecting the requests? I get it. Bai Shan is playing a delaying game? He's pretending not to be interested to provoke more requests. No, I just realized it now. Bai Shan is the smartest of them all. Doesn't the rule say you can reject requests 3 times? If you don't reject but also don't accept, doesn't that count as not having rejected? Damn, now that I've read this, it actually makes sense. Sorry for the interruption earlier. Let's continue with the properly formatted dialogues. This streamer told other players about the rules. What does this mean? Don't you think that everyone around is just selfish? Okay, Bai Shan is happy to help, isn't that a good thing? We're all players, maybe Bai Shan just wants to help others. You don't understand at all, this is the loneliness of the strong. Think about it, if there was a game where you always win, wouldn't you play with a relaxed attitude? Bai Shan told others the rules because he's strong enough to guarantee himself first place in this quest. Bai Shan is helping? Did you forget how he behaved in the initial quest? Oh god, now that you reminded me, I remember? This guy is vengeful to the last detail. That doctor offended Bai Shan, and as a result, his chair was thrown out. Ha ha ha, just thinking about it, that guy is probably in a cemetery with grass up to his waist. So, was this actually Bai Shan's trick? Wow, is he preparing something grand? In the stream chat, viewers began analyzing Bai Shan's actions. Looking at the comments, those who initially didn't understand what was happening became even more confused. And Bai Shan had no idea that his stream chat was gradually descending into chaos. Company building. Bai Shan looked at the messages in the chat where he was mentioned. After some thought, he decided to respond. This is my first experience with a class change quest. I don't have much experience, but I can share my thoughts, Bai Shan typed. You can reject a request 3 times, and after each rejection, a new one will soon appear. Obviously, during work hours, you need to complete tasks, otherwise you might break the rules. My advice, if the requests in the early stages aren't too difficult and are within your capabilities, don't refuse them, because later the tasks will become more difficult. It's like in games. The initial tasks are usually easy. And then, to slow down the game's progress, the tasks become harder but with smaller rewards. Bai Shan considered this quest the same way. If you can complete the tasks at the start, it's better not to refuse them. After all, these people are working for you. Bai Shan was happy to share his assumptions. In the end, the more tasks they complete, the more rewards they'll get. After sending the message, Bai Liang picked up his cup of milk tea and took a sip. Actually, the tea from the shop is much tastier than the one in real life. No wonder Lin Shuking looked so satisfied after drinking it. Thailand body. So that's how it is, thanks for the analysis, big boss. How stupid of me, I didn't even think of something so simple, but you're so smart. That quest was so simple, and I rejected it, now I regret it. Big Boss V587. Thank you, Big Boss. After the players saw Bai Lian's message, many of them suddenly realized they were wrong. Earlier, they had fallen into the trap of false thoughts, believing that the request would definitely be difficult. They didn't even want to accept the task as soon as they saw the image. It really looked scary. But the tasks that seem scary might not actually be that hard. Now many have understood this. No one refused requests anymore. Everyone started thinking about how to complete the tasks faster. So that's how it is. Sun Chen, seeing Bai Lian's message, trembled with the hand holding the mouse. He had just refused a request, even though the task was very simple, just washing a face. Such a simple task. And now, after Bai Lian's analysis, Sun Chen felt like he had missed out on a fortune. Damn, why didn't he say this earlier? Sun Chen, with a resentful look, no longer dared to refuse new tasks. Please follow the instructions and head to the task location. When Sun Chen clicked accept invitation, a new prompt appeared on the screen. At the same time, a faint line appeared below him. This line stretched from Sun Chen and led to the office door, probably indicating the path to the task location. He didn't get up immediately but continued sitting in his seat until the players started leaving their workstations and heading towards the office exit. They were also players who had received tasks and, according to the prompts, were heading to the task locations. Seeing this, Sun Chen finally decided to get up and leave. He even managed to glance at Bai Liang. He saw that he was exchanging glances with Lin Shuking. He peeked at his computer screen. On the screen was a pop-up window with a task prompt that hadn't been opened. Was he just relaxing? Looking at Bai Liang, who was immersed in his gentle harbor and self-destruction, Sun Chen's eyes were full of disdain and even a little envy. He has advantages but doesn't use them, doesn't even want to complete tasks, heh. Sun Chen said with reproach, turning away and paying no more attention. Just a fool, he doesn't deserve his attention. Just wait until the end of the workday, mess around a bit, and he'll collapse. As soon as he thought that Bai Liang would soon be in trouble, all his depression disappeared, and his mood improved significantly. Why is this guy smiling like that? And so creepily. Maybe his wife is giving birth. This guy just looked at Bai Shan strangely. Does he have some feelings for Bai Shan? Don't pay attention to this clown. He can't be a match for Bai Shan anyway. Bai Liang, you can check the company's employee list. There's information about everyone there, Lin Shuking suggested to Bai Liang, then glanced at the manager's office nearby and added, especially our manager, you should pay attention to that. It will help you a lot in the future. Bai Liang, hearing this, also glanced at the manager's office. After that, he smiled and nodded at Lin Shuking. Thanks for the reminder, Senior Shuking. Oh, I told you, we're all newcomers, don't treat me like that, Lin Shuking said, embarrassed. Bai Liang didn't say anything more. He opened the employee list on his computer, and photos appeared on the screen. Under each person's photo were their name and position. Bai Liang noticed that some photos were completely black, and the information couldn't be seen. However, the ones he could see all belonged to HR department employees. At the top of the HR department list was a chubby middle-aged boss, Zhu Hongshua, and below were 3 group leaders of the HR department. The HR department is divided into 3 groups, and Bai Liang was assigned to the first group. When he saw the photo of their first group leader, he couldn't help but freeze. In this photo was a girl with a cold, almost indifferent expression, with golden hair. Her eyes were slightly lowered, and her black pupils were like a deep sea. Among the many brightly dressed employees, she stood out. How to put it? Very impressive. Name, Jian Ran. Age, 28. Position, head of the first HR group. What? Seeing the information about the manager, Bai Lian's eyes widened in surprise. 28 years old? He looked at the photo of the girl again and felt a bit doubtful. Is she really 28? A legal loli? Next came information about Jian Ran's contact details and habits. She likes coffee, dislikes tea and boiled water, has a strong obsession with cleanliness, and demands that her employees' workstations be tidy and their appearance always neat and clean. Moreover, she's a workaholic, and her demands for employee tasks are very strict. She doesn't tolerate even the slightest mistakes. In short, she's a difficult person. No wonder, Lin Shuking advised him to familiarize himself with the information. If it were another player, they might accidentally offend her. But Bai Liang isn't like that. What's there to fear? Just a little girl. He's not afraid at all. Once everything is over, Bai Liang will do as he pleases. Sometimes he chats with Lin Shuking while sipping milk tea, and it's so pleasant. Eyes Bai Shen slacking off a bit? I see other players have already started completing tasks, but Bai Shen hasn't even moved. I can't take it anymore. I came to this stream to learn, not to watch you flirt with girls. Honestly, this strange girl looks pretty good. She seems like a good match for Bai Shen. Come on, this girl is nice, but compared to Mo Lu, she's far from ideal. Even Winnie looks slightly more attractive, though I might have liked the little lowly Bai Shen was just looking at. Don't bother, she seems like a difficult character. If Bai Shen starts messing with her, it probably won't end well. What are you afraid of? It's just that I haven't entered the mysterious world yet. If I were there, I'd definitely go all out. What's so scary about the mysterious world? As long as you look normal, you can go for it. Nigerian Nairobi. Haha, I just love you. Actually, entering the mysterious world is very easy. Just go to the right place on the street, and as soon as a big truck passes by, you'll be inside. Ha ha ha, you're telling the truth. Nowadays, many people who can't live in the real world use this method. Some even hire truck drivers specifically to hit them, and the drivers can't keep up with it. In the manager's office, a little girl with golden pigtails sat on a chair. Her eyes, black like the abyss of the sea, were now intently fixed on the computer screen. The screen displayed surveillance camera footage. Through these frames, she closely monitored every movement of the employees. As an employee of Mirage Group, Jian Ran had been working here for a long time. Thanks to her outstanding abilities, she quickly rose to the position of group leader. She is a very strict and ambitious person. To advance further in the company, Jian Ran must perform her duties at the highest level. And it all starts with monitoring every action of her employees through the cameras. If any employee slacks off, she won't hesitate to punish them. Today, as usual, she was observing every movement of her employees. In fact, she doesn't work that hard herself. Aside from monitoring the employees, she has other responsibilities. But recently, the situation has been somewhat unusual. Due to a shortage of staff, the company recently hired a new batch of employees. Her team also received several new members. Newcomers often mean uncertainty. Jian Ran needed to figure out each of their behaviors and make adjustments if necessary. Watching the screen where the newcomers were diligently completing tasks, Jian Ran remained expressionless. An expressionless face meant these people were working normally. If her expression changed, it would mean someone had disappointed her. For example, after she saw Bai Liang, Jian Ran immediately frowned. Bai Liang, who just started working, isn't accepting client requests, she thought. If that were all, she wouldn't have paid much attention. The main issue was that he was also chatting with Lin Shuking nearby, not thinking about work at all. How can there be such a rat's excrement in the team? Humph, she snorted coldly and pressed a button nearby. Meanwhile, on Bai Liang's computer, a pop-up window suddenly appeared. Report to the manager's office. Seeing this window, Bai Liang froze for a moment. Bai Liang, what's wrong? Asked Lin Shuking, noticing that he had suddenly fallen silent. She also noticed the pop-up window on his screen and, with a slightly changed expression, said, "The manager is calling you to her office." Bai Liang thought for a moment, then stood up and bid farewell to Lin Shuking. "I'll go. Let's continue our conversation later." With these words, he headed to the manager's office. Lin Shuking watched his back with a worried gaze, then looked at the closed door of the manager's office. Why was the manager calling Bai Liang? Had he offended her in some way? At the office door, Bai Liang knocked. "Knock knock. Come in," a cold voice sounded from inside. With a slight creak, the door opened, and Bai Liang stepped straight into the office. The office was a bit different from what he had imagined, clean, tidy, dust-free, with books neatly arranged on the shelves. Behind the desk, directly opposite, sat the girl with golden pigtails. She was currently staring intently at the monitor. When Bai Liang entered, she merely raised her eyes, glanced at him, and silently continued to watch. Seeing this, Bai Liang didn't waste time and, without hesitation, walked over to her desk and sat down on the sofa. Jianran frowned and said displeasedly, "Did I tell you to sit down?" What audacity on his first day? How high her moral status must be. Bai Liang completely ignored her displeasure and leaned back relaxedly. "Sorry, manager, I'm just not used to standing and talking. I prefer sitting. Besides, you allowed me to enter, and now you're silent. Should I stand here the whole time?" Jianran. Is this a challenge? Never before had a newcomer dared to behave like this with her. Seeing such boldness from Bai Liang, she didn't get angry but only smirked. "Bai Liang, aren't you afraid I'll kick you out of the company?" As a manager, even if she holds one of the lowest positions in the company, she's still part of the management? Kicking out a newbie is a trivial matter for her. Although the rules prevent her from firing him right now, there are other ways to make his life here unbearable. Jianran was a master of manipulation, and her threats would probably work on any other employee. But standing before her was Bai Liang. Suddenly, he stood up, walked over to her, placed his hands on the table, and leaned forward, looking down at her. "You can try. I'd actually like to experience what it's like to whip horses into shape." I am shocked. Bai Shen, are you serious? Do you even understand what you're saying? On a horse with a whip? Ahem. That's definitely not what I'm thinking, right? What else is there to say? Brothers, Bai Shen is just awesome. Damn, she's the group leader. Bai Shen isn't afraid at all. Mom, why am I watching this stream on my knees? Such audacity, but why do I like it so much? Guy above, don't interfere. Bai Shen is our idol, for the girls. No, Bai Shen is ours, the male fans, and the girls are his, so the girls are ours too. Laughs. The stream viewers were shocked by what Bai Liang had just done. The way he flirted with the strange girl was somewhat understandable, but now, Jianran is the group leader, she's part of the management at Mirage Corporation, overseeing hundreds of strange little bosses. How could he act like this with someone of her stature? And in such a mocking tone, no less? Jianran was stunned. Her usually calm eyes were filled with confusion. She looked at Bai Liang and suddenly felt as if a supreme being was standing before her. But only for a moment. She quickly regained her composure, and a furious expression appeared in her eyes. Her eyes gleamed like the edge of a knife. "Do you want to die?" Suddenly, Bai Liang grabbed her by the neck, his fingers pressing into her plump cheeks. Jianran was stunned and for a moment couldn't comprehend what was happening. She had been in a high position for a long time, and no one had ever dared to treat her like this. Because of this, despite her immense strength, she wasn't prepared for such a situation. "You want me to die? You're not worthy yet." Bai Liang squeezed her cheeks, the corners of his lips curling into a slight smile, and he slowly released her. "Feels pretty good." Jianran looked at him, and her eyes turned as cold as ancient ice. Her gaze, directed at Bai Liang, was filled with murderous rage. However, she decided not to act. After a moment, her face became calm again. She leaned back in her chair, looking at him with an indifferent expression. "NBS. Did you decide to provoke me like this?" she asked. "Congratulations, you succeeded. But I won't fight you, because I want you to understand how serious the consequences of your provocation can be." She took out a pen, then pulled a notebook from the desk drawer and began writing something, not forgetting to continue her conversation with Bai Liang. "Killing you is quite simple, but it won't fully satisfy my anger. I will slowly destroy your pride, erase your face and dignity to the very end. I think at some point you'll suffer more than if you had died." Jianran quickly wrote something on a piece of paper, then tore it off and placed it in front of Bai Liang, calmly adding, "I'll see you kneel and beg me. That moment will be quite interesting." Bai Liang picked up the paper and glanced at it. In large letters, it read "Mandatory Task." Below it were the details of the task. As a manager, Jianran had the authority to assign mandatory tasks to her subordinates. These tasks had to be completed. Refusing to complete them meant serious consequences. Bai Liang merely glanced at the task and, with a mocking smile, tore it in two. "Sorry, but your threats are too naive. They don't affect me at all, so I'm not going to waste time on this." "You tore up the task? That's a refusal to complete it? Trouble is definitely coming." Jianran couldn't understand what was happening with this handsome young man in front of her. A mandatory task is called that because it must be completed. But Bai Liang? He simply ignored it and tore up the task? Can mandatory tasks really be declined? Of course, they can. You don't have to complete them. But you can't decline them 3 times, not even once. "That's only for me, Bai Shen. I always have my own methods." Even the leader is shocked. What's this? How dare he? Why did he refuse the mandatory task? Isn't he afraid the monster will come and kill him? Hey, whose stream are you in? Bai Shen is always fully conscious, he's absolutely confident in himself. Watch, there's going to be an interesting twist. I've never seen someone seek death like this. Jianran looked at the task Bai Liang had torn up and shook her head, saying regretfully, "Too bad, I won't get to see you beg me for mercy on your knees." By tearing up the task, Bai Liang had refused the assignment. And if a mandatory task is declined, it's a violation of the rules. Now Bai Liang would have to face a terrifying monster. You seem pretty confident. Bai Liang smiled, looking at Jianran. She laughed disdainfully. It's not confidence, it's that with your strength, after breaking the rules, you have no chance of surviving. Bai Liang didn't bother explaining. He smiled slightly and suddenly said, how about a bet? A bet? What are we betting on? Jianran asked, skeptical. Of course, we're betting on whether I'll survive this, Bai Liang said with a serious expression. Breaking the rules and surviving? Jianran quietly shook her head but pretended to think it over. After a short pause, she nodded, I'm willing to bet with you, but what are you putting up? Bai Liang is just a player, he probably doesn't have anything valuable, but she's a real monster. Their values aren't equal, so this bet wouldn't be entirely fair. Is this enough? Bai Liang flipped his hand and pulled out a rag doll with button eyes. Seeing this doll, Jianran's eyes immediately lit up. A voodoo doll. An artifact from the mysterious world that, when used, allows the user to die in your place when death comes. This was a reward Bai Liang had received earlier for completing a task. For him, it didn't matter much, as the revival effect from the voodoo doll was already part of his title. But for Jianran, it was different. As a creature from the mysterious world, it was extremely difficult for her to obtain such an artifact. And now someone was using it as a bet. Moreover, in a situation where she was almost certain to win. If she refused, it would be truly foolish. I agree. Jianran slightly raised the corners of her lips. Don't rush to agree. I've already placed my bet, so where's yours? Bai Liang said with a slight smile, his gaze sliding over her. Jianran seemed to understand something. She looked down, then raised her head, and her disdainful gaze settled on Bai Liang. Tell me, what do you want? Bai Liang smiled faintly, leaned in, and whispered something to Jianran. Jianran felt her face turn red from her ears to her neck, and, looking at Bai Liang with a smirk, her gaze became even more disdainful. You really are a pervert. Damn, guys, did you see what Bai Shen has? A voodoo doll. Is that the item that lets you avoid death once? How did Bai Shen get it? If I understand correctly, this thing seems to be incredibly expensive. I once saw a top-tier A-class player use this item, and he told others that it's ridiculously pricey. Even if you clear dozens of dungeons, there's no guarantee you can afford it. But Bai Shen just recently entered this mysterious world, right? If I remember correctly, he's only cleared 4 or 5 dungeons, and he already has such an amazing item. And the most important thing is, he's willing to bet it. If other players see this, they'll be so jealous they'll spit blood. Don't even mention it. I'm ready to bleed from envy too. Why can Bai Shen afford something like this? Didn't you hear what Bai Shen said? He made a resident of the mysterious world call him a pervert. Hey, don't leave me hanging. What are you guys talking about? Tell me too, I'm curious. As the saying goes, to destroy a person, you must first drive them mad. For Jianran, Bai Liang was just a fool who didn't realize how vast the sky and earth truly were. Mandatory tasks and the consequences of refusing to complete them. No one knew them better than her. During her long time in the Phantom Group, Jianran had seen countless people perish because of this. Bai Liang's fate would be no different from those who came before him. So, in this bet, she had a 100% chance of winning, but it's impossible not to admit that Bai Liang has some bizarre ideas that even she, as a resident of the mysterious world, finds perverse. Recalling his words, Jianran felt a slight flicker of unease in her eyes. Looking at Bai Liang, she noticed that the faint smile on his face hadn't disappeared. In his eyes was complete confidence, he was clearly certain of his victory. If she were to lose, Jianran shook her head, dismissing the thought. How could that be possible? Those who refuse mandatory tasks cannot survive. Enjoy the last moments of your life, this will be your final time, Jianran said coldly, staring at Bai Liang. Bai Liang returned to the sofa and lay down, his eyes half closed. You'd better think about how you're going to fulfill the bet. It's almost over, and he's still so arrogant? Jianran no longer paid attention to Bai Liang, calmly waiting instead. As usual, after a couple of minutes, an anomaly would come and take Bai Liang away. Time passed, and she occasionally glanced at Bai Liang, trying to see even a hint of panic on his face. But she was disappointed. He still lay on the sofa, looking carefree, as if the one who had just refused a mandatory task wasn't him. In fact, that was exactly the case. Bai Liang had rejected the task, but the punishment fell on someone else. Meanwhile, on one of the floors of the office building, player Sun Chen, after much deliberation, finally decided to complete his task. When he took the client down from the chandelier, making sure they were unharmed, his pale face finally lit up with a smile. That guy wasn't wrong, the previous task was indeed easy. Sun Chen was a little excited. He also began to look down on Bai Liang. This guy, despite having outstanding intuition, didn't act on it and instead shared his guesses with others. Isn't that just stupid behavior? But it was precisely his stupidity that allowed Sun Chen to complete the first task so easily. By the way, now he owed Bai Liang a favor. As a thank you, I'll make sure your death is quick, so you can reincarnate faster. Sun Chen smirked sinisterly. Suddenly, a cold, piercing wind blew from behind. Sun Chen shuddered, his smile freezing on his face. He quickly turned his head and looked back. And before his eyes appeared an unimaginably terrifying sight. A strange silhouette with disheveled hair and a sinister, gaping maw large enough to swallow a whole person was approaching him. Sun Chen's eyes widened in horror. No. The sound of flesh tearing echoed. The anomaly swallowed Sun Chen whole. Until his death, he couldn't understand what he had done wrong. The task was completed. Logically, he shouldn't have been in danger. But why did such a terrifying creature appear here? He wouldn't have understood. Some dangers don't come from the person themselves but from other sources. Meanwhile, in the manager's office, 2 minutes had passed, and Jianran's composure was completely gone. She looked at Bai Liang, who was still lying on the sofa, and then glanced at the office door again. Confusion and anxiety grew stronger in her eyes. What's going on? Why hasn't the anomaly come? Logically, the creature should have appeared by now and killed Bai Liang. Could he really survive, as he claimed? If so, does that mean I've lost? Thinking about the consequences of losing, Jianran felt her eyelid twitch, and her breathing became rapid. No, this can't be. She knew the rules like the back of her hand. Bai Liang must die at the hands of the anomaly. Maybe there were just some unforeseen circumstances. Jianran tried to calm herself. But after another minute, looking at Bai Liang, who was still unharmed, Jianran felt a question mark slowly forming above her head. Where is that creature? Where is that huge monster that was supposed to appear? That terrifying creature that can swallow a person whole. It's clearly in the company building. I saw it eating people recently. Have you seen it? What? It's temporarily unavailable? I don't believe it. Damn it, hurry up. If you don't come, I'm the one who's going to suffer? This guy's demands are too perverse. Damn it. Jianran was about to lose her mind. At that moment, Bai Liang stood up, looked at Jianran with a meaningful gaze, and said like a devil, "Leader, isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Come on, show me how far you're willing to go." Jianran shuddered. Watching Bai Liang approach, she instinctively backed away. "Don't come near me. The broadcast has been interrupted as it may cause discomfort." Van Defa. Damn, you cut off the stream at the most interesting part. Protest, protest, I want to watch the stream. Guys, I still don't understand what Bai Shen is doing. Damn, this is amazing. Bai Shen seems to have charged at the monster. No, guys, shouldn't we focus more on the fact that Bai Liang just tore through the task and is still alive? This is just absurd. I've seen side task streams before where some idiot refused a mandatory task and got swallowed by a monster, but how is this even possible with Bai Shen? He's alive? Finally, not much time had passed. The stream was back. Indeed, very little time had passed, only about 10 to 15 minutes. On the screen, Bai Liang stood at the office door with a lively expression, while Jianran sat on a chair with an utterly emotionless face. Her eyes were filled with complete disdain and resistance, her gaze so cold it could have carved icy needles. This was too much. Bai Liang's request was simply abnormal. Even she, who was used to all sorts of strange situations, couldn't handle it. "Captain, everything's done, I'm off," Bai Liang said to Jianran with a smile. Jianran paled. "Work hard? Don't you dare flirt with Lin Shuking. You're a company employee now, and every word and action of yours represents the company's image." Got it, Bai Liang waved her words off. As he was about to leave, he turned back, the corners of his lips lifting. "I can't help but say, Captain, your massage skills are great, but this time I'm not satisfied. I hope next time you can do it properly." Jianran barely restrained herself from hitting him. What did he mean by not satisfied? The massage had lasted over 20 minutes, and it was her own hands doing the work, yet he still wanted more. Bai Liang ignored her murderous gaze and walked out of the office. Comments had already started appearing in the stream chat. What happened? What just happened? Am I blind? Is this even a normal stream? Damn it, why did you cut the stream right at the most interesting part? Do we have to pay to see the rest? This massage, is it what I'm thinking? No, my lowly captain. It's over, look at the two of them. Did the strange item go to Bai Shen? It's possible, but Bai Shen gave up too quickly, losing in just 20 minutes? Laughs. The situation wasn't what the viewers in the chat had expected. Bai Liang had simply asked Jianran to give him a massage. A very ordinary massage. After all, if he had been doing something more serious, it would have taken several hours, not less. When Bai Liang returned to his workstation, Lin Shuking, sitting nearby, looked at him with confusion. Are you okay? She looked him up and down and glanced at the manager's office. Her expression seemed to say that Bai Liang looked a bit different from what she had expected. After all, those she had seen entering the manager's office before, either came out completely subdued or simply died. But Bai Liang was different. He walked out calmly, with a smile on his face, like someone who had just had a pleasant conversation. "Do you think there's something wrong with me?" Bai Liang spread his hands. Lin Shuking was shocked. Before, when the manager called someone into the office, those people either died or went completely insane. What did you do to come out unscathed? Maybe the manager appreciated me. Bai Liang pondered and replied. This answer was clearly not sincere. Lin Shuking didn't believe his nonsense. Her intuition told her that there was more to it. But since Bai Liang didn't want to talk about it, she didn't press further. While everyone else was working, Bai Liang was just having fun. Many people had already completed their tasks. And in this process, the information Bai Liang provided played a huge role. Many players were saved thanks to the information he gave. As a result, only one person died that morning. It must be said that Sun Chen was truly unlucky. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the one chosen by Bai Liang's skill to be a replacement for others. Time passed, and it was almost time to finish work. Bai Liang, are you coming to the cafeteria with me? Lin Shuking gathered her things at her workstation and, smiling, turned to Bai Liang. Nah, I'm not hungry, go ahead. Bai Liang shook his head. After Bai Liang entered the mysterious world, he no longer felt hunger. Neither did the other players. In fact, once someone enters a strange dungeon, except for some NPCs, other players usually don't need to eat. But at this moment, a player who had already gotten up to go to the cafeteria had just risen from his workstation but hadn't taken 2 steps before he collapsed to the ground. Thud. The dull sound of the fall attracted everyone's attention in the office. One of the brave players approached, put his hand to the fallen player's nose, and checked his pulse. A moment later, his hand jerked back, and he stared in horror at the player lying on the floor. Dead, dead. This player showed no signs of life. No pulse, no breathing. He was clearly dead. Deaths in dungeons are quite common. However, the strangeness lay in how unusually this player had died. He hadn't done anything, just stood up strangely, took a couple of steps and was gone. SHH damn, is that a player? How did he disappear? He died so quickly? I just noticed him standing up, but he didn't do anything, and suddenly he's gone. Maybe he triggered a hidden rule. But wait, his actions were completely normal. He didn't actually break any rules, so he couldn't have violated them. Somehow strange, the difficulty of this dungeon suddenly increased. Bai Shen should be careful. Look at Bai Shen's expression, he's completely baffled too. Ha ha ha, seems even Bai Shen has moments when he doesn't understand something. They were wrong. Bai Shen wasn't baffled because he didn't understand, but because he understood too well. As for this class change task, the rules Lin Shuking had mentioned just needed to be memorized, and then there would be no problems. He had even asked the manager, Jian Ran, in the office if there were any additional rules. The answer was yes, there were, but they didn't concern the workspace. That is, in the work area, it was enough to follow the rules Lin Shuking had mentioned. But that player, he hadn't broken those rules. So what had happened, and why had he died so suddenly? The answer was obvious. Looking at the body, Bai Liang felt the corners of his lips twitch. Could it be that because he had broken the rules, other players had gotten into trouble? Be careful, if a colleague invites you to lunch, you must go, otherwise the consequences will be serious. After thinking, Bai Liang decided to write in the general employee chat. The sooner he warned them, the more people he could save. However, when he sent the message, the atmosphere in the chat immediately became strange. Bai Shen. How does Bai Shen know about this rule? Master, people are dying here, and you're still teaching us. What nonsense. After Bai Liang sent the message, the employee chat exploded with activity. Damn, good thing the senior noticed in time. Someone just invited me, and I was about to refuse. I almost ended up like that guy. Senior, are there any other rules? This dungeon is too complicated, it feels like danger lurks everywhere. Wow, senior, I'm a girl. Can you take me with you? I'm light and flexible, easy to knock down. Hey, you over there, get lost? Even if you're an animal, it won't help. The senior is for us, the male employees. Senior, can I be your little brother? Do you guys have any conscience? Senior, do you remember that rainy evening 20 years ago? I'm your long-lost brother. Looking at these messages, Bai Liang, aside from glancing at the girl's avatar, didn't say anything else. 70 points, I can't give more. Her body is indeed amazing, but it's not worth it. Well, actually, he is a normal person. He only opened the avatar to get to know his colleague. Bai Shen, did you really open her avatar? Ha ha ha, did you guys see Bai Shen's gaze? You can see him turning away from her face when he saw she wasn't pretty. Bai Shen, she's pretty. Maybe after she enters the world of anomalies, you'll take her under your wing. Damn, how old are you? Judging by the photo, she's at least 30. Ahem, I've been watching streams for 3 years, theoretically well prepared, familiar with most dungeon strategies. This girl wants to chat privately with me, we can discuss. The chat was lively. Time was running out. Bai Liang turned off his computer and prepared to leave. Many people in the group were looking at Bai Liang. Their gazes held surprise, doubt, and a hint of mockery. How to explain it? In the chat, you can boast about anything. But in reality, they still thought Bai Liang was an idiot. Bai Liang didn't pay attention to their gazes. It didn't matter. They thought he was an idiot. But didn't Bai Liang also think of them as his subordinates? In the company cafeteria, many people were already lining up. Bai Liang met a familiar face. How was your first day at work? Luo Yuan approached and asked Bai Liang with a smile. Bai Liang also smiled back. Thanks for your concern, brother. It was fine. Luo Yuan looked at him in surprise. Most people who come to the company for the first time look like they're dead after work, but you look so energetic. Didn't encounter any difficulties. He chatted with girls, got a massage from the captain. What difficulties could there be? Honestly, the only difficulty is that I'm a bit full from the milk tea, and now I might not be able to eat much. No, Bai Liang shook his head. Good. Luo Yuan nodded. The company cafeteria's food is pretty good, you can eat more. Okay. Luo Yuan went to line up, and Bai Liang stood in a line with fewer people. And at this moment, whispers started nearby. Hey, did you hear? Today, there was a cool guy in the HR department who went into Captain Jian's office and came out unscathed. Seriously? Jian Ran didn't cause trouble for the newcomer? Since when did she become so kind? Jian Ran, kind? Listen to what you're saying. When I was in the first department, she tortured me countless times. Maybe the newcomer was just lucky. Yeah, it's not surprising. I think Captain Jian is quite normal. You definitely haven't worked in the HR department. If you had, you wouldn't be talking such nonsense. The name Jian Ran was known to all the company's employees, especially the old employees who had once worked in the HR department. They mentioned her name with fear. Their expressions at that moment were not fake. Jian Ran was a strict and absurdly hard-working maniac, and her methods with disobedient newcomers were simply a nightmare. It was said that no new employee who entered her office on the first day of work could come out unscathed. Either they lost limbs, or they suffered mental breakdowns. Some even lost their lives. But Bai Liang, he was the first new employee to come out of her office intact, with a normal mental state. This situation definitely caused a sensation among the old employees. Other players also heard these discussions, but they were more concerned about something else. Someone had shared the rules they found in the employee group. Is this really happening? Yes, he posted it directly in the employee group, and he doesn't even do tasks. He's a really strange person. Could it be a trap? He deliberately reveals the rules, but some of them might be fake. Unlikely. If that were the case, many people would have died by now. Too many people trust him. And you know what's even stranger? He doesn't do tasks at all, he just chats with that weirdo. Is he an idiot? Wait, if he were an idiot, he wouldn't have survived until now. When it was time for lunch, many people paid attention to Bai Liang. Through the players in the first group, they already knew that there was a good person in their group. This good person freely shared the rules he knew. And most importantly, he didn't do tasks, he just lay there like a dead fish. They really wanted to meet such an idiot, and if possible, become friends. The lunch line moved forward, and soon it was Bai Liang's turn. Behind the counter stood an elderly woman. She scooped a large portion of meat with a ladle, but just as she was about to put it on the plate, her hand suddenly trembled. It was as if she had a seizure, and the entire ladle of meat turned into a few pieces of fat at the bottom of the ladle. This skill left even Bai Liang at a loss. The guy in front of him stood there with his mouth open, completely shocked. Van de Fa, I'm already in the mysterious world. And now I have to endure the torture of the cafeteria lady? The guy in front of him didn't dare to complain and could only look at the few pieces of meat in his plate with regret. What kind of world is this? The same cafeteria and the same cafeteria lady? Laughing to tears, do all cafeteria ladies have such skills? Looking at this guy, it's like seeing myself in my school days, so real. Don't say anymore, I'm also in the cafeteria now, and it's like looking in a mirror. All cafeterias are equally dark. Cafeteria lady, is this intentional or accidental? Cafeteria lady, intentional, but accidental? Funny meme with 9 times boiled sausage. All the viewers in the forum started laughing until they cried. Now it was Bai Liang's turn. The cafeteria lady swung the ladle, ready to demonstrate her signature move. But someone was faster than her. Bai Liang swiftly snatched the ladle from her hand. Then, under the astonished gazes of the surrounding people and viewers, he served himself a full plate of hearty lunch. After finishing serving the food, Bai Liang handed the ladle back to the cafeteria lady, who was still standing there in a daze. He smiled and said, "Thank you, ma'am. You must be tired, I'll serve myself." And without hesitation, he left, not leaving any room for doubt. Everyone was shocked. What the hell? How is this even possible? Isn't this against the rules? The player standing behind Bai Liang watched as he calmly walked away, nearly dropping his bowl of food. He glanced at Bai Liang, then at the rules posted on the cafeteria wall. Rule 5, do not talk to the cafeteria lady. Do not serve yourself food. Food must not overflow the plate. The cafeteria rules were quite obvious, easy to notice if you had eyes. That's why, despite the cafeteria lady trembling violently, no one dared to complain. If you started talking, you might break the rules. But Bai Liang, not only did he speak, but he also served himself food, and his plate was almost overflowing. He broke all 3 rules, and yet, nothing happened to him. Is this Bai Shan just walking away like that? Is this some kind of privilege? He broke rules no one dares to break, and he gets away with it. I think that cafeteria lady is related to Bai Shan. Look at him, Bai Shan isn't afraid at all. If the rules say no, he still does it. Why is the cafeteria lady just standing there? Why isn't she chasing him down and cutting him up? Ha ha ha, I've never seen anything like this. I don't even know what to do with this. All the viewers were in shock. They could see the rules too. An ordinary player, of course, wouldn't dare break them, but how could Bai Liang just ignore them? He simply didn't care. The most astonishing thing was that nothing happened to him. This was absurd. The other players were also completely baffled. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, some even doubting if they were hallucinating. Are these rules fake? Can we really serve ourselves food? Damn, if that's the case, why am I standing in line? I'll just take what I want. I have to say, this guy is really something. If he's going to break the rules, he does it without fear of death. The players began to speculate, some wanting to follow Bai Liang's example. For instance, the player who had been standing behind Bai Liang was the first to understand what had happened. The young man with the bowl happily ran to the serving window. As soon as he opened his mouth, before he could even say a word, suddenly, the cafeteria lady, who had been in a daze, swung a metal spoon and slashed it across his neck. SSSSH? The sound of his voice was cut off, his head flew into the air, and eventually fell to the ground, rolling a few times. His eyes were wide open, he died without explanation. Thud. Only when the body fell did the smell of blood fill the air. The other players, still in shock, finally came to their senses. They looked at the dead body, fear in their eyes. He died? He really died? What the hell? What happened? How did someone just die? Wait, he didn't even break the rules, right? This guy didn't even get a chance to say anything. Is this a mistake? That cafeteria lady isn't following the rules. I wanted to see this guy imitate Bai Shan, but he just went straight to his ancestors. Bai Shan, learn from me live, imitate me die. Guys, something's not right. This guy didn't even break the rules, but he still died. What the hell is going on? The stream viewers were completely baffled. Looking at the player who died for no apparent reason, they couldn't understand how he had been killed. Although they could guess that this guy wanted to follow Bai Liang's actions. But he hadn't even acted yet. He hadn't acted meaning he hadn't broken the rules. How can you kill someone who hasn't broken the rules? Isn't that strange? The players who initially wanted to follow Bai Shan's example and serve themselves food immediately became obedient after this incident. True, no one left the line. Because according to the cafeteria rules, if you're in line, you have to wait for your food before leaving. Bai Liang enjoyed his meal. Lu Yuan hadn't lied. The food in the cafeteria was indeed pretty good. It was true, he hadn't deceived. Although the cafeteria lady might stir the dishes, she knew how to cook. After eating, it was time to work. Bai Liang returned to his workstation. Good afternoon. The beautiful girl sitting next to him, Lin Shuking, greeted Bai Liang with a smile. Good afternoon. Bai Liang smiled and nodded in response. He turned on his computer. He glanced at the pop-up task window on the desktop, where several new tasks had already appeared. Feeling a bit bored, he decided to open them. The first task was, cut a client's hair. Task, Abinda's grades in high school aren't very good. His uncle plans to send him to a construction site to carry bricks, but he doesn't want to, so he wants to get a haircut for the new year. A haircut for the new year? That's an insult to the whole family. Bai Liang didn't refuse, but he didn't accept either. He moved on to the next one. Task, help a client with a psychological issue. Task, Xiaoqin has recently been obsessed with a problem. She wants to find someone to listen to her, but no one wants to hear her troubles. Please play the role of a psychologist and help her out of this situation. A regular task. Bai Liang wasn't a psychologist. He wasn't particularly interested in this task. Bai Liang scrolled down with his mouse, about to look at the image and move on to the next task. In his field of vision, he caught a glimpse of a girl with long black hair. He half closed his eyes, not knowing why, and they opened on their own. Psychologist. Bai Liang straightened up a bit. Don't get the wrong idea. He wasn't actually interested in this task, but the profession of a psychologist, that was something he'd like to try. After all, Bai Liang had once been a master of support, according to his classmates. This meant he had a natural talent in this field. If you have talent but don't develop it, that's not Bai Liang's style. This has absolutely nothing to do with the attractive girl with long black hair. Are you interested because you saw a pretty girl? Hihi, Bai Shan, you've given yourself away. Your thoughts are written all over your face. Why is Bai Shan only interested in pretty girls? Don't get so hung up on gender differences, okay? Ahem. Oh, you're absolutely right. We can find common ground. My gender isn't that defined. You read the weird 1, 0, or 1. I don't even understand anymore. In the end, Bai Liang still took the task. The location was the psychology office on the 4th floor. Bai Liang arrived early and sat in the chair. Not long after, there was a knock on the office door. Ding dong. Come in. As Bai Liang spoke, the office door opened. A person in a hood, dressed in casual clothes, entered the room. She immediately sat down across from Bai Liang. Dr. Bai. From under the hood came a voice as melodious as a bell. It's me, Xiaoqin. Here, you can relax, let go of all your wariness and restrictions, Bai Liang said, his voice as soft as a gentle breeze. Really? Of course. Bai Liang nodded. Hearing this, Xiaoqin hesitated for a moment, then reached out and removed her hood. A stunningly beautiful girl was revealed. Bai Liang didn't change his expression and asked, Xiaoqin, what's wrong? Dr. Bai, the thing is, I have a friend. Very well, a classic opening. I have a friend. Truth be told, this friend might very well be herself. Sometimes, the truth isn't what matters. What Bai Liang needed to do now was listen. She comes from a very happy family. She was happy, but one day, she suddenly discovered her father is a terrible person. She witnessed him murder her friend. Dr. Bai, what do you think what should my friend do? Xiaoqing's eyes were filled with confusion. She didn't know how to answer this question. Or perhaps, in her mind, the once kind father who had suddenly revealed his cruelty. This worldview-shattering change was too much for her to bear. At this moment, she was like someone lost in fog, unable to see the way forward. She needed a lighthouse to guide her. And Bai Liang became that lighthouse. Your friend can't accept that her father is a bad person who killed her friend. Or she doesn't know how to face him, what to do next. Am I right? Bai Liang leaned forward, meeting Xiaoqing's gaze thoughtfully. Yes. Xiaoqing nodded vigorously. His words were so precise she couldn't help but agree. This was exactly how she felt. No normal person could accept such a situation. Bai Liang fell silent for a moment. As Xiaoqing's anxiety grew, he folded his hands on the desk and continued. Before offering advice, I have 2 questions. First, was this friend important to your friend? Xiaoqing pondered, then shook her head. Just an ordinary friend. They only spoke a few times. Second question, what was his relationship with your father? He was my father's employee, Xiaoqing answered honestly. Employee? Bai Lian's eyes narrowed slightly. He studied Xiaoqing, his expression shifting. In this dungeon, there was only one company, Phantom Corporation. Xiaoqing hadn't said subordinate but specifically used employee. That meant her father wasn't just management, he was the owner? The corporate hierarchy here was clear, ordinary employees at the bottom, group leaders overseeing hundreds, department heads above them, and the pyramid's peak the executives and CEO. But those wielding absolute power over life and death were the board members. Clearly, Xiaoqing's father was a top-tier board member. Sometimes, Bai Liang couldn't help marveling at his luck. He'd picked a random task and stumbled upon a hidden heavyweight. After a pause, Bai Liang said, my advice is this, if he continues treating your friends as he always has, and remains the father you remember, then there's no need to dwell on it. After all, how he treats others doesn't matter. As long as he treats you well, he's still your father, isn't he? How he treats others. If he's good to me, he's still my father? Bai Lian's words made Xiaoqing's eyes widen. Half the darkness haunting her suddenly dissolved. Yes. If father remains good to me, he's still my father. I shouldn't discard all our past because of his flaws. Thank you. Thank you for my friend, Dr. Bai. Your words helped her so much. Xiaoqing bowed gratefully. The problem tormenting her for so long had been unraveled by a few sentences. His words carried undeniable weight. Strangely, from the moment she entered the room, Xiaoqing had felt an odd warmth from Bai Liang, as if they were strangers, yet also old acquaintances. This peculiar sense of familiarity deepened her curiosity about him. No need for thanks. It was nothing. Bai Liang smiled. Besides, you look lovely when you smile. Try doing it more often. This girl truly shone when she smiled. Her sorrowful expression was such a waste. She ought to smile like this always. Whoa, she's even prettier smiling. I think I'm in love. How does Bai Liang keep meeting beauties everywhere? Why don't I get this luck? Look at Bai Liang's face, folks. With your mug, you'd get a nice guy card at best. Bai Liang, the dating sensei? If flirting were a skill, he'd be SSS tier. Wait, how does this flirting thing work? Unbelievable? Finally saw Bai Liang clear a task normally. Forgot what that even looks like. When viewers saw Bai Liang resolve the issue in mere sentences, they erupted. They'd come to learn strategies, but Bai Liang played by no rules. His maneuvers were beyond their comprehension. If this weren't the mysterious world where glitches didn't exist like regular games, they'd swear he was cheating. Dr. Bai, you're also very handsome when you smile, Xiaoqing suddenly remarked. Bai Liang froze mid-step, glancing at her. Xiaoqing smiled wider. My friend once told me, if you smile often, luck finds you. No matter what happens, keep smiling. I think that's what you meant too, right? No, I didn't. That's not what I. Internally, Bai Liang denied it thrice over. You're quite perceptive. He scratched his nose, a telltale sign of embarrassment. Xiaoqing opened her mouth to say more, then abruptly stood. Dr. Bai, talking with you was wonderful. May I have your contact information? If my friend has more troubles, it'd be easier to reach you. Regarding this friend, Bai Liang stifled a smirk. He scribbled his work email on a notepad and handed it over. Here's my email. Feel free to add me. If your friends ever need help, I'm here. Xiaoqing took the paper, studied it, then flashed a radiant smile. Turning to leave, she paused at the door, winking. Dr. Bai, thank you, on behalf of my friend. You're a good doctor. Hope we meet again. Bai Liang waved until she disappeared from view. Task complete. As the notification chimed, Bai Liang rose and exited the psychological counseling room. Beyond task completion, he'd gained something else. The friendship of a VIP's daughter. This connection might prove very useful later. At the elevator, Bai Liang encountered an unusual man. He was dressed in a suit and tie, with gold-rimmed glasses and slightly graying temples. This middle-aged man glanced at Bai Liang and stepped into the elevator first. Bai Liang noticed nothing strange and followed. Young man, thank you. As soon as the elevator doors closed, the man suddenly spoke. Are you talking to me? Bai Liang hesitated, glanced around, saw no one else, and realized the man was indeed addressing him. But he didn't recognize this man. They'd seemingly never met. He thanked me right away. Did he mistake me for someone else? The middle-aged man slid one hand into his pocket, turned his head, and smiled faintly at Bai Liang. Let me introduce myself. I'm Xiaoqing He, a member of the board of directors and the second largest shareholder of the company. I'm also the father of the girl you just met. If I'm not mistaken, she must have mentioned me. No guesswork needed now. Bai Liang frowned, sensing the situation wasn't simple. This man had approached him with immediate gratitude, clearly aware of what had transpired in the psychologist's office. Every move had been under his surveillance. No, perhaps he hadn't been watching Bai Liang, but Xiaoqing. Bai Liang was merely collateral. Don't worry. I mean no harm. Seeing Bai Liang's expression, Xiao Changhe assumed he'd misunderstood and added with a slight smile. You've done me a great service. Xiaoqing, that child has always been a headache. Lately, her condition worsened terribly. Yet with just a few words, you helped bridge the gap between me and my daughter. I owe you. If you ever need help, feel free to contact me. Xiao Changhe handed Bai Liang a business card. My contact information. One more request, please speak kindly to Xiaoqing on my behalf. Bai Liang calmly accepted the card and nodded. As an employee, it's my duty. No need for thanks. Ha ha ha, you're quite amusing. Xiao Changhe laughed, clapped Bai Liang's shoulder, and solemnly added. Young man, do as you wish. If trouble arises, I'll cover for you. The elevator reached the 5th floor, but Xiao Changhe didn't exit, instead watching Bai Liang leave the building. Do I have 2 major backers now? When Bai Liang returned to his workstation, he felt slightly dazed. The stream viewers were utterly shocked. What world is this? Girl throws herself at him, now her dad sponsors him too? Bai Shen, you deserve to die. This luck isn't even in novels. Is our dungeon the same as Bai Shen's? Why is he so blessed? Does he own the dungeon? Bai Shen, first the girl, now her dad? Leave some luck for us. People watch streams to learn tactics, but I'm just here for sci-fi shows. Time passed. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Bai Liang's face. In the manager's office, Jianran observed Bai Liang's work status through her monitor, her beautiful eyes flickering with concealed frustration. This time, she wouldn't summon him. This man defied all norms. Who knew if another massage incident would occur? Just recalling how she'd massaged Bai Liang for over 20 minutes last time made Jianran flush with humiliation. Suddenly, someone entered without knocking. Seeing the visitor, Jianran barely suppressed a frown but stood respectfully. Director, what brings you here? The intruder was a balding, slightly overweight man with an oppressive aura. Had Bai Liang been present, he'd have recognized him. Zhuangxi, head of HR. Zhuangxi eyed Jianran and sat in her chair without ceremony. How are the newcomers? He asked. These newcomers already gave him a headache. The moment they found the slightest clue, they'd unravel everything like peeling an onion. Proceeding as usual. The first group's task completion rate remains high, Jianran replied after a pause. Oh, Zhuangxi raised an eyebrow, then smirked. Jianran, how long have you been a group leader? 10 years. 10 years. Too long. Zhuangxi shook his head meaningfully. In all this time, you've never truly stood out. Why torture yourself? Just join the general director's team, and a promotion will follow. At Feigning Company, aside from the board, the general director held supreme authority. Everyone knew he carried a torch for Jianran. But alas, the flowers are falling, but the water remains indifferent. The general director's decade-long pursuit had yielded nothing. Consequently, Jianran remained stuck as a group leader. Were it not for her exceptional skills, she might not have even kept that position. My affairs are none of your concern, Director, Jianran stated coldly. Seeing her stony expression, Zhuangxi abandoned subtlety. Monitor the newcomers. Tomorrow, increase their task difficulty slightly. Having issued the order, he left. Alone in the office, Jianran gazed at the door and sighed. Feigning Company had existed too long. The board remained aloof, rarely intervening. All power lay with the general director. But herein lay the problem: the general director held no shares yet harbored wild ambitions. Letting such a man rule unchecked courted disaster. Internal tensions were rising. Ordinary employees were mere pawns in this game. Jianran herself was but a small boat in turbulent seas, liable to capsize any moment. A storm approaches. Her brow furrowed as she murmured, gripped by foreboding. Something monumental brewed within the company. When it erupted, neither board members nor employees would escape being swept into the maelstrom. After some contemplation, Jianran returned to her work. In the end, she was just a small team leader. In these corporate power struggles, she was merely a pawn with no real power to resist. There was no point in worrying now. It was better to focus on her tasks. When something major happened, she could simply observe how things unfolded. As this thought crossed her mind, Jianran suddenly raised her head and glanced at one of the figures on the surveillance feed. That guy. In the morning, when players had just entered the dungeon, they were still figuring out the rules, so their task efficiency was low. But by evening, after everyone had grasped the essentials, productivity skyrocketed. Bai Liang could barely contain his laughter. The notification sounds ringing in his head were music to his ears. To motivate the players, Bai Liang had put in considerable effort. Not only did he share intel about the rules, he also swapped workstations with Lin Shuking and borrowed her computer. Using her account, he joined the players' corporate group chat and began praising those who completed tasks quickly. Imagine, a beautiful girl showering a player with praise, calling them amazing for their progress. What effect would that have? The effect was staggering. Players became electrified. Every time they finished a task, they rushed to the group to brag. Task efficiency multiplied exponentially. So this is how you are, Bai Shen? Wow, pretending to be a girl and chatting up other players? You've really figured out how this group works. Wait, I'm confused. What are you even doing, Bai Shen? Exactly? Why aren't you working on tasks? Did you finish one and just stop? It's over? Bai Shen has given up. Guys, maybe there's a deeper meaning here? A hidden scheme. Give me back the invincible Bai Shen. Don't turn into Ma Huatang 2.0. The stream viewers, watching Bai Liang laze around, fell silent as time passed. Soon, it was time to clock out. Bai Liang shut down his computer and stretched. Noticing Lin Shuking nearby, he smiled. Thanks, Shuking. What could he say? Their relationship had progressed to a point where they could discuss almost anything. This rapport was partly thanks to Bai Liang's Friend of the Mysterious World title, which boosted his charisma, a handy perk. No need to thank me. Lin Shuking tidied her desk and smiled. Heading back to the dorm after work. Why? Are there other options? Bai Liang raised an eyebrow. Of course. The financial director is hosting a mixer at the bar across the street tonight. He holds these monthly, any employee can attend. A mixer, huh? Are you going? Bai Liang asked. Lin Shuking blinked. Hey, I asked first. Why are you turning it around? Just thinking the party'll be boring without a beauty like you there, Bai Liang replied with a smirk. Lin Shuking covered her mouth, giggling. Now I see how you survived your meeting with the boss. Oh, with flirting skills like yours, how could she stay mad? True enough. Not only had she not punished him, she'd even given him a 20-minute massage. And honestly, her technique was pretty great. Speaking of which, while Bai Liang initially had no interest in the party, he'd planned to chat with Xiaoqing, whom he'd recently befriended. Things changed when Lin Shuking leaned closer, documents in hand, and whispered, by the way, Supervisor Jian Ran will be there too, along with a few other girls from different departments. Oh, well, if you put it that way. Bai Liang swiftly packed his desk and stood. What time does it start? Wouldn't want to keep the financial director waiting. As a company employee, wasn't it natural to want to network with higher UPS? Weren't you just saying you had no time? Bai Shen, if there's a party, sleep can wait. Seriously? You refused until you heard about the girls. Master of setting the mood. I am staying here. Other streams are for coughs. Sure, we're all just eager to meet the financial director. The girls? Mere details. Do you feel no shame? Bai Liang's abrupt about face amused the viewers. They realized he had no intention of taking this dungeon seriously, behaving like a total slacker. The party starts in 2 hours. Plenty of time, said Lin Shuking, eyeing the players still toiling at their desks. Aren't you going to work overtime? Overtime? Why? Well, Supervisor Jian Ran is a workaholic. Newcomers usually earn her approval by staying late. When I started, I pulled all-nighters too. Lin Shuking glanced at the team leader's office and pursed her lips. It's veteran advice. They say it helps avoid incidents. Bai Liang shook his head. Overtime's not my style. Even if the company exploded this second, I'd clock out right on time. Lin Shuking's eyes widened. How would you live through that second? Through iron willpower and an unbreakable spirit. With hours until the party and no desire to linger, Bai Liang grabbed his things and left. The company dorm stood diagonally across from the office, a mere 100 meters away. Riding the elevator down, Bai Liang exited the building and surveyed his surroundings. This world stretched endlessly, no edges visible at a glance. The commercial street stood empty save for employees. It seemed each dungeon occupied its own isolated space, or perhaps players couldn't leave their assigned areas. If the former, it explained each world's unique style. If the latter, that was far more unsettling. Staff dormitory. It must be said that the company truly lives up to its status as a major corporation with thousands of employees. The living quarters provided were quite decent. Bai Liang glanced at the dormitory, which resembled a proper apartment, and immediately flopped onto the sofa. He then pulled out the company-issued phone and logged into his account. There were several unread messages, all from Xiaoqing. Dr. Bai, what do you think I should wear to the event? It's so hard to choose. It's been ages since I attended something like this. I don't even know what to pick. Dr. Bai, are you going to the corporate party? It seemed the girl had grown much more optimistic after his advice. Event? What to wear? Bai Liang smirked and quickly typed, do you have anything black? Huh? Dr. Bai, do you like black? No. I just think dressing more provocatively for the event will help you make friends, which ties into your psychological issues. When you've been weighed down by certain thoughts for too long, you need to do something bold to break free. Bai Liang explained with a serious tone. To Xiaoqing, he was a real psychologist, not someone who just wanted to see her in black stockings and pretty legs. I don't have anything like that in my closet. Dad never let me buy such things. But since it's your advice, Dr. Bai, I'll check my mom's wardrobe. She might have something. A moment later, Dr. Bai, how about this? Image, sinister black outfit with stunning legs. Oh, such generosity? Bai Liang sat up straight, admiring the photo on his phone. Excellent, you've taken a major step. I'm sure you'll soon embrace a whole new version of yourself. Dr. Bai, I also have a sailor outfit. Want to see? Huh? A joke? Did she think this would test his professionalism? What employee would fail such a trial? Bai Liang, send more. I'll provide detailed feedback. Time to drop the act. No more pretending. The more trials, the better. And so, Bai Liang spent 2 hours earnestly discussing black stockings with the long-haired girl. Only when the event drew near did he reluctantly tear his eyes away from the gallery of beauty. How time flies. He tucked away his phone, adjusted his collar, and headed out. Outside, players who'd stayed late at work began trickling away. Some went straight to the bar across from the company, while most returned to the staff dormitories. Those heading to the bar had likely learned about the event through their own channels. Bai Liang wasn't surprised. Players who'd survived the class change dungeon weren't fools. If he could learn about the party through Lin Shuking, others had their methods too. Halfway there, he ran into Du Qing, the chubby guy who'd first approached him at the start. Friend, heading to the party too? Du Qing asked with a smile. Yep. Bai Liang nodded. Truthfully, he'd rather avoid people like Du Qing. They were dangerous. They'd cozy up to anyone, seeking every opportunity to exploit others. Fall for their friendly act, and you'd find yourself cornered when it mattered. Me too, Du Qing whispered, glancing around. Listen, this party isn't simple. Rumor is, the CFO organized it, and plenty of higher UPS will be there. Buddy, I've got a feeling this event is crucial. It'll definitely help us with future tasks. If we can gather key intel here, the next mission will be way easier. Bai Liang listened but didn't respond. Noticing this, Du Qing blinked a few times before grinning. Since we're acquainted, how about this? We split up, and if either of us finds useful info, we share it. Sound good? No. Bai Liang scoffed internally. If he hadn't overheard Du Qing giving the exact same speech to another player earlier, he might have believed it. Thanks to his initial genetic enhancements, his physical abilities including hearing were extraordinary. He could catch whispers from dozens of meters away. Du Qing's intentions? Bai Liang neither knew nor cared. Sure, he nodded. Whether they'd actually share intel didn't matter. Bai Liang just wanted to see what this guy was plotting. As long as Du Qing didn't target him, it was fine. After all, the more tasks Du Qing completed, the more rewards Bai Liang would reap. No downside. Pleased, Du Qing grinned. Huh? Then it's settled. He scurried off to pitch the same deal to others. Minutes later, Bai Liang entered the bar. It was already packed. Some faces from HR mingled with employees from other departments, all holding drinks and chatting. Bai Liang, disliking the noise, grabbed a glass and claimed a corner seat. A few figures stood out in the crowd. Li Shuiying in an evening gown, her beauty drawing admirers. Beside her stood the icy blonde group leader Jian Ran, her expression familiar only to those from the first HR group. But neither was the centerpiece. At the room's heart stood a girl in an elegant dress, her slender legs sheathed in black stockings. Every eye in the bar lingered on her. She was breathtaking, long black hair cascading like a fallen angel. Who is that? Have I never seen her in the company? Right? Someone that stunning. Is she even an employee? She must be. Why else would she be here? But how have I never spotted her before? Ahem, miss, may I introduce myself? I'm the HR director. Many tried to approach, but players were the boldest. Yet the girl seemed oblivious, her gaze sweeping the crowd as if searching. Finally, her eyes landed on the figure in the corner. The emotionless mask melted into a smile. Dr. Bai. Xiaoqing, in her high heels, quickly approached and sat down next to Bai Liang. Dr. Bai, I thought you weren't coming. Bai Liang smiled faintly, swirled his glass of red wine, and replied, what made you think that? Well, honestly, I figured you would come. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shown up either. Xiaoqing gave a subtle smile and clinked her glass against Bai Liang's. But it seems Dr. Bai isn't fond of this kind of atmosphere. While everyone else mingled, Bai Liang had been sitting alone in the corner, sipping wine. His air of detachment made her think he disliked such parties. Of course. Honest people like me aren't used to noisy places, Bai Liang said with a straight face. Xiaoqing nodded knowingly. You're right. I've never liked crowded spaces since I was a child. If it weren't for you, Dr. Bai, I wouldn't have come to this party at all. But when you texted me earlier, you weren't like this. Bai Liang's gaze flickered oddly for a moment before returning to normal. No need to argue, I just contradict myself. His eyes drifted away from Xiaoqing to Lin Shuking and Xiao Ran in the crowd. The black braid is nice, but the little girl in white stockings isn't bad either. Suddenly, Bai Liang sighed. Dr. Bai, what's wrong? Xiaoqing asked, noticing his melancholic expression. Bai Liang shook his head. I was just thinking, the creator was too lazy to give me an extra eye when making humans. I can't see everything. Xiaoqing fell silent. Gotta admit, Bai Shan, you sure know how to kill a conversation. 3 beauties, 1 pair of eyes, how's a man supposed to appreciate them all? Ha ha ha, you left her speechless, Bai Shan. Masterclass. Guys, following Bai Shan guarantees a feast for the eyes. Sorry, just finished, someone explain the meaning of life. Players nearby, including a peculiar man, watched Bai Liang chatting cheerfully with the beauty. Their faces twisted with envy. Tisk tisk, look at that simp. Acting like he's never seen a woman before. Met plenty of his type, all talk to impress girls, but useless otherwise. Why aren't I as handsome? Modern girls only care about looks, not inner beauty. Pathetic. Why's he even talking to that weirdo? Real veterans don't need women. Bro, with that face, you won't find anyone either. Wanna be friends? The party continued, each guest lost in their own entertainment. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Phantom Corporation building, a young man in a tailored suit stood by the window, his piercing gaze fixed on the bar below. The neon lights reflected in his pupils like embers. Yu Haoming, president of Phantom Corporation. Everyone's enjoying themselves at the party. What a waste of productivity. He smirked derisively, tilting his head toward the cold moonlight. A mad spark flashed in his eyes. A perfect night for murder, don't you think? He seemed to be talking to himself. Of course, Mr. Yu. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness behind him, its form blurred even under the moonlight. The daughter of the board's second largest shareholder is at the party, along with her. Are a Nigerian Nairo. TCH. Yu Haoming cut it off with a snarl, malice dripping from his voice. Don't mention her. If she won't appreciate my kindness, let her burn with the rest. Those old boardroom bastards pushed me to this. Don't blame me for what comes next. Ha ha ha. I can't wait. His manic laughter faded as he and the shadow dissolved into the night. The party wound down. Guests trickled out, dreading tomorrow's work. Dr. Bai, you're truly witty? This was delightful. Xiaoqing's cheeks glowed faintly from the wine. Odd. Can you even get drunk here? Bai Liang wondered, feeling unaffected. Dr. Bai, I must go. Until next time. She checked her watch and stood. Goodbye. Bai Liang smiled and waved. At the door, Xiaoqing glanced back, winked, and her phone. Before he could react, she left. Bai Liang pulled out his phone. Several unread messages all from Xiaoqing, sent moments ago. What's she up to? He opened them. The first image showed slender legs sheathed in black stockings, half-shrouded in dim light. Mild. He scrolled down. The next revealed a lifted evening gown's hem. Holy? Bai Liang snapped the phone shut. Better save this for private viewing. Nearby, a blonde Lolita had already taken Xiaoqing's seat. I advise you not to get involved with that woman. In this company, caution is key, Jianran said coldly, arms crossed. Is our leader worried about a rookie like me? Bai Liang feigned surprise. Jianran glared. I just don't want the team dragged down by idiots. If you say so, I'll have to disappoint. She stared, baffled. What's wrong with him? Die if you want, just don't take others with you. She stood to leave, every word straining her patience. Wait. Bai Liang called. Jianran paused. What? Bai Liang clutched his chest dramatically. Leader, I'm just a rookie. Your harsh words, they wound me. And, don't you know how to heal a broken heart? Jianran raised an eyebrow. Bai Liang grabbed a water bottle from a nearby table, emptied it, and crumpled it in his hand. Look at this bottle. It's like my heart, shattered by your cruelty. How do I fix it? Jianran paused, then took the bottle from him, blew into the opening, and watched it re-inflate. Just blow into it. She glanced at Bai Liang and noticed his odd smirk. Jianran. Suddenly, she realized the double entendre. Of course. Expecting seriousness from this man was like expecting a cow to appreciate piano music. I'm tired of instantly understanding these jokes. Is this how straight A students feel during exams? Why do I always get it immediately? I hate myself. How do I make my girlfriend say these words? How do I make my neighbor's girlfriend hear these words? The internet is wild. The fun never lasts. The event ended. Bai Liang left the bar and headed toward the staff dormitory. Under dim street lights, hands in pockets, he walked into the breeze, his shadow stretching behind him. When the shadow vanished, he stopped and looked up. A crimson fog crept from the horizon, devouring the moon and stars. Unnoticed, the same fog began swirling around Bai Liang. It thickened until the street lights barely pierced through. What's happening? Bai Liang pulled his hand from his pocket, frowning at the unnatural shift. This is too strange. Can dungeons mutate? This red fog was anything but normal? Damn, where'd all this fog come from? Wait, since when do class change dungeons have night mechanics? Maybe there's a rule about not leaving the dorms after dark. But Bai Shen isn't the only one out, other employees and players are still outside too. This fog's suspicious. Something's about to go down. Players watching the dungeon's sudden mutation were equally baffled. Then, a notification chimed in Bai Liang's mind. Warning, the dungeon has undergone an unknown mutation. Class change mission will conclude prematurely. Mutated dungeon, Phantom Corporation rightward arrow Crimson Knight. Current players will continue their mission. Prepare accordingly. Class change rewards are being calculated. Do not forget to claim them. Warning. A string of alerts left Bai Liang stunned. What the hell? The dungeon mutated, Phantom Corporation became Crimson Knight, and they're handing out class change rewards early? We've been scammed. Bai Liang's eyes widened. He'd fallen for the dungeon's trap. His skill hadn't maxed out for optimal harvesting, yet they were doling out premature rewards? Was all that effort wasted? He'd even resorted to flirting to make other players complete more tasks, all for richer future rewards. But now, after just one day, they're cutting it short? Screw this. Bai Liang cursed inwardly. Congratulations, player Bai Liang. UVE cleared the Phantom Corporation class change dungeon. Tasks completed, 196 completion rating, SSS. Rewards, unique class, Shadow Sovereign, 20,000 rule points, 94 class change skill books. Another notification, this time personal. A unique class, 20,000 rule points, 94 skill books. At least the SSS rating wasn't stolen. Bai Liang sighed in relief. He'd feared the mutation would void his perfect score. If that happened, he'd hunt down whoever caused this and make them regret it. Unique class, Shadow Sovereign? What's that? An answer came instantly. An eye erupted from his head. It tore through space itself, a violet-green orb, cold and emotionless. Even Bai Liang shuddered under its gaze. Staring too long might make my head explode. Suddenly, the eye locked onto him. Before he could react, it plunged into the crown of his skull. Am I okay? Bai Liang braced for pain, but nothing came. Only strange new knowledge flooded his mind. Abilities unlocked. Dead eye. Manifest the dead eye anywhere above his head, on his forehead, or elsewhere. Bai Liang opted for the crown. Majestic. Dead realm. Create a zone where his power multiplies tenfold. Perfect for crushing opponents. Shadow Sovereign. Summon a clone matching his strength. Double the trouble. Annihilation. Channel the dead eye's energy to obliterate foes below 4th tier class. Classes have tiers now. Bai Liang marveled. Though new to class tiers, his power felt overwhelming. As a 1st tier Shadow Sovereign, he could annihilate anyone up to 4th tier. Not bad for a day's work. Advancing through reincarnation wasn't just about gaining new abilities. After merging with the Shadow Sovereign, Bai Liang felt his power surge exponentially. Now, killing a bull with a single punch felt trivial. To put it simply, one finger could handle Jian Ran. No need for two. No wonder players clear dungeons faster after reincarnation. The gap between tiers is this vast. As raw power flooded his veins, Bai Liang couldn't help but swell with pride. With this strength, he could likely obliterate any anomaly in the dungeon. One strike total annihilation. I wonder what tier this unique class is? SSS? Divine? And what about other reincarnated players? How much stronger did they become? Bai Liang mused. What just happened? Why did the dungeon end early? SSS rating, that's what matters. Bai Shen got another SSS. Wait, didn't he just lounge around? How'd he max the rating? Confused. Someone explain. I know but can't explain. Bai Shen only did one task. How's that an SSS? Whatever. What's this dungeon mutation? Never seen this before. Regardless, Bai Shen's in danger now. Mutated dungeons are unpredictable, difficulty spikes guaranteed. Even seasoned stream viewers were blindsided. This was unprecedented in the mysterious world. Unknown meant deadly. Players would need pure wit and power to survive without prepared strategies. Meanwhile, other players reeled from the sudden shift. What's happening? Why's the dungeon mutating? This was a class change dungeon. Damn, I didn't finish a single task. Stuck with a lousy B tier class. Lucky I did a few tasks, scored A B rating, A tier class. A tier? I was aiming for S. My sanity's crumbling. What's Crimson Knight? Never heard of it. Shouldn't we get ejected before a dungeon shifts? How's this possible? Players who'd procrastinated panicked. Class change dungeons typically lasted 5 days minimum. Most used day 1 to study rules, planning to grind tasks later. But who knew the dungeon would collapse on day 1? And now they'd been tossed into an uncharted nightmare? Smart players already formed alliances, safety in numbers. Meanwhile, Bai Liang checked his phone after claiming his rewards. Xiaoqing's unread messages glared at him. Dr. Bai, I'm home, liked the pics I sent? Blush. Dr. Bai, father says the president staged a coup. Where are you? Father told me to flee with mom, but I want to find you. A corporate coup? Bai Liang's eyebrow arched. The dungeon mutation likely tied to this. Even here, boardroom dramas unfolded. Luck or curse? No matter, time to investigate. He replied, your location. Instant response, father forced me out. I've left the company. Bai Liang scoffed. Ran away fast? And she'd promised to stand by him. Typical corporate snake. As for Xiao Changhe, the old fox, Bai Liang had never trusted him anyway. One question, what was your friend's name? The one your father killed. Moers. Why? Moers. The name flickered in Bai Liang's mind. This wasn't a background detail, it was key. The mutated dungeon's secret lay here. Why'd your father kill him? He kept asking about the corporate data vault. Father found out, and eliminated him. Corporate data vault? Secrets worth killing for. And likely tied to the president's coup. Do you know its location? Room 1220, 12th floor. But it's always locked, needs a special key. Dr. Bai, what did you discover? Xiaoqing sensed his probing. Nothing major. Stay safe, don't return yet. I'll see you, when your psyche's fully healed. Bai Liang replied earnestly. Then be careful, Dr. Bai. Tucking his phone away, Bai Liang strode toward the corporate building. Wait, did Bai Shen foresee the mutation and groom that NPC for intel? Genius? He turned flirting into strategy. I thought he was just horny, but every move had purpose. This proves legends play 4D chess. Even flirting's a tactical move. When will we reach Bai Shen's level? Netizens marveled at his foresight. Achoo. Mid-stride, Bai Liang sneezed, rubbing his nose. Odd, sudden chill. Maybe too many encounters with long-haired specters? Unnerving, indeed. Skill extraction complete. A notification blared in his mind. Bai Liang hadn't expected to receive a skill. But after a moment's thought, he realized it made perfect sense. The quest had mutated into Crimson Knight. Which meant they had entered an entirely new dungeon. When players enter a new dungeon, they are randomly assigned a new skill. This was completely logical. The skill had been selected. Hand it over. When you utter the phrase hand it over, you forcibly seize an item held by the target, and this process cannot be interrupted. Hiss. Bai Liang glanced at the newly acquired skill, his expression turning peculiar. Forcibly snatching an item from a target? And the process couldn't be interrupted? This skill was downright sinister, but he loved it. It's too late, way too late. Suddenly, Bai Liang realized something, regret flashing in his eyes. If I'd gotten this skill back in the 5th estate, imagine how epic it would have been to take Winnie's pen and book. He still remembered those two items? The pen that could transform into a weapon and the book that could conjure objects both would have been incredibly useful in the dungeon. If he could have stolen them, at least his weapon troubles would have vanished. This skill had come far too late. Bai Liang shook his head. In life, you might reunite with people, but missed opportunities never returned. He pushed aside his regrets and headed toward the company building. The crimson fog obscured everything, making navigation difficult. Luckily, visibility stretched a few meters, and using landmarks he'd noted during the day, Bai Liang successfully reached the company doors. Suddenly, his ear twitched faintly. Faint sounds drifted from nearby. Someone else is here. Bai Liang's lips curled slightly. Slowing his pace, he moved toward the noise. Like Bai Liang, many were willing to take risks. Du Qing was one of them. After the bar meeting ended, he hadn't returned to the dormitory. Instead, he'd exchanged intel with other players. Compiling the scattered clues, he deduced that the key to clearing the dungeon lay within the company, but his insights stopped there. In such a short time, he couldn't dig deeper. Now, Du Qing crouched in a shadowy corner near the company entrance, observing it while Bai Liang lurked nearby, observing him. Never thought the dungeon would mutate. Now I only got an A-class profession. Du Qing muttered, his face a mix of frustration and relief. He was upset because he'd aimed for at least an S-class. He'd never imagined the dungeon would change so abruptly, with quest rewards distributed early. The sudden shift shattered his dreams of a swift rise, but he was thankful he'd completed more tasks on the first day. Otherwise, he'd be stuck with a lowly B-class like the slackers. Luckily, I traded intel with others. With this, clearing the dungeon should be manageable. He pulled a glowing yellow triangular talisman from his pocket and grinned. Plus, I bought a hidden seal. Sneaking in will be a breeze. The hidden seal cost 200 rule points in the shop. It could briefly cloak the user's presence but only for 5 minutes. Moreover, it only worked if no one noticed the user acting suspiciously, limiting its utility. Without the pre-dungeon hints, Du Qing might not have splurged on the seal. But now, stranded in this situation, he knew he'd made the right choice. Who knew what dangers lurked in the company? Stealth was his best bet? His words reached Bai Liang's ears verbatim. A hidden seal? That chubby guy actually has one. Bai Liang knew of this item, but he considered it utterly useless. Overpriced, short duration, strict conditions unless in specific scenarios like this, the seal was trash. Oh well, so much criticism, only because he hadn't bought it. But no matter, Du Qing had it. That was enough. Bai Liang stretched out his hand and whispered, hand it over. Whoosh! The yellow talisman instantly materialized in Bai Liang's palm. As expected, free stuff always tastes sweeter. Admiring the seal, Bai Liang flashed a radiant smile. Holy crap! Did Bai Shen just yoink that seal from the chubby guy? Wait, Bai Shen said hand it over, and the seal flew to him? Did he just steal someone's item? Or teleport it? What kind of skill is this? Is this his new class ability? Snatching stuff remotely? Bro, I'm scared to keep watching. What if he steals my girlfriend next? Can it even steal living people? Gotta hide my girl ASAP. The stream chat exploded as viewers witnessed the theft. Thousands of phones displayed identical wide-eyed shock. But the most stunned wasn't the audience. It was Du Qing, still crouched in his corner. 1 second, the hidden seal was in his hand. The next gone. Vanished into thin air. Du Qing stared at his empty palm, smile freezing. He sat there, buffeted by the wind, utterly bewildered. Where's my hidden seal? Where's my precious seal? Panicking, he frantically patted his clothes and scanned the ground. But the 200-point talisman had disappeared without a trace. Gone. Realization dawned. Du Qing's eyes bulged, his mind screaming, is this a joke? Just then, footsteps echoed. He snapped to attention, turning, and saw Bai Liang approaching, smile gleaming. Hey, buddy, you here too? Bai Liang feigned surprise. Are you heading to the company too? When Du Qing heard Bai Liang's question, his face twisted into an expression more pain than tears. I was planning to, but not anymore. It was impossible now. Without the hidden seal, the risk was too great. When benefits and risks aren't proportional, most people choose to abandon the benefits. Oh, did you run into trouble? Tell me, I'll help, give you some advice, Bai Liang asked with exaggerated enthusiasm. Don't even ask. I had a hidden seal ready. I took it out to use, and it vanished right before my eyes. Du Qing raised his hand, staring at his empty palm in disbelief. Just like that? I was holding it, and then poof, gone. I've cleared so many dungeons, but I've never seen an item just disappear, he muttered. What's going on? Bai Liang, reading his genuine frustration, knew he'd hit the jackpot. This seal had clearly meant a lot to Du Qing. Good. Bai Liang wouldn't bother stealing something trivial. Patting Du Qing's shoulder, he began his analysis. Listen, maybe the seal didn't disappear. Du Qing, what do you mean? Look at its name. Hidden seal. And its effect. Hides the user for 5 minutes. See? It probably activated on its own, but for some reason, you didn't get cloaked. So, Du Qing. So you think it vanished, but it's just invisible now. Bai Liang declared confidently. Du Qing opened his mouth, then closed it. Bai Liang's words almost made sense. But something felt off. A moment later, it clicked. Because Bai Liang was now holding his hidden seal. Well, buddy, I'll stop bothering you. I'm heading in first. Bai Liang waved the seal mockingly in Du Qing's face. OMG, I'm dying? This guy's pure evil. Bai Shen strikes again, stealing loot and rubbing it in. Note to self, if I ever meet Bai Shen, hide all my good items. Du Qing, that seal looks familiar, like the one I lost. This is psychological warfare. Pray I never get matched with this demon. Bro, you bought a hidden seal too. Staring at the seal in Bai Liang's hand, Du Qing felt an eerie sense of déjà vu. All hidden seals looked identical, but what were the odds of another player in the same dungeon buying one? A suspicion gnawed at him, but he couldn't voice it. It had to be a coincidence. This old thing. Found it near the bar entrance. Bai Liang shrugged, then gave Du Qing a sideways glance. You're not thinking this is yours, are you? Yours went missing, but this one's totally different, right? Found it? Found it? Du Qing's face spasmed. Who finds a hidden seal just lying around? That's the worst lie I've ever. Before he could retort, Bai Liang waved dismissively. No time to argue. Places to be. Right before Du Qing's eyes, Bai Liang activated the seal and vanished, leaving Du Qing utterly defeated. A second later, his composure shattered. The company building's interior was hellishly dark. Not a single light pierced the crimson haze, amplifying the sinister atmosphere. Typical capitalists. Even during an apocalypse, they'd rather die than pay the electricity bill. Using the hidden seal, Bai Liang slipped past two anomalies at the reception desk and infiltrated the building. The employees here were no ordinary workers, they belonged to the rebellion faction. Friendly and approachable by day, but at night, they'd swallow you whole. So dangerous? Good thing I swiped the seal. Note, stock up on these later. Reaching the stairwell, Bai Liang sighed in relief. Dangerous? Bai Shen, you are the danger. Du Qing, look in the mirror, you monster. Bai Shen calling this risky is like a dragon fearing a kitten. Bai Liang avoided the elevator. A lift large enough for 100 people? Definitely cursed. It'd probably plummet or trap him midair like a horror movie cliché. But as he faced the stairs, he hesitated. The archive was on the 12th floor. 12 flights of stairs? Maybe the elevator's faster. Footsteps echoed. Bai Liang turned to see a figure creeping down the hallway, crouched, wary, moving like a thief. He actually came in? It was Du Qing, the same man who'd been raging outside moments ago? Somehow, without a hidden seal, he'd bypassed the guards. Did he have a backup seal? No, if so, its effect wouldn't have faded yet, and Bai Liang wouldn't see him. Must have used another method. Du Qing hugged the walls, inching toward the stairs. His eyes darted nervously, anticipating threats. Upon reaching the stairwell, he finally relaxed and smirked. That bastard stole my seal, but thank the gods for my wall phasing skill. His randomly assigned skill allowed him to phase through walls powerful, but with a 20-minute cooldown. That's why, after losing the seal, he'd almost abandoned the plan. But Bai Liang's taunt had pushed him to risk it. If I ever catch that thief, I'll... A knife pressed against his back. Pfft. Du Qing's expression froze as he glanced down in horror. What he saw, the thin, pulsating tip of a knife pressed against his back. Can't you just stab and withdraw? Why the theatrics? A flood of questions raced through Du Qing's mind. Never speak ill of others behind their backs, Bai Liang whispered coldly into his ear. The subject might just be standing right behind you. Du Qing's eyes widened as he strained to turn his head. He met Bai Liang's impassive gaze. You, sly old fox. With his final breath, Du Qing collapsed, denied even the dignity of a peaceful death. Bai Liang wiped the blood from his knife with clinical precision. In this world, there was no rule against player killings. Survival favored the ruthless. Bai Liang wasn't cruel by nature, but hesitation got you killed. Suddenly, what are you doing here? A voice cut through the darkness behind him. Bai Liang spun, knife raised, but halted mid-swing. Jianran stood a few paces away, her brows furrowed in scrutiny. Oh, leader? My apologies, thought you were someone else. He sheathed the blade. Knives are for enemies, not allies. Though Jianran was eccentric, they shared a tenuous camaraderie. No need for violence here. Jianran's gaze lingered on the weapon, suspecting his strike had been intentional. Yet she let it pass. Why are you here after hours? She demanded. Heard the higher UPS appreciate overtime. Plus, I'm a naturally hard worker, Bai Liang replied, spreading his hands innocently. Jianran's lips twitched. Hard worker? This man redefined laziness. Truth is, I'm investigating something, he continued, noting her skepticism. Same as you, I'd wager. And what? She arched a brow. Do you presume my goal to be? Those who know, know. Why waste breath explaining to those who don't? Translation, I've got no clue, but bluffing's my specialty. Even Jianran's sharp mind struggled to parse this verbal sleight of hand. Chet explodes. He's speaking in riddles. Bai Shen's mastered the art of saying nothing eloquently. Rich women accelerate wealth growth, genius. You've been talking to her, haven't you? Jianran's eyes narrowed, referencing Xiaoqing. As a company veteran, she knew the board director's daughter was trouble. I warned you about fraternizing with executives. Bai Liang shrugged. Women slow wealth building. But rich women. He grinned. They're shortcuts. Jianran. Chat. Flawless logic. Teach me your ways, sensei. Suppressing the urge to facepalm, Jianran changed tactics. Why are you really here? Bai Liang knelt beside Du Qing's corpse, rifling through pockets. Loot check. Waste not, want not. Jianran watched, bemused. What could this pawn possibly have? You privileged types never understand. Bai Liang sighed dramatically. Growing up poor, I couldn't afford showers, had to watch neighbors bathe through windows. RA with tilde Thailand body. Now I'm grown, still broke. Gotta borrow wives since I can't afford my own. Jianran's eyebrow twitched. Something's wrong with this analogy. Fine, she conceded. State your business. Bai Liang met her gaze. You first. After a tense pause, Jianran relented. You're aware of Yu Haoming's coup. Her voice tightened. He's coercing board members into stock transfers. Bai Liang nodded. My goal isn't to stop him. Her eyes glinted. It's to take his place and claim those shares for myself. Bai Liang, Omega? So your code name is Pantsernik? Are you a double agent? This can't be true. After a momentary pause, Bai Liang suddenly recalled fragmented background details from when he entered the quest. What about that guy? Boss, he's already been neutralized. All his secrets are under our control now. This is what happens when you go against the corporation. Let this be a lesson to all of you. It was clear that this MOERS had been an undercover agent infiltrating the company. However, when he began getting close to Xiaoqing, his identity was exposed, and he was forced out of the game after being fed chicken soup. Bai Liang couldn't help but note how unprofessional that guy had been. How could he so easily blow his cover while interacting with Xiaoqing? If it were Bai Liang, he'd never have been caught. Even the board member supported him. Well, though that might have been an illusion too. Regardless, it no longer mattered. They'd all fled, and even if they wanted to retaliate against Bai Liang, there was no opportunity now. Returning to the matter at hand, the boss who had dealt with MOERS in the background. Was that Jianran standing before him? Until now, Bai Liang hadn't considered this possibility. The image Jianran projected didn't align with that of a ruthless executive. In his mind, such deeds were the domain of people like Zhuangxi smiling tigers. But now, he had to reconsider. What are you thinking about? Jianran asked suspiciously, noticing Bai Liang's brief distraction. Bai Liang snapped back, smiling and shaking his head. Nothing. Just wondering how you, boss, came up with such ideas. I get that the president wants the shares. He's been here for years and must have solid connections. But you, boss, he trailed off, but the implication was clear. As a mere group leader, even with a decade at the company, Jianran's influence seemed too limited for such a power play. The odds of her replacing the president and seizing shares were practically zero. Do you think I'm a fool? If you can figure this out, do you think I haven't? Jianran glared at him. The corporate archives hold evidence of the board and executives' crimes. If I obtain that evidence and send it to Mingde, they'll send someone to clean house? My job is to secure the evidence and force shareholders to sign the stock transfer agreement before Mingde intervenes. Mingde? Bai Liang noted the unfamiliar term. Likely an external authority that could influence the quest. He shrugged internally. No point overthinking it now. That's quite the plan, boss, he replied with mild detachment, mind racing. If he wasn't mistaken, he'd already pieced together the quest's solution. Players needed to gather evidence and send it to Mingde to restore normalcy. But doing only that might not secure the highest completion rating. What else was required? Bai Liang rubbed his chin, glancing at Jianran. Could it be helping her claim the shares? Or better yet, why not take them himself? After all, she'd laid out the entire scheme. He could simply follow her lead? Strangely, when had his skill activated? A faint smirk flickered across his face. Jianran, oblivious to his thoughts, pressed, Do you want to help me? No. Bai Liang refused flatly, spreading his hands. Too much risk, too little gain. I'm not that kind of person. Jianran rolled her eyes. Fine. Don't, then. I'll do it. Jianran froze, then narrowed her eyes at Bai Liang's abruptly earnest expression. She sighed. She really should have expected this. The man was utterly unpredictable. Newbie. Ha, just kidding. Bai Liang waved dismissively, face turning serious again. We head to the archives first, right? Jianran nodded, eyeing the elevator and stairwell. Elevator or stairs? Stairs, obviously. Bai Liang grinned. The elevator's either trapped or rigged a death trap. But the stairs? Nobody expects anyone to climb 12 floors when there's an elevator. Perfect for ambushes, right? His logic was sound, and Jianran had to agree. Let's go. Bai Liang entered the stairwell first, Jianran close behind. The space was pitch black, not a single light working. But Bai Liang's enhanced physique allowed him to navigate effortlessly. Jianran, no ordinary human herself, matched his pace. They reached the second floor and were immediately spotted. Two suited figures with company badges stood on the landing. At this hour, anyone remaining had to be part of the rebellion. The moment Bai Liang and Jianran stepped onto the floor, the men turned, cold smirks spreading. Well, Manager Jian. Fancy meeting you here, one sneered, though his tone suggested he'd expected this. Jianran didn't answer, instead glancing at Bai Liang. Her expression seemed to ask, this was your brilliant plan? Seeing the guards, Bai Liang facepalmed. Ha ha ha, Bai Shen's plan backfired. Guys, this is historic. Bai Shen's first failure? Screenshot this. Boss's face says it all. LOL. Bai Shen, seriously. These old foxes. Who knew even Bai Shen could miscalculate? Actually, his reasoning was right. The traders prepared thoroughly, they've probably trapped both routes. Stairs are still safer than a rigged elevator. Bai Liang rarely fought without cause, but this called for exceptions. You too, he barked abruptly, startling even Jian Ran. Is this how you do your jobs?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.